each driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. Well, good morning. Oh, no. Something's not right. That's better. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Finals Day at the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals here in Sarno in Italy. I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. This is the big day that everybody has fought so hard to get to. Not everyone has made it, but Kyle, the ones that have, you've been in this situation. What are the drivers thinking this morning?
Well, firstly, yesterday afternoon, you walked out here with a little bit of relief. You've made it. The hard work you've done over the last 4 days has gotten you into that final race. The fact that it's the last day and they make it that occasion, it just adds to it. But this morning, the pressure, the nerves, the anxiety is all going to be there. We all know you've only got a finite number of laps, and whoever crosses that line at the end is going to be crowned the champion of the Grand Finals.
Jen, you've been here many times. What can we now expect on track with the racing?
Well, normally the starts, everyone's, I guess the adrenaline's pumping. Everyone's a bit nervous. They know it's so important. They try and get in the best position. They don't want to get too far behind. And then for me, as it winds up, you see they start to kind of drop off a little. A little bit of a change in strategy comes into play. You see who's got maybe different tyre pressure, different gearing. The slipstream is going to be really crucial. But right until the last lap, absolute last lap. And then the last 2 laps I really don't like to watch, to be honest. Because there is that, I really want it, this is my dream, and they're looking at the mechanics, the parents, everyone's cheering. If you were standing anywhere near the crowd, it's like, I don't know, you're at the football, you know, really. You just don't hear, you can hear so many things. Of course, the drivers can't hear us unless it's electric, but it's really that last lap, and then it's so emotional. This is the end.
Kyle, if there's 8 races today, if there's one race that you think is going to go viral around the world, there's one race that is going to be the showstopper, what do you think?
Look, I've had the opportunity to watch every single one of the laps of every single race, but to me, the Junior Maxes are showing some real character out there, some real great moves. We've seen a lot of switchbacks around the outside. We thought it was going to be hard to pass, but every single one of the drivers in the front have proved me wrong this weekend. So Junior Max, to me, I think is going to be the race to watch.
Behind us is a special trophy commemorating 25 years of this wonderful event. On it, the names of 108 different winners. But for every winner, there are hundreds, if not thousands, who don't win. For those drivers, the quest for next year's event starts here today. Around us, we have the posters from every year. This event has gone from South America to Egypt to Asia, all around Europe to North America. Drivers, their families, their supporters have traveled literally millions of miles to make today possible. There are other events in karting where you can call yourself a world champion, but there are only one event where you can call yourself a grand final champion, and it's here. Why do drivers do it every year? Well, today you're going to see 36 drivers who have made it this far in every class. Before their one race, they will look down, they will see their nation's flag, their pride, their passion. They will think about all the sacrifices that have been made by them and for them, and they will then go out and do what they do the very best on the grandest stage of them all. There is nothing like this event today in the world of karting. 8 drivers will join the list of 108 different winners. For everybody else, the quest for next year starts now. Why do we do it? Because we love it. Why do Rotax do it? Because it is the grand finals, and this is the grandest stage in our sport, and we're so glad that you at home can join us to watch it. Stay tuned. Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen, to Alpha Live's exclusive coverage of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Today is the day of days. It is the day where the hopes and dreams of everybody that has tried to qualify for this event, that has been lucky enough to make it this far, whether those hopes and dreams come true, whether they turn into a living nightmare, remains to be seen. The weather is gorgeous. The scenery here just outside Naples is breathtaking. There is an atmosphere here. This truly is one of Europe's greatest cathedrals of speed. It lives, it breathes, it crackles. Yes, this is not like another venue which is pristine and every single ultra modern, but it has character. History, character, and so do our drivers. From the very youngest members of the Rotax family to those drivers such as Christoph Adams competing in their 18th Grand Finals. He's only ever missed 6 in the history of this event. Who is going to shine, Kyle Lawrence? Well, we're going to start today with our E20 and E20 Masters. We move on to Micro, to Mini, to Junior, Senior, DD2 Masters and DD2. You're going to be joining me in the commentary box for most of the races. We'll have Filippo Laghi from Italy joining me for DD2, Zach Clamandamello, a former podium finisher here, an IndyCar driver here as well for the senior race. The 10th this morning, Kyle, 144 drivers, no longer there. 144 pit spaces, empty. 144 go-karts back, racked up in behind the chassis partners' tents. The buzzing hive of activity is a little bit quieter. It's a little bit more nervy. It's a little bit more tense. The smiles are still there, but there are a lot of people thinking quietly, focusing. The atmosphere changes. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I know. I've walked through the tent this morning. You could feel the loss of our 144 competitors, and unfortunately their weekend has come to an end. But the first goal
they're all still here.
They are still here.
They're
we
all
can see the grandstands are fuller.
Yep.
They are here to watch and spectate. Standing right next to our commentary box, I saw Chris Boucher here from Mozambique having a look as well. But through the tent, you can see the mechanics' nerves. They're double-checking, triple-checking everything on that card. Every nut bolt is double-checked on that card to make sure that nothing can go wrong for a driver who's reached his first goal of making the final.
Yes, and of course, Rotax, so many staff, nearly 100 of them here, watching over. But one thing, one monument, one edifice watches over us all. When you're in this region, Mount Vesuvius towers silently watching wherever you are in this nation, on the way to the hotels, around the place. It's there in the background, just keeping an eye on these drivers, and you feel like little ants scurrying around in your multicolored machines and race suits. And then you only have to look up towards the sky to see what Mother Nature can do. It is truly a fantastic venue. You can see the start line there. Jen Wade will be down on the grid bringing you all the interviews. We have exclusive interviews with Stefan Gruber, with Peter Erlsinger. Porsche Motorsport are here today. The top brass from BRP Rotax are here, and we'll be bringing you those interviews. We're also going to be down on the grid with Jen. We can't feature all the drivers that have qualified today, but we will do our very best to speak to them, to get their emotions, to film them, to show them, to truly, truly display why all those nations' flags, which currently hang with no breeze in the air, why drivers from all over the world bust a gut to try and get here year after year after year. We've already had one big announcement about the 2025 World of Rotax. For the first time in history, Ecuador will host the South America International Trophy, which is rapidly becoming one of the biggest. I mean, in Le Mans, in France, we have the European International Trophy. The South American International Trophy goes to Ecuador for the first time in its life, just to show how many nations around the world desperate to host these big Rotax events. Now, you can see her on your screen. Let's hear from her now. It's Jen Wade down on an empty grid. It will not be empty for long. Take it away, Jen.
Well, here we are on the start grid, and of course this is where it's all going to happen any minute now. 11:03, the karts will be coming out onto the grid. First of all, the E20 Senior and Master, as you know. The officials are out here, the photographers are out here. They're looking happy now at the start of the day. So yeah, it's all going to happen here. And I have to tell you, I came through the paddock and through the Parc Fermé onto the start grid. I'm even feeling nervous. So I think it's buzzing. You know, this anticipation of this is it, this is what it's all about. It all comes down to this. This is the goal, this is the dream. And coming through the gate, I'm going to try and catch up with some of the drivers or the mechanics as they come out. Robert, of course, we know him from Polish racing a few years ago. Now he's residing in Germany. So the guys will put the karts down, and girls, and then they will actually do one lap, and then they have a standing start. So yeah, nice atmosphere here. It's exciting. Everyone's come out, and the sunshine's come out. So, Robert, you're on pole position. Now, I know you've got a lot of friends originally from Poland, residing now in Germany, but is there anyone you want to say hi to? Because I know they're all watching.
Yeah, my family in Germany and my friends in Germany, so
yeah.
Wish me good luck.
Yeah, they got everything crossed, I'm sure. It's been nice. Have you enjoyed being here at the Grand Finals and racing the e-kart?
Good weather and warm, so it's okay.
It's really warm today, isn't it? You can feel it.
Yeah.
What about the competition? I mean, it's every lap, because you've got that nice blue boost button, every lap's exciting. You said yesterday you found probably a sweet spot for where you like to use it.
It's my secret.
It's your secret. Yeah. He's not going to tell us. But yeah, and you've got also some of the young drivers here who, some have driven the e-kart before and some haven't. So I guess it's been a learning experience. What about for yourself? What do you enjoy most about it?
I think the boost.
Yeah. Okay, it's a standard answer. It's the boost. Okay, we let you go. Congratulations. You've had a great week, and enjoy the race.
Thank you.
See you at the end. Okay, let's have a look what Philip's up to. Philip,
Good day.
g'day. Now, of course, we've seen you racing at the Euro Trophy in the e-kart as well, but how have you enjoyed being here in Sarno, driving the e-kart with all these guys? I mean, it's really close, and girls.
I mean, it's the best experience you can have. There's no better place you can be. We're here at the Rotax Grand Finals, the biggest event for the karting championships, and we're here to do the best. And as everyone else, you try to win and do your best at the end of the day.
And we're going to wish you all the best as well for a good race. But it's been nice. Your dad's also back on the grid. How's he going?
I mean, everyone has its ups and downs. Yesterday's day wasn't the greatest for him, but there's no better feeling to drive in the same grid as your dad.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But yeah, have fun.
Thank
Have
you.
a good race, and we'll see you at the party after. Okay, let's have a look who's over here. Armand Hamilton. He's a man of not many words. Hi, Armand.
Hello.
Hello. How's Tom feeling? Because he looks really nervous all morning.
No, Tom's never really nervous. He's never really that happy either, so...
So he just looks like that. Okay, but he's done a great job. You're on the front row.
Yeah, he's done a very good job. He's the best mechanic I could ask for.
And for anyone that doesn't know, he's from a quite well-known team in the UK, but something different for you. What do you like most about driving and racing the e-kart here in Sarno?
Definitely my favourite's the standing starts. The power delivery off a standing start's just so nice.
A little bit different to the Senior Max.
Yeah, very different. Obviously, you don't have to worry about flooding the engine with petrol, and you have to worry about just very different.
What about the front brakes? Does that make a huge difference to the feeling? I know it's a little bit heavier, but does that take some time to get used to that? And do you adjust the front brakes as well?
Yeah, we adjust the front brakes. It feels like we're in a good spot for today's final. I've gotten used to the front brakes. I did a few days testing in DD2, so I think we're all right.
Okay, good luck. Have fun. See you later at the party. Alrighty, so let's have a look. Maximo there, looking pretty focused. We've got our race director as well, Ramiro, on the grid. He's on the phone. Hello. How are you, Siri?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to say hi to at home?
To all the Thai people out there, hello, สวัสดีครับ
Actually, you've been fast. You've been fast all week, but you've got some really good competition here on the grid, haven't you?
Yeah, it will be difficult to get all the way through, but I will try my best.
And have you enjoyed racing the e-kart here in Sarno? I mean, it's a huge track, nearly 1,700 metres.
Yeah, I like the high speed that these cars can hit. Yeah, it's really exciting.
It is exciting. It's exciting for us too, watching. And what about that blue button there? You enjoy that, the boost?
We have to plan how to use it, so we have been thinking all night when to use this button. Yeah,
You think you have it worked out?
sort of.
And what happens when you hit the blue button?
It adds more power, you can see. Yeah.
So you've got about 5 seconds of extra power there, regenerates, and then you go again. Good to go. Enjoy the race. We'll see you at the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, so yes, mechanics leaving the grid, but we'll just have a quick walk down the grid here, Nicholas. And of course Raul, who's been racing the Euro Trophy as well, so he's one of our top 3 European drivers. Junior won the Swedish Championship with the e-kart race in Sweden a couple of months ago. Also racing in the Max Challenge. Alexandru was also there in the Swedish race. So we've got some really fast drivers. Anya, of course we've seen her before. Hi Anya. A couple of the girls here. Chanyi, of course his brother was on the podium in Portugal. So he's also an e-kart champion from the podium. And as we make our way down the grid, we're also going to see the Masters. I don't want to forget them down the end here. So we wish all the Senior Max, Senior E20 drivers, some of them, most of them from Senior Max or DD2, And then we have the Masters class right behind them, a little bit of a gap. I'll just step off the grid a little. So we're actually going to hear from our partners who supply the chassis, which is Sodicart. So then I'll hand back to Henry and Kyle in the comms box.
Thank you very much, Jen Wade. E20 Senior started as a Grand Finals class in 2021 in Bahrain. On that day, France's Oscar Pelemel beat Hannes Morin from Sweden and David Olejna for Portugal. He became the first from Poland rather. He became the first Polish driver to get a Grand Final podium. Jesper Sjöberg from Sweden won it at Portimao in 2022, beating Luca Costa and Chen Han Ling. Last year, Mats Johan Overhoff won for Germany, beating Spencer Braum from the UK and Knud Nielsen from Denmark. In Masters, that made its debut last year in Bahrain. João Gonçalves from Brazil beat Andreas Matis and Igor Mukin from Cyprus. That was Cyprus's first ever Grand Finals podium. The signal is given. Finals are about to get underway.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd already screaming and shouting for their drivers as they leave the grid, making sure they can hear them. The support is behind them. But a final race of the day, and we've seen, final race of the weekend.
Let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your starting lineup. Robert Chopin from Germany and Armand Hamilton from Hungary share the front row of the grid. Maximo Castro for Uruguay and Philippe Loacker for Switzerland on row number 2. Amandine Travadon from France and Siri Kong Siri from Thailand on row 3. Nicolas Casarino from Germany and Raul Vargas from Spain, row 4. Alexandru Poltasu from Romania and Junya Jonsson from Sweden on row 5. Anya Levar from Slovenia and Chan Yi Lin from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan are next. Patrick Ronvu Tordio from the USA and Saudi Arabia's Laith Mumina. That's row number 7. Ilian Yankov from Bulgaria and Leandri Carvalho from Portugal. Then it's Alejandro Brambio from Spain and Patrick Lipovics from Hungary. Maurice Knyoppers from the Netherlands is your leading Masters driver alongside Jonathan Morin from Sweden, whose son Hannes has had a podium in this class before. Johnny Gushikin from Peru and Christoph Adams, a double Grand Finals champion from Belgium. Then it's Mundi Loya from Peru and Gabriel Rosa from Brazil. Emiliano Parisi from Argentina and Carlos Comparato from Brazil are next. Gilberto Luaca, the father of Philippe from Switzerland, and João Diaz from Portugal are next. Then it is Rafael Ovando Granados and Peter Guitai, Chile and Hungary on row 15. The oldest driver here, 67 years old, from Chile, Hector Ramirez, rounds out the field. 43 nations have stood on a Grand Finals podium in the 24 previous editions of this event. Uruguay is not one of them. Maximo Castro starts from 3rd on the grid. He is our camera cart in this race. It will be a 9-lap race. Who will join the list of champions? The lights are out. We are off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. And it's the poleman, Robert Chopin leading. Maximo Castro moves into P2 for Uruguay. A little bit of bumping and boring further back. That's the number 610 cart of Laith Mumina from Saudi Arabia, getting forced a little bit wide. Everybody else through the first couple of corners cleanly.
Yeah, I know. At least they got it through a final. You don't normally see there's a lot more movement going into turn 2, but nice and calm, kept it collected around the outside. Though Castro already looking to get into the lead past Chopin. We know how fast he is. He managed to get a breakaway in the P-final. So Castro making sure that he can get onto the bumper, maybe get a move in and stop that charge from Chopin. Chopin going to want to get down and get going. And we heard that he's got a little trick on the button when to hit the boost.
Yes, he hit the boost button there. You could see. The problem is he hasn't told anybody else where he uses it, but they do know he does not use it on the straight. Can Maximo Castro use it to his advantage? Maximo is on the boost button now, right behind our leader as the rest of the field stream across the line into turn number 2. Germany leads Uruguay, leads Hungary at the front of the field. Christoph Adams on the timing and scoring monitor. He is not at the front of the field. I think that's a little bit of an error there. The rest of them come down the back straight now. Shopian opening up the gas. Here comes Armand Hamilton. Castro slips back to 4th position as Switzerland's Philippe Luaka moves into P3.
Yeah, there was a perfect example of using the boost button in the wrong place and the wrong time. He used it down the main straight to have a go at Shopian. Unfortunately, though, everybody else behind him saved their boost button for the exit of the middle sector, and now he's gone from 2nd to 4th.
Jonathan Morin moves to the front of the Masters field in kart 702. He is running in 15th place overall. Looking at the Swedish roll of honour, only a pair of victories for Sweden. They both came in 2022 when we had an E20 junior class as well. Armand Hamilton getting very close there.
Yeah, looking down the inside into turn 2, we've seen how difficult it is to pass down the inside there, especially when you're running a tighter line. He would have been better off, Hamilton, waiting maybe for this sector here. Onto the back straight they go. Is Shopian going to hit the button? It looks like he has, but so is Hamilton.
And yes, the number 601 of Junior Jonsson, and the crossover there, Luaka and Castro, and Jonsson battling for 3rd. Here comes Castro into turn number 9 now, slows it down for turn 10. Shopian and Hamilton up at the front. Hungary have not had a Grand Finals champion since DD2 back in 2016, 2017, I believe. They have had several champions. Have Hungary, one champion, but only that driver won twice in DD2 back in 2015 and 2016. It's been a bit of a drought for Hungary, although Zsombor Kovacs did take 2nd place in junior when we were here in 2016 for Hungary. So they do have pedigree at this circuit, and Armand Hamilton is sitting right behind Robert Shopian. Castro still runs 3rd. Now you can almost see Hamilton on the boost button. The distance grows into the braking zone at turn number 7. Jonsson is there in 4th.
Yeah, Jonsson we didn't see a lot of him yesterday. He was moving his way up from the back of the pack, and he was doing it quite well to already be inside the top 4 in the final. So we know he's got some good pace with him. Whether or not it's going to be enough to catch on to the two of them in front. But saying that, the gap has shrunk over the last 2 laps. It was 2 karts going for the win of this Grand Finals, but now it looks like we'll have 4.
Yes, not since Ferenc Konchar took a double win in DD2 have Hungary had a winner. Hamilton looking strong. Junior Jonsson now into 4th position. A large Swedish contingent is there and watching. Further back, I can tell you that Maurice Knoppers has taken the lead for the Netherlands in E20 Masters. He is not far in front of early race leader Jonathan Morin. That's happening a lot further back. Oh no, Bulgaria's Ilyan Yankov retires, and Bulgaria out of this race and out of the Grand Finals with a flat tyre, being told from our Alpha Live crew down in pit lane. 5 laps in, Kyle Lawrence, and 1.5 seconds separate the top 5.
Yeah, I see there just to the back, Sirikun Series now starting to join this group. But Hamilton has taken the lead of this Grand Final. Shopian looking for the cutback through the left-right. They're not getting it. Down the inside now goes Castro. Moving across is Hamilton. A little bit of contact, nothing too bad, but that's just allowed Junior Jonsson to come through as well. And that is Shopian from the lead down to 4th.
It can happen in the blink of an eye. Siri Kong Siri now sets the fastest lap of the race, running in 7th place. And now 1.4 seconds separate the top 7. Hamilton leads from Castro, from Sweden. Then it is Switzerland with Philippe Luaka and France's young lady Amandine Travadon in 5th.
Now, fourth there is Shopian just holding off Lockyer. He's had to go defensive, and he's managed to hang on to that place. Just behind that, though, Travadon doing a great job looking to get past Lockyer when he couldn't get that move done.
Yep, France, the inaugural winners of this race with Oscar Pellemel back in 2021. And here comes Maximo Castro. I spoke to Maximo's father this morning, spoke to Nicolas Alagia from Uruguay as well. They appeared on the post-race show last night. They know what the potential is for them to do for their country today. Jonsson, though, right there, Sweden have only ever won 2 grand finals. They've both been in the e-kart classes back in 2022 in junior and in senior. At the moment, Maurice Knoppers leads Masters over Jonathan Morin by 0.7 of a second. So Sweden are on course for potentially 2 more grand final podiums here at the moment. Third in Masters, a long way behind the top 2 is Gabriel Rosa from Brazil, who has got Emiliano Parisi from Argentina and Johnny Gushikan from Peru behind him.
Hamilton in front now, putting the hammer down. He's gotten a bit of a gap on Castro, but has he used his button? Whoa!
Oh, Siri Kong Siri on the grass. Side-by-side contact there with Robert Shopian there. Rear wheel to rear wheel. Siri Kong Siri from Thailand out of the race. And Castro on the boost button now. He's closing in on Hamilton. When will Hamilton respond with his boost button?
Yeah, we've seen him the past few laps do it on the back straight. Junior Jonsson, though, got a better exit out of turn number 2 and had a good look at the back of Castro. If Junior wants to go at the lead with only 2 laps left to go, now's the time to get past Castro.
Yeah, he has to go. This is lap 8 out of 9. There goes Junior Jonsson, side by side with Maximo Castro, up towards turn 7, takes the position. Now Castro has to tuck in. They signal to each other to go, go, go. Armand Hamilton, whose mechanic, Tom Stackhouse from the UK, watching pensively from the grandstand. It's a new kart for Stackhouse. It's a new kart for Hamilton, but he looks like he's been driving it his entire career. For the first time today at Sarno, the last lap board goes out. Hungary lead Sweden, lead Uruguay. There's the battle for fourth between Philippe Lewacka and Robert Shopian. It's not going to happen for Germany by the looks of it, even though Shopian goes quickest. Hamilton leads by half a second. Kyle Lawrence.
Yeah, just a little bit of a gap on the last lap. It's what you need. He can settle into a rhythm, make sure he doesn't make mistakes. This is where it's important. This is a sector where he's been strong and he's looking strong again. We look back though, down the inside, that is Lockyer Senior making a move in the Masters class.
Yes, there are some of the Masters going around. This is a good battle back in the Masters class. That's João Diaz. That is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in Masters. Up at the front, Armand Hamilton, Australian-born, Hungarian-based, does all his racing now in the UK pretty much. He comes out of the final corner, and for the first time since 2016, Hungary have a Grand Finals champion, Sweden second, and Uruguay join the list of Grand Final podium victors. Uruguay take their first Grand Finals podium in Masters. Looking back, Maurice Knoppers. Maurice Knoppers for the Netherlands beats Jonathan Morin from Sweden, a double podium in E20 for Sweden. And rounding out the Masters podium, Gabriel Rosa from Brazil. There is a look at the results. Armand Hamilton, Amandine Travadon finishes 4th for France. That is the closest we've had to a young lady hitting the podium in a long time. Philippe Lewacka is 5th. Robert Shopian, who won everything up until today, finishes 6th. It just goes to show, Kyle Lawrence, that no prizes are handed out for qualifying for practice. There is Maximo Castro's father in the black t-shirt, celebrating in the grandstand. His son has just made a little bit of history for Uruguay. They're partying on the streets of Montevideo tonight. That's what it means. That's what it means to these nations. It's just fantastic, Kyle Lawrence.
You told me earlier this week that Rotax is about emotion. There's that emotion.
It absolutely is. So, we have unofficially our 44th country who has won a Grand Finals podium, but let us not take anything away from that young man there, Armand Hamilton, his mechanic, Tom Stackhouse, behind him, Junior Jonsson, and he's a man of few words, is Armand Hamilton. There's going to be a bit of emotion there. Like I said, born in Australia, he now lives in Hungary, proudly representing the Magyar nation. So, for the Hungarian team, for Hargatai, Sandor, for the rest of the people that run the CEE Rotax Championship, what a win for them. And Ferenc Konchar is now not the only Hungarian to win a Grand Finals. I can see Hargatai on the phone already, up in the VIP area, smiling. Yes, his nation have gained unofficially their third Grand Finals victory. In Masters, the Netherlands, Maurice Knoppers, returning to the sport. That is win number 8 for the Netherlands. That takes them out of a tie with Canada for 7 wins. It moves them into sole possession of 4th place on the all-times medal table, behind Great Britain, behind South Africa, and behind France. So the Netherlands up into 4th place overall on the official time and the official medals table. As the rest of the field, there's the number 707, Gilberto Luaca, the 608, Raul Vargas. He's given us plenty of entertainment. Look at that. He has just realized. Let's have a look. The emotion there. Is that happy emotion or is it sad emotion?
It doesn't look good.
He's having a look down. He's having a look down. Oh no. Oh no! Maximo Castro has had a nose cone penalty by the looks of it. That front bracket looks like it has dropped. And you can see him holding his head in his hands. There is Maurice Knoppers. And there is Jonathan Morin. Now that is father and son who have both got a Grand Final podium. Gabriel Rosa goes through. There's João Dias from Portugal. He finishes 4th in points. However, if that is confirmed and Maximo Castro has a nose cone penalty, it means that Amandine Travadon, the young lady from France, has been promoted to 3rd position. We have to wait and see. And Jen Wade will tell us if we have ever had a female podium finisher in the Grand Finals. I can't remember one. We could have another piece of history. Uruguay's despair could be France's celebration. We have to wait and see. But Jen Wade is down now with Armand Hamilton, our new provisional champion in E20 Senior. Take it away, Jen.
Thank you very much. It's a great feeling, and I think everything was spot on for the race, so thank you very much to the team.
It was an exciting race. You were lucky, the guys behind you. Of course, Junior came through from, I think, grid 10, was fighting with Maximo, but was really, really nice race.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Congrats to everyone else for their results, but I wasn't at all expecting to go for that move. I just thought, I've got front brakes here, might as well give it a go.
I think everyone in the grandstand all went, oh, will it work, won't it work? But nice way to finish the week. It's not always so easy. The competition's good. Is there someone you'd like to thank while we're here?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my parents, Daryl from Rotax, and obviously you as well. I'd like to say thank you to everyone at the team, and yeah.
That's nice. So, something to celebrate. You missed out on the ticket this year, but you're here, and I think you can look back and watch it on the live stream. But really cool race. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to grab the master, and of course, as masters do, Moritz, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I was about to say, as the masters do, they're all talking and chatting. I mean, it's like the Micromax class. All you guys get on really well.
No, it's,
they're all congratulating each other.
yes, that's a great thing about the master category is because we all, we're all a little bit older, a little bit less testosterone, and we're all here to have a good time. And for me, it was the first time to drive the E20, and it's different than a two-stroke, but it is a lot of fun. It is definitely a lot of fun, especially with, there are some very familiar names in this category, so I'm very happy to win this one. And now let's see how the little man does.
That's right, your son's also racing, so I guess now you're going to get nervous.
I'm getting goosebumps just by you saying it. So now we'll probably have one drink now to celebrate, and then full focus on Sam. So, but really happy to be here, and thank you for Rotax for having the vision to come up with this. With this series, it is a lot of fun for you guys out there.
Yeah. Congratulations. We'll see you at the podium anyway, won't we?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. These guys congratulating each other. Of course, now we're going to get ready, check out some of our partners, and we'll see you back on the grid.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level. Coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing, Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the one-make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
The last time Maurice Knoppers stood on a Grand Finals podium was in 2008 in DD2 Masters when he finished third while he represented the United Arab Emirates. We go from the oldest to the youngest. Micromax. There is Luke Millwood and there is Shuo Ting Chang. Two different ways of preparing for this race. I was chatting to Shuo Ting, or Felix is his English name, but Shuo Ting is his Chinese name. Chatting to him at breakfast, him and his mum and his dad were there. He looked quite calm at breakfast.
He seemed super confident in the interview after the race. I must say, he's got his confidence there. He reckons he's got this handled.
Yep, I think that maybe some nerves have set in now. Let's remind you that Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan have got one Grand Finals podium. It was in E20, it was a third place finish in Portimao. And yet, now in not one of the main classes, that's not fair, but in one of the grassroots classes, the traditional Rotax classes, they now stand on with a chance of doing it again. Jen Wade is about to greet our Micromax drivers as they head out onto the grid. Take it away, Jen.
Okay, for everyone at home, don't run away. If you're going to the bathroom, go now. We're starting a little bit earlier. See if we can, Ramiro just informed me, the race director. So yeah, that's good because it's going to be hot. Let's have a look who's here. There's Felix. Hi, Felix. How are you?
Good.
Good. Ready for a good race?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, there's Felix. Of course, he was carrying our onboard camera yesterday for some really cool pictures. Got Luke here. Hey, how are you?
I'm feeling very good. I've got a race ahead. Hopefully my British teammate can hopefully push me away. But other than that, it's defend, maybe a tiny bit, but you just got to drive.
You know, it's been a fun week though, hasn't it? You've done really, really well. There can only be one winner, but in the end, everyone here's a champion.
I just have to stay to the inside. Hopefully there's no gap behind me like there was last time. So then he'll have to figure it out the hard way because I know he's a very good competitor. Over there I probably would have held it in a bit more if it was for the victory, but there was no need. I would have been starting on pole as it is.
That's right, and you're going to have a great race and it's going to be lots of fun with all these great drivers here in Micro.
We just go. There's nothing else. If you decide to defend, then it's just going to be a big queue behind you. You're going to have way more people in the battle for the victory, and they can go wrong very easily with more drivers.
You better get in your car now. We'll be watching and cheering you on with all the other boys and girls. See you. There he goes. Okay, now Luke's been a front runner. Tristram Oman's son here, Austin. For anyone that doesn't know, Tristram, your dad, was actually at the first Grand Finals 25 years ago in Puerto Rico. I asked him, does he know what happened? And he said, no, I don't remember, because he's a bit nervous about you racing.
Yeah, 25 years ago, he was at Puerto Rico, and then now I'm here.
Now you're here and he's, I think, a lot more nervous than I've ever seen him. Do you think he's nervous?
Not really. He's been chilled for the last few hours, so yeah.
Yeah, he's been chilled for a few hours. You having fun, Austin?
Yeah, just hoping to win it.
Okay. Enjoy the race. We'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jacobus, I'm going to push down the order a little so we don't miss out on seeing the kids here. Elia. There's Jan. Hi, Jan. Czech Republic. One of our South African drivers here on the left as well, Matthew. Emilius, all the way from Lithuania. I guess a little bit warmer. Pedro, somewhere. He's usually, oh, there he is, right at the front. Wishing Luke Millward good luck and, oh, high five with the race director, so he's missing in action. Hi, Timon. Okay, and Padapol over here on your left from Thailand. He's already got his Porsche sticker on his helmet, so obviously he's got some dreams to race another one-make series in Thailand. And of course, one of our Polish drivers, Jan Nixon from New Zealand. Give us a big wave, Nixon. Everyone staying up late at home in New Zealand. Lucian, another one of our UK drivers. Connor from Germany. Hi, Connor. Good luck. Hey, Alex. Would you like to say hi to everyone at home in Lebanon?
Hi, Lebanon.
Good luck. Enjoy the race. and do your best.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hi to everyone at home in Lebanon. I know Christopher Gali and his family are also watching. All our friends. Bruno from Chile, running around here with a few dads and mechanics. Cameron, how are you?
Good.
Good. Would you like to say hi to anyone at home in the USA?
Probably some people in Canada.
Yeah. Some people in Canada. Anyone else watching?
No.
Okay, everyone watching, all the fans, they're looking forward to some good racing. Are you having fun here in Italy with all the kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great week, hasn't it? Okay, we wish you luck. Alrighty, so Andreas, also missing. There he is, somewhere up there along the grid. One of our Danish drivers, Robin. Robin had a little bit of a challenging day yesterday, so hopefully today's a little bit better luck. Kimmy's just giving him a few tips before we go. How are you going?
Good?
Yes. Yeah. Having fun?
Yes.
Yeah. Good luck. Thank you. Alrighty. Illis, I know he's not speaking much English. Hi to everyone in Finland.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you enjoying the racing in Italy?
Huh?
You enjoying the racing in Italy? It's fun?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a little bit warm. Okay, we've got to get ready to get off the grid shortly. But we're almost to the back of the grid. Ito, ohayou gozaimasu?
Gozaimasu.
Genki desu ka?
Yes.
Yes, good. He said he's good. We're good. Kenji, how's everything?
Okay.
Okay, a little bit of a challenge, but it's a long race.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but do his best.
Okay, hi to everyone in Japan. It's really an international grid in the micros. Alrighty, Team UAE as well. So everyone watching at Team UAE. And we're going to go to an ad. I'm going to get off the grid and sit back and enjoy the racing.
Thank you very much, Jen. You can see the Falcon on the UAE race suits. I have to make an apology. I miscalled it an eagle yesterday. I knew as I was saying it, it wasn't. It's the Falcon from UAE. So I hope that I'm not in Mrs. Kakati's bad books anymore. This class started in 2016 as a main Rotax Grand Finals class here in Sarno. On that day, Diego Larocque beat Robert Hahn and Chris Hannon. Since that day, we have had wins for France with Luis Iglesias. We have wins for a second win for USA with Brent Cruz. New Zealand won here in Sarno with Jay Irwin. Then Nikita Lubimov was our champion in 2021 for Estonia. Martin the Mustang Marquez won for Portugal in 2022. And last year, it was Team UK's Jensen Chalk beating Andreas Kjellerup from Denmark, who was in this field today. They're the youngest drivers. Kyle Lawrence, Luke Millwood said if you start defending, it becomes one big long train.
Yeah, look, I must say, they are the youngest.
Yes.
But they were the best with the mic.
They were superb. Now, before we go any further, on the fourth row of the grid, Matthew Shuttleworth for South Africa. Everyone racing for South Africa today is racing with a heavy heart. Please tell us why.
Yeah, unfortunately, we lost one of our, we call him the Nono of karting in South Africa, Giovanni Piazzamuso, a massive character in South African motorsport. A lot of us that are in the industry have a lot to owe to him. Wesi Orr, myself, Leroy Poulter, Cristiano Magado, we've all come through his doors at one stage or another.
And of course, his son, Claudio Piazzamuso, a former winner of senior Rotax in the grand finals back in 2021, let's not forget.
Yeah, a big supporter of Rotax back home and a big supporter of us as drivers. And he did a lot of good for the sport and got a lot of drivers with real talent where they needed to be and to the world stage. And I think he could be thanked for a lot of the world championships that we have towards the South African name.
Yeah, South Africa, 14 grand final victories in their history. A lot of those came when Claudio Piazzamutz's father, Giovanni, was part of the paddock. And certainly he was instrumental in building South Africa as one of the greatest nations in the history of this event. And he will be much missed. And I know that, there's a lot of South Africans. They're racing with something extra in their hearts.
Yeah, let's all go do this for Papa G, Giovanni Piazzamusso, and do something good for him.
And his scooter around the paddock.
His scooter around the paddock. Well known here. You spent a lot of time in Italy and got a couple of drivers their tickets to the World Finals from Italy as well.
Okay, here we go. The mechanics clear the grid. We look at Shuo Ting Chang. The USA are the only nation with 2 wins in this class. Let's go racing in Micromax. Here we are then, ladies and gentlemen. From the United Kingdom, Luke Millward sits on pole position. From Chinese Taipei, Shuo Ting Chang, it's their highest ever grid position in a grand finals. Austin Oman from the United Kingdom and Jokubas Maskelis from Lithuania start on row number 2. Ilya Matso from Kyrgyzstan and the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, go from row number 3. Jan Dostal from the Czech Republic and Matthew Shuttleworth from South Africa go from row number 4. Our camera cart, Pedro Campos from Brazil and Emilis Jodzaitis from Lithuania start on row number 5. Timon Gorgic from Slovenia and Patapol Kyokanjanasat from Thailand are on row number 6. From New Zealand, Nixon Cripps and from Poland, Jan Wozniak share row number 7. Lucian Smith from the United Kingdom and Connor Haufer from Germany go from row number 8. Bruno Ignacio Miranda Pacheco from Chile and Alex Noah Muhabhab from Lebanon are on row number 9. Cam Becker from the USA and last year's runner-up Andreas Kellerup from Denmark on row 10. Chinafat Vedjabuti from Thailand and Robin Raikkonen representing Switzerland are next. Then it's Elis Mankonen from Finland and Dominic Vieira-Roa from Colombia. Achilles Peruzzi from the United Arab Emirates and Ito Shibazaki from Japan are on row number 13. Niki Naruhito Tumasa from the Netherlands and Mateus Tornai from Slovakia are on row 14. Row 15, Austria's Mateus Drexler and Joaquin Kishimoto Chu from Peru. Juan Cruz de Vancenz from Argentina and Vicente Capella from Portugal start on the next row. Yutaka Sonoda from the USA and Jesse Moonen from Belgium on the penultimate row. Anna Macklem, the only female in the race, she starts on row 18 from Austria alongside Bahrain's Tariq Soufi, who was fortunate enough to meet Tariq's mother and his sister yesterday after the post-race show. I wanted to just say hello to everyone in Bahrain on behalf of Tariq, who's having a fantastic time and he's hoping to do Bahrain proud. So we head on to our formation lap, Kyle Lawrence, 10 laps.
Yeah, these drivers obviously not doing a standing start. It's,
Nope.
it's a rolling start for the micros. For those of you who are joining and watching the grand finals for the first time, this is for drivers from the age of 8 to 11.
Yes, Pedro Campos. The day before qualifying took place, he barrel rolled his kart and I went to the hospital, came back, put it on pole and starts this one from the top 10. The United States have had 2 wins in this class. The United Kingdom, Portugal, France, New Zealand and Estonia all have 1 win. Netherlands, Croatia, Belgium, Spain and Lithuania have been on the podium, as have Denmark, Japan and Austria. Masinas is the only Lithuanian to stand on the podium in this class. And of course, Martin Marquez, his victory in Portimao on home soil remains Portugal's only Grand Finals victory. The UK became the first nation to get 50 Grand Final podiums last year. Will they add a 51st in these next 10 laps? Luke Millward, on the left-hand side of your screen, the plain white crash helmet, leads the field round. The grandstands full, pensive, eyes watching, hearts pounding, nails being bitten, engine notes begin to rise.
Nice and slow start from Millward. It'll work for him in the pre-final, so he's trying it again now. He's going to keep it nice and slow just before the 90-meter mark. And as he gets there, he's going to want to look for that accelerator, get to an even pace, but hopefully build a gap into turn 2. Here we go now. He's hit the light pedal. He started accelerating. He's got a gap. First row, he's got a good gap. Second row, we've got 3 going with. The lights are out. We are racing. We've got him through the start with no incident. We're going to go through turn 1, though. Into turn... Whoa!
And a big incident further back in the pack. I can see Cam Becker is one of them. We've got Achilles Peruzzi out of his cart and in a little bit of discomfort as he tries to stand up there. 4 drivers out of the race already. I think Anna Macholm is one of them, the Lebanese driver, but I have a feeling that this race, red flag. Cam Becker is there in cart number 3, and our camera cart is somewhere in the barriers, or is that just the camera? We're not quite sure. I think it might just be the camera, I will have to say. So first things first, we will say, okay, Cameron Becker is standing next to his car. Oh, such a shame for the American driver. Anna Macholm, she is also standing next to her cart. Achilles Peruzzi is sat talking to one of the medics. She is talking to Martha, our medic, in the middle of the circuit. So he is out of his cart. He is sat there talking on the circuit to the medic. 3 drivers. I couldn't see the 4th driver involved who was pulled away, but the Cam Becker walking away. Anna Macholm standing, I think a little bit of discomfort, but she's just waiting. Cam Becker is absolutely fine. Achilles Peruzzi, I can see team members from Team UAE down by the pits. He is up and talking, or he's kneeling, sitting on the track and talking. It's very important that we sort of say to the family members watching back home, like I know Achilles' mum is here, I've seen his dad as well, but there'll be family members watching back home. Our chief paramedic, Martha, is there with Achilles, who is moving around and chatting, obviously in a little bit of discomfort. Everybody else is fine. Ramiro Brito, the race director, is over. The carts have stopped on the rolling lap now.
There's Pedro.
That is Pedro Campos walking away. So our camera car, Pedro Campos, also out of the race. He is walking away as well. Kyle Lawrence, what else can you see?
It looks like the exit of turn 5. I think something must have happened there.
Yes, it looks like the exit of turn 5. Do we know what happened with the camera card?
I'm not seeing anything. Well, it might have... Hopefully that they can get that car back. It is a new race now. It was only on the first lap that it was red flag, so they will start as a new race. So any of those cars can rejoin should the drivers be okay.
There is Pedro Campos's cart nosed into the barriers. That is at the exit of turn number 6. Okay, Achilles Peruzzi is being assisted into the back of an ambulance. There is Pedro. I saw him and his dad this morning giving me a high five. He was so happy that he was here. Anna Macholm is coming back into the paddock now, the young lady. There is a look at the remaining drivers. Couldn't see what happened. It was just behind the front group, but the number 35 cart, Alex Noah Mohabghab, from Lebanon. You can see him there with the bolt of lightning on his crash helmet. He, I think, also was one driver that spun going into the first corner. Now, the ambulance, the Achilles Peruzzi, whose older brother Leonidas is going out in Minimax later on. Achilles is in the back of the ambulance and is taken away. I think he was holding his ankle a little bit, and he certainly didn't want to stand up, but he was communicating absolutely fine with the paramedics, so I don't want his family back home to be alarmed like that. We now look at the start-finish street. On the left-hand side of your screen, Cam Becker, I'm assuming, is now walking towards Ramiro Brito, who you can see in the tall figure in the black T-shirt, just behind, I think it's Cody Schindel, one of the camera crews there with the orange press tabard on. I'm assuming that Cam Becker's first question will be, can I go back out? Yes, he goes up to Ramiro Brito. I don't know what the procedure is. He's having that discussion. You can see Cam Becker there. Now, does he run back towards his cart? Does he take his crash helmet off? The ruling normally is if your cart is not running at the time of a red flag, you don't go back out. If it is a completely new race, then do we have the opportunity? Oh, I can see Cam Becker walking back across the circuit now, and the signals there saying no, sorry. So, Cam Becker, Pedro Campos, Anna Macholm and Achilles Peruzzi will not take the restart. And there, and look at the course, with these the youngest drivers, instantly now, of course, you've got Tristan Oman, you've got Joe Millward, you've got Josh Cook's dad there, you've got Lucian Smith's dad, the four British drivers in the race all standing together. There is the team from Jan Wozniak, Austria's there, Anna Macholm's, mechanic is leaving, is Cam Becker's mechanic heading down. Race Liberante has been looking after Cam Becker and Gage Korn all week.
Gage Korn obviously mentoring Cam Becker as well.
Yes. And now there is a look at one of the... but that's the old grandstand. So provisionally, that was my commentary box, just behind that white door. That is where I used to commentate from here before the redesign. Now we have members of the paddock heading towards the carts. Now, I think that might be... well, let's have a little look there. There's certainly... somebody trying to check whether or not what the procedure is. Obviously, the timetable, we were running a little bit ahead. Now we'll be going a little bit behind schedule. Kyle Lawrence, what does this do to a driver? How do they react to this? Obviously, there were several of the carts caught up in that incident. They'll be looking to see if their cart is okay, if it's undamaged. And they'll be asking the race director, what is the procedure? What am I allowed to do and what am I not allowed to do?
Yeah, it looks like it affects from the mid-pack down. A lot of drivers having to reshuffle and move their carts around.
Yes.
But as a driver, you've been involved in an incident like that, you've got them going again, you're moving, the cart's moving, you're on track. You have a couple of corners just to feel what it might be.
Yes.
Is it something that I can contend with, I can still circulate, I can still do reasonably well with it? Or is it something that's going to hamper me to the point that it's dangerous for me to continue?
Yes. Now, looking to see what happened. Well, Alex Noah Mohabghab was starting on row number 9. Cam Becker was starting on row number 10. Achilles Peruzzi was on row number 13. And Anna Macholm was on row number 18. So one would assume that Becker and Mohabghab sort of had some sort of coming together through turn number 1. Achilles Peruzzi was a little bit behind, couldn't react in time and piled into the wreckage. And then Anna Macholm at the back went off and hit the outside barriers. While we rejig the starting order, when we do get going again, it will be a full regrid. Let's have a word with a couple of our advertising partners.
So tell me, why do you fly? Well,
okay, that's super great. That's super interesting.
Well, I always wanted to learn to fly, always, from a young age. When you're up in the air, the only thing you're thinking about is flying. You don't think about anything else.
There's a feeling of independence and complete and total responsibility for my life. And that's an amazing feeling. My hope is that I can fly until I'm at least 90.
There's this mixture of excitement and this great unknown.
Der erste Moment ist vergisst, glaube ich, kein Pilot.
Es una cosa mágica.
C'est ma passion.
It's very hard to teach. That's almost natural. It has to be.
Everybody's special, and most pilots are really good guys and helpful and honest.
No, my Trinity. You can tell with everybody who loves flying, there's this spark in their eyes when they talk about it.
I think it probably is that family feeling, that community, that you're not alone out there.
If there's one community that really brings together all ages, it's aviation.
You sure you don't want to keep talking about planes?
Here they come, brother. Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're seeing some carts being brought back,
Yes,
obviously
no.
for the race director to inspect.
Yes, now there's the 34 cart of Anna Macholm. They're being told no uncertain terms. You can see you can see Sarah Roby, one of the stewards at the side there. She is there now. Anna Macholm needed medical attention, so I can see why her mechanic was possibly a bit keen. But there's some damage to that cart. Cam Becker's cart has also gone back to the grid. Pedro Campos's cart has not. Now that is somewhere over yonder on the track, and it looks as though Pedro will not take the restart. Let's have a look. So the green flag waves again for a second rolling lap. Let's take you through the starting lineup once again. Luke Millward and Shuo Ting Chang on the front row. Austin Oman and Joachimus Vasquez on row 2. Row 3, Ilya Matzo and Joshua Cook. Jan Dostal and Matthew Shuttleworth are on row number 4. Then we have Pedro Campos is not out there, so Emilis Josaitis is on his own in row number 5. Timon Gurgic and Patapol Kyokanjanasat on row number 6. Nixon Cripps and Jan Wozniak on row number 7. Row number 8 is Lucian Smith and Connor Haufer. Then Bruno Miranda Pacheco and Alex Noah on row number 9. Cam Becker is out there, cart and damage. Maybe he was just behind the collision. And Andres Keller up on row 10. Chinafat Vejabuti and Robin Raikkonen on row 11. Elis Mankanen and Dominic Vieira on row number 8. We haven't got Achilles Peruzzi, obviously. Ito Shibazaki all on his own on row number 13. Nikki Naruhito Tomase and Matthias Torniai, the only driver with a female mechanic here this year. They're next, Matthias Dreckler and Joaquin Kishimoto Chui on row number 15. Juan Cruz Davaxens and Vincenzo Capella are next. Then it's Yutaka Sonoda and Jesse Moonen. We don't have Anna Malcolm, but we do have Tariq Sufi at the back. So 33 drivers, by my calculation, will take a full restart, 10 racing laps.
Luke Millward now doing his usual slow it right down. He's hoping that the competitors around him get into the gas pedal too hard and end up flooding the motors, and so it does bog the cart down. They can't get a decent start. So he's hoping that can allow him just to get a bit of a breathing room. We know how quick this class can turn into a train, but right now he's getting ready over the 90-meter mark. This is where he can accelerate and find a pace. Out the tram lines already, though. There was a driver before. The lights are out, though, and we are racing. Shooting Chang coming across, trying to get in behind Millward, but he hasn't. He's managed to get back into third, though. Into turn 2 we go, and no mess through turn 1 this time. Around the outside, trying to see who that is. That looks like the Cookie Master trying to make his way around the outside. Matthew Shuttleworth as well, back into the mid-pack, though. Cart number 30, making up 2 or 3 places there.
Yeah,
that
the number 30
is
cart was
Bruno Pacheco.
Bruno Ignacio Miranda Pacheco from Chile to give him his full title. But here we go then, up towards turn number 6 for the first time. Everyone round the first half a lap cleanly. Millward leading from Chang. There's now Shuo Ting Chang takes the lead. Millward gets Freight Train back to 4th, make that back to 5th. As Austin Oman, Jokobus Varselis and Ilya Matso from Kyrgyzstan move through. And now Austin Oman takes the race lead. Shuo Ting Chang just ran a bit wide there, left the door open. Maybe that could have been tactical. Who knows?
To me, that looked like it was intentional. He moved right out the way to ensure that that pass didn't hurt him. He didn't want to go further down the freight train. And that has given him a bit of a gain as 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way down to 15th. Fight amongst themselves.
Here we go then, end of lap number 1. Austin Oman leads from Shuo Ting Chang, Ilya Matso, Joshua Cook, Jokobus Vasquez and Matthew Shuttleworth up into the top 6 for South Africa as the number 12 cart of Ilya Matso runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 2. Now, Shuo Ting Chang side by side with Oman coming out of turn 5. That hasn't quite worked. Further back, side-by-side action there, and that looks like the number 23 got Luke Millward has fallen back, our pole sitter, to about 10th position, it looks like. Further back, and the 24 and the 9, that was Jan Dostal from the Czech Republic and Jan Wozniak from Poland coming together. But Austin Oman has the lead, Kyle.
Yeah, Luke Millward was unfortunate to get absolutely drilled by that train. It just went straight past him down to 5th, and he just kept falling down. These 3 at the front, though, settling in. And Matthew Shuttleworth trying to go around the outside there. A bit of contact. He's in the grass. He's managed to keep it on, but 2 other carts off into the grass behind him.
Yes, I couldn't quite see who they were. We'll check now. One of them was Luke Millward. Millward and Lucian Smith, 2 of the British drivers, falling back there at turn number 12. Our pole sitter has dropped right back, and as I look round, our pole sitter is in about 30th position. Luke Millward's chances have gone, but it is, and who was that coming into the pit lane I saw as well with damage? It was Vincenzo Capella, I think. Millward is 29th, Lucian Smith is 31st, and Alex Noah Mughabghab is 32nd.
We had a cart, 2 trains of 3. We're going to end up with 2 trains of 6. Very, very quickly, the bump draft in this class, absolutely massive.
Yeah, looking back, big movers. Connor Haufer from 16th to 8th. Cam Becker from 19th to 11th. Robin Raikkonen from 22nd to 12th. And we've now got a gaggle at the front. 2, 4, 5 drivers, nose to tail, as they cross the start-finish line. Make that 6 drivers. Then a gap back to Patapol Kukanjanasat in 7th. So the lead group, 2 British drivers, 2 Lithuanians, 1 driver from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, and 1 driver from Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan have never set foot on a grand final podium before either. Can Ilias Matzo do the job? We're looking at Robin Raikkonen there in the number 27 kart. Raikkonen has made a great start, and he is trying to push Conor Haufer up towards the lead. No, he's not. He's passing Conor Haufer.
Great move down the inside. Didn't lose too much time. The cutback wasn't an option. So now he can get his head down and move forward. Keep this drive going. Keep getting through the groups before the gaps between them get way too big.
Yes, because look at this group of 6 at the front, led by Shuo Ting Chang, followed by Austin Oman. Oman to the inside. Is that Oman? Oh no, that looks like Joshua Cook to the inside. The Cookie Monster takes the lead in kart number 2, the international trophy winner this year. Oh, Oman now behind him. Can the 2 British drivers work together? They've got 2 Lithuanians, Zhuozaitis and Vaskelis. They will try and hook up and work together as well. And there goes Chang to the inside, back into P3.
Yeah, there we just saw an exact example of how powerful the bump draft was. But we did have 6 karts working together to get away from the pack. We now have the 2 Brits in front, helping each other to try and get away from this chasing pack of shooting Chang, Vaskelis, and Iozatis.
Yeah, there's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screens. You can see Jokubas Vaskelis signaling, but then he tries to go to the outside. That's not going to help this chasing group out. Austin Oman is locked onto Josh Cook's rear bumper like a limpet. He is not going to move away from that rear bumper. If I know Austin, he is going to drive smart. And if I know Josh, he is also going to drive smart. They're going to wait till the last lap and a bit to fight it out. Team UK, 1 and 2, trying to defend their title from last year. Jensen Chalk won it last year, but you can see the signals. They're all now thinking to themselves, we've got to go, because it's lap number 6 out of 10. And if you don't work together now, you will not catch the 2 leaders, as Robin Raikkonen sets the fastest lap. He has cracked the top 10. Cam Becker has cracked the top 10. He's up into 8th place. Nixon Cripps is 9th for New Zealand. Thailand is 7th. Kellerup is 11th. Then Haufer, Wozniak, Dostal, Gorgic, Shuttleworth, Tomase, Pacheco, Vejabuti, Drexler. That's your top 20.
There's a little bit of trust now going on between Chang and Vaskelis. He's telling Vaskelis push. Vaskelis isn't looking for the pass, and Chang isn't defending. So the 2 of them now doing a great job, really, to get back into the race for this, the final. Only the last lap counts. Only the first person of the line is going to be the grand final winner.
Check the gap on the scoring pylon on the left-hand side of your screen. It's 0.684 of a second between 3rd and the race leader. That gap will shrink exponentially now, because Chang, Vaskelis, Iozatis and Mazzo are hooked up. Here they come. Chinese Taipei and Taiwan and Lithuania have joined the front 2. It's now a back of 4 for the race lead.
3 laps to go now. We've got 4 drivers fighting for the grand final win. But let's not forget about Iozatis and Mazzo. They are just behind this. If they settle down, these 4 start fighting, we're going to have 6 karts here for the grand final win.
Yes, indeed. Iozatis and Ilya Masso, they are there in 5th and 6th. A big, big aching gap back to the next group. Cripps, Becker, Raikkonen and Kyrkanjanasat are there behind. Then there's another big gap back to Kellerup and the rest. So 4 drivers. That will become 6. There is a gap of 2.5 seconds behind Matzo before we get to Nixon Cripps. New leader, Austin Oman. Cook goes from first to fourth in one corner.
Yeah, the party's going to start now. This is where we're going to start seeing them move around. They know they've got gaps between these 6 and the rest. They know they're not going to turn this into a smaller group. But Chang's having different ideas. He's not looking for a pass. He's looking to push. He's looking to repeat what he did in the pre-final as Cook goes down the inside now of Vasquez.
Yep, Joshua Cook back into the top 3 at the expense of Jokubas Vasquez. Shuo Ting Chang sits behind Austin Oman. I know there is a large group of people watching back in Taiwan and Chinese Taipei, and they are now watching their youngest grand finalist take the lead in Micromax with less than 3 laps to go.
This is not where I want to be leading. This is not where I want to be leading. With this few laps to go, you don't want to be leading a train like this. No one has gone from first to second. Everyone has gone from first to fourth.
But now, what Luke Millward said on the dummy grid, and our pole sitter, Luke Millward, is still back in 28th position. He said, if you just white line and defend, then you can possibly hang on. 2 laps to go. Now it's time. What has Shuo Ting Chang learnt this year? Well, he's learnt that if you get Josh Cook behind you, you have got some waft to try and push away.
Yeah, Chang getting in front of him now, but the Cookie Master looking like he's getting ready to cook. He's looking for a way past already. There's only 2 laps to go. He's got a little bit of a gap. Is it time to lead now, or are we going to wait for another lap?
Well, 1.1 seconds separate the top 6. There is Austin Oman at the back of this lead group. And there goes Josh Cook back to the race lead. Chang doesn't defend, slots back in behind. He will now go from the push E to the push E. Lithuania, 3rd and 4th. Vasquez and Zhoidaitis in that order are right there. Oman is now back into 5th. No, it is Matzo in 5th. Oman's going to get a good run here. Look at Austin Oman. Takes a wide line into turn number 12. Now, can he get any sort of track position? No, he can't. And here comes the next group of drivers, because Cripps, Raikkonen, Kulkanjana and Kellerup are closing in. What has happened to Cam Becker? He slipped back to 13th position. Now it's game on. 1 lap to go. Cook leads from Chang, from the number 25 of Vasquez. Then it's Zhoidaitis, Matzo and Oman. 6 for the win in Micromax.
Cook is going to glue himself to the white line now. We've seen some drivers go around the outside here. Is Shooting Chang going to be brave enough to try it with all those carts behind him? He's not. He opens up the... Whoa! Big slide down the inside.
Matzo went to the inside on Zhoidaitis, and they clattered into each other. We're down to 3. Oman in 4th position was able to scuttle through, but it's Cook from Chang, from Vasquez, from Oman. 3 corners to go. Britain on the precipice. Taiwan about to try and make a little bit of history. Here comes Vasquez. Watch for Oman. But it's going to be a drag race. It's going to be Joshua Cook by 700ths from Shuo Ting Chang, who takes Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan's greatest ever grand final finish. Lithuania in 3rd place. There is the Lithuanian crowd, and Jokubas Vasquez, he matches Mahos Masinas's podium performance in this class from 2 years ago, and 0.2 of a second separate the top 4. Austin Oman misses out on a podium by 0.07 of a second. Emilius Zhoidaitis is 5th. Nixon Cripps for New Zealand is 6th. Thailand 7th with Patapol Kulkanjanasat. Robin Raikkonen went from 22nd to 8th. Timon Gurgic, a great drive from the number 15 driver from Slovenia to finish 9th. Last year's runner-up Andreas Kjellerup from Denmark is 10th. Jan Dostal 11th. Cam Becker from the grass to 12th. Good gutsy drive from Cam Becker, Drexler, Haufer, Tomase, Miranda Pacheco, Shuttleworth, Wozniak, Chu, and then sadly at the back of the pack, disappointment on the last lap. Ilya Matzo down in 25th position. Luke Millward 28th. It wasn't meant to be for those drivers, and the checks go through. Unofficially, Joshua Cook gives Team UK their 51st Grand Finals podium, their 17th overall victory. Could we see Team UK reach 20 Grand Finals victories here today? South Africa remains second in the medals table, and Shuo-Ting Chang takes Chinese Taipei's best ever result. And there are a lot of people thanking a gentleman by the name of Roger Young for his investment in the sport in Chinese Taipei. I've been getting messages from the United Kingdom from people that have gone over there, Ragnar Vieras, Mark Kimber, Mark Baines, people like that who have gone over to Asia. There's Joshua Cook. There's the Cookie Monster, the international trophy champion, got his ticket at Le Mans this year, is now a Grand Final champion, and Lithuania back on the podium. Let's have a look back at some highlights of that fantastic race. Well, the second start was a lot better than the aborted first one, and Kyle Lawrence, you know, the tone was set early. Luke Millward, though, it started going wrong there when he dropped to 5th, and then it just got worse. But, you know, everyone knows the name Luke Millward now.
Yeah, to start on pole at a final is no short feat. He's had a lot of front-running wins and drives this weekend, so he's definitely put it out there. But these kids really showing a masterclass of how to race hard, but race clean.
Yes, indeed. Joe, Luke Millward's dad, put up a post saying no matter what happens from this point onwards, we're just really proud of what Luke has done, and that is easily true. It broke down to a group of 6. It broke down to Cook and Oman, Vaskelis and Vaskelis and Iozaitis, and also with Chang and Ilya Matzo from Kyrgyzstan. As the race boiled down to it, after that incident between Iozaitis and Matzo, that was the run to the line. Your winning margin, 7/100ths of a second.
Yeah, Matzo, unfortunately, he was moving around and trying to find some space, and as he was moving, he kind of just locked the brakes over the bump, and unfortunately unsettled the cart. He did really, really well to avoid as much contact as possible, so great driving from him. And he's just the thought process, the thinking through the race, letting through a pass instead of fighting it. Great maturity from all these youngsters.
Now, of course, these are the youngest members of the family here in Rotax. There will be emotions, both good and bad at the end. You tend to forget. You watch a race like that, and then you look at the drivers. This is an adult sport. Most of the competitors happen to be children. And there's Technical Director Ernie Salmon giving Josh Cook and Jen Wade will come over. Josh remembers to zip his race suit up, and we'll be getting a word with the Cookie Monster very shortly. And you can see there the negative side of Team UK having a predominantly white race suit this year, because there's lots of oil and dirt and grime that gets put on these race suits over the course of the week. Very smart, but the dry cleaners in the UK will do well when the drivers go back from having these white race suits. A quick word about Lithuania. A very strong result for them. We'll get back to Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan after we speak to our newest Grand Finals champion, Joshua Cook.
Joshua Cook, what a fantastic race, but what about being the champion? Congratulations.
Thank you. What a feeling.
What are you feeling? I mean, it's so exciting. The race was really to the end, was a nail biter, lots of action. But what are you feeling now?
Enjoyment, excitement, and a massive thanks to my dad as well.
Yeah, I think your dad was just about jumping off the grandstand. Of course, you're the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner, aren't you?
Yeah, and that was in Le Mans.
Yeah. And that's how you won your ticket, and that's why you're here, and there's your dad, look, he's watching.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to let you go, get your go-kart, weigh in, we're going to go for lunch, and we're going to see you at the podium.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break, but yeah, stay tuned, and we'll see you shortly for some more racing. Here with Stefan Gruber. Now, Stefan, you are the manager of the Rotax kart racing business there in Austria.
Jenny. Nice
Big
to
job.
meet you again.
Nice to meet you. Always nice to meet you.
I agree.
Run into you often here in the paddock, in many paddocks, so heavily involved, I guess, with Rotax karting. But this event, Stefan, 25 years, we're here at the grand finals. You know, it's the highlight of the season for Rotax racing and on the karting calendar, I think, for me and for many people. So, yeah, congratulations also. Fantastic event, as usual. But I want to know, and this is a question that I was thinking about, how does this event and what you're doing reflect those, I guess, values and ambitions of Rotax?
Look, when you enter this venue and when you see how the spirit of our customers come across, I think this is one of our values, because we really want to, how do you say, people to help to have a great story to tell at home when they go home and they never forget. And I think this is what we can reach as a value with this event. As you said it, you know, it's a team have to work on this for all over a year, even sometimes for 2 years if it's outside Europe. But it's also for the customers working a year, you know, to find the tickets won.
Yes.
And this is a challenge. And we keep this because this, I think, makes it so special, and this generates those spirits what they bring finally at home.
Yes, it does. There is that hunt for the tickets constantly ongoing. I was just thinking about that too when you said, you know, even the amount of work that goes into this event, not only from Rotax, but from all the partners and chassis partners, always thinking about
and
next
also from
year.
the customers, the
and the
commitment,
customers.
the families, the
Yes.
moms, the dads.
It's a huge commitment.
It's a huge commitment, and we really appreciate this. Seriously,
It's not just one week.
I totally agree.
But I guess when you think about it, I mean, it's really created for motorsport. It's quite iconic. It's something really unique and special. And I know, having worked alongside BRP Rotax, supporting karting for so many years, that it's about making karting and motorsport, in a sense, more accessible to people. So it doesn't matter if they're like club racers or professional, more professional, semi-professional, if they're teams or groups, you know. So I suppose that's something interesting to hear more about. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, we have many thoughts about this, because this is where Rotax actually started, you know, accessible karting. Currently, obviously, we can also provide some very high profile racing with the Grand Final here, with the international racing within our Rotax Max Challenge. But as you said, you know, we are heavily working not only in the biggest monobrand race series of Rotax, where we have already 25,000 active drivers. It's a number, wow. It's really the biggest monobrand race series. But we think there is so many people here on this planet not knowing about that this could be my activity on the weekend with friends, where I have my stories to tell. And this is what we are working about, and we call it as a vision, motorsport for all. It's a big headline. It's really a big headline, but I think we could generate some, how do you say, programs like Rotax Racing Club, which is an arrive and drive program where you really use the same engines actually on a junior base, where customers can come and can get their first contacts to a two-stroke racing, and the organize everything around, and the entry barrier is much smaller. Or we also have products like the 10, I think we already talked about this. But I think very valuable also to mention is the Rotax Tracks. The Rotax Tracks is a product, is a GPS tracker, where you can just go with your friends on a racetrack. You have all the data, lap time, and you can make your race immediately by digital. And I think this is also the future, and this enables many people to enter the sport.
How do you find out more about these initiatives and products and everything? Where will people be able to find that information? On the website in the future? And I mean, I can't wait to read more about it. It sounds interesting.
Very, very, very good idea.
Yes.
Very good and important question. So actually we started here. We launched the product here with our distributors. You can see it already on live stream as well.
Okay.
We have done a landing page, and we will now feed our distributors with a gimmick. But also you will find it in your app shop. So it's available for Apple as well as for Android.
And it's Tracks.
And it's called Rotax Tracks.
How do I spell that?
Tracks. T-R-A-X.
T-R-A-X. Okay, have a look. On Google and Google Play and on the App Store.
You will find it
I
everywhere.
have to get it. After this interview, I'll download it.
You must.
Have a
And
look.
everybody has really fun on it, as we have tested it plenty times.
Okay. Have to see if any of my friends are on it. Otherwise, I have to download it. But, you know, 25 years of grand finals. We're bringing champions together from all around the world, celebrating their success. So, I mean, how important is this really to BRP Rotax and to you? And, you know, why is this event? And, you know, when you think about the future, it's always developing more talent. So what do you think it's
Yeah, what does came to my mind, you know, you said it already, it's global.
Yes.
First, it's family. I think this is very important to say. We have this big tent. When you go into this tent, it's excitement. It's this feeling I cannot tell you. You must be there, you know. It's really some energy.
We were in there.
But also for these guys who are obviously following. And finally, it's fairness, 100%. We bring 400 go-karts to this venue. We do everything what we can do to get it to the most fairest point. And I think we could achieve this year really a good result. On the engine side, the parity is immense, but also on the chassis side with our partners. And, you know, how to run the event from a sporting aspect, I think this is also major.
Yes, really important. But it's interesting. Now I start to think about different things and motorsport for all. So I guess we'll hear more about it.
For
Very
sure,
soon.
you know, we have a brave vision. Motorsport for all means that the dream of the person who follow maybe a formula race or whatever to become one day a racer.
Yeah.
This is what we want to answer with a product, with an event, with different things, and this is what my team is working on.
Fantastic. Sounds exciting. Thank
It
you
is
so
exciting.
much.
I love
Thank
my
you.
job.
I can imagine. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Stefan
Jenny.
Gruber. And I got to go. You've got to go because I know you're going to be watching the racing.
I want to enjoy the racing
Yes.
today. That's true.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And thank you.
We're gonna have a good time. Really a good time. Talking about good times. It's all about joy. A real good time. And having a good time. So let's get together. Really good times. We're gonna have some good times. Good times.
Here with Thomas Uhr, Thomas CTO from BRP, of course based in Canada now, formerly in Austria, but great to have you back at the Grand Finals again, Thomas.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now, of course, being involved with technology and of course we know a lot of the BRP products across the world, lots of fun, always powering that ultimate ride and everything. But at the same time, they've always been known for that high performance technology advancing. You know, how important is this now? And you know, when it comes to the future of BRP, what are you doing to introduce that? Everyone's looking for those sustainable solutions today. So I think it's a really interesting topic.
I think you made two important points, and one is innovation. So how important is technology for us? It is super important, and therefore we are spending a lot of money into innovation, into technology, in order to be top-notch for our customers. And when it comes to sustainable mobility, there are different ways of approaching it. And one of the ways is battery electric, but it's only one of the ways to have sustainable propulsion. And this is what we are researching on. What is the best solution for our customers in terms also of sustainable propulsion for our different segments where we are active in, which, you know, most of it is in power sport racing and all of these things, aircraft as well. And here, electric propulsion becomes a more important role than it was in the past. We are working here on, and you know, in racing for karts, we are working with the E20 since now I think 4 years actually, and it's quite a success. The reviews are very positive. People really pushing into this class that we created. And what you see here behind us is a little bit of the actual available products that we have with electric propulsion from snow to road. And this is not the end of the story. So there will be more. On the other hand, we are not making nonsense. So there are solutions where you want to have different means of propulsion, like internal combustion engines, and we will do the right thing at the right point. We are not dogmatic. We are not saying EV is everything. EV is one thing and a very nice solution. And here for us, for racing, it's quite something. And for me, I'm just a hobby racer, but for me, far too long and too heavy for that. But as a hobby racer, when you try the first time an E20, for me, it's more fun than with the internal combustion engine because you're concentrating on pure racing and you're not concentrating on how do I get the right torque to get out of the corner.
It's a completely different experience.
Absolutely.
And I know I had the pleasure here actually in Sano to try, and I know when any chance you have, you want to go fast and you're always trying the product. So yeah, so it has had also an impact, I guess, when we think about karting and leveling that playing field, like here at the Grand Finals, as you say, we saw it on track yesterday. But what about the Grand Finals? 25 years. How much do you think this has added to that development for young talent?
I mean, look at the lineup of race drivers in the Formula One. If you consider Formula One as being the highest and most advanced thing in racing, we have a number of drivers there, the very successful ones that started with Rotax cards. So it shows a little bit of the importance of this race series that we created. And I think what I personally like very much on it, when you go around here, you see families with their kids. You see 6-7-year-old kids with their parents. For me, it's always touching to see this, how they have this racing sport as a family sport and bringing new generations into racing. So even if they don't end up in Formula One, I think it's a super positive experience. And what I'm proud of as Rotax or BRP Rotax here, what we did in the last 25 years for this race series, it's the parity. So that you have really a chance to show how good you are as a racer. So it's not a matter, I mean, you have to have a little entry fee to get here, but if you're here, you have the same chance like everybody else. There is no big budget beats small budget. You get exactly the same machine. And our parity, when you look at our track times, there are a few milliseconds between the first and the 10th one. So it's really racing, and this is what we are very enthusiastic about. And I think this is the core of our race series. People getting very competitive material, but it's the same. And it's really about the racer. It's not about the race machine. And by the way, the race machine doesn't break, which is also very important.
Yes, that's always
so
important.
So you finish.
That's always important. There will always be, with everything mechanical, whether it's our car or a go-kart or a motorbike, as we see here, there'll always be those situations where we say, this happened or that happened, but that's racing. And in the meantime, it's creating some fantastic competition, yes, and has been for 25 years. So we can be happy, and we look forward to the future as well to see what else there is. This is already exciting behind us. So thank you so much for your time. And I know I have to let you go because we're going to go racing soon for the finals.
Exactly.
And yeah, we look forward.
Thanks for having me, and I hope we'll meet next year somewhere, and we will disclose at the end where it will be, not at the beginning.
Okay, I'm always trying to find out.
Tomorrow you should know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Well, Peter Usinger, welcome to the Grand Finals. Of course, one of the general managers from BRP Rotax in Austria.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here.
It's always a pleasure that you are here because I know you're a little bit of a racer yourself, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. And I'm stupid enough still doing it.
Okay, We're all stupid then. But no, it's 25 years, Peter. Can you imagine? 25 years of this, bringing the whole world together. Of course, all the champions from around the world. And, you know, it's about global sportsmanship. It's about a big Rotax family. So, you know, how important do you think this is also for Rotax?
It's very important for Rotax because if you look back, it has been started in the year 2000, and it has been started with an idea, with a vision, and good things always start with a vision, but important is to continue and to continue grow. It was 2000, the start of a journey. The journey never ended, and it will not end here. It will go further, you know. And the idea was to broadening the market, to bring more people into the sport and into the adventure of karting, which worked. Some people laughed about us, but it worked. And being consequently after the idea, after the vision, all the team, and they are great. I mean, their members change, but they are all great, and they made it like this. And we really increased the base of this sport, and the people who could participate in this sport, we increased it significantly till today.
Yes, of course. We know for a fact, people that have been in karting even longer than the 25 years, that it had a huge influence on karting, on the cost to go karting. And of course, we're at the top end here, but there are literally thousands and thousands out there in the huge Rotax community. How do you think the Grand Finals has also, and the Rotax Max Challenge has contributed to that sportsmanship? And, you know, as you say, it's helped build the sport, but it's really about sportsmanship. Different nationalities. We're in more than 60 nations now.
Yeah.
You know? So, and out there we've got important, I guess, people making those steps, and they're our distributors and our dealers, shops and tracks and everyone. So, you know, for the global sportsmanship, how do you think that's impacted?
Yeah, it's impacted a lot because this is the top event, pulling the whole scenery. But it's not only about sportsmanship, it's the combination between friendship and sportsmanship. Because it's to go into a competition, it's fun. But if you do that in a friendly and friend environment, having your family with you, being able to compete between 6 years old and 60 years old. We have drivers here in the Masters class, they continue to enjoy the sport. And this inspired all levels down. Until to the hobby racing and all this, and they see this event, they like this event, and so they decide to go into the scenery or to stay within. Also in a let's say in a hobby level, but they have the same feeling on their races, on the hobby races, and all this, and that's why I think this event really pulls the whole thing, and hopefully we'll do it in the future, and we will make it sure that it will be for the future the same.
And everyone's always saying, where are we going next? Where are we going next? What's going to happen next? People are already starting now in some parts of the world, their Max Challenge for next year's Grand Finals. They've already started. So it never really ends. It's not about just this season. It's ongoing. And of course, I think it really has created a legacy, the Grand Finals, the Rotax Max Challenge concept, you know, bringing people together. You've got Rotax Life, of course, which is where people start and come along and try the Rotax carts. But what would you say, if I ask you, what would be a legacy that Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has created? What do you think?
Well, it's, as I already mentioned, it's the combination of competition and friendship together, that one helps the other one. We have outstanding parity in our engines, which means that you can compete under the same circumstances and in a very friendship and family environment. And what we have in mind now is, as I said, the journey will not end here. It's going further. And what would be the next thing? The next vision we have in mind to even more broaden the base of the sport and make it available for more people, to ease it up a little bit and to make it more affordable. And then I think we can create even a much bigger community, because it's then easier to enter. And how do we do that? That's easy. We see it in the back of us. I think with the e-karting, and we are the only one in the world being able to offer something, and more to come towards the end of the year. I think that would attract more people to go into that sport, and I think that's a consequent follow-up of this journey, and have a very good vision also for the future.
There's always something exciting or new coming. We always have to wait. Every time I have this conversation with you, Peter, you're always telling me you have to wait, and you've already got a plan.
Yes.
And this is what I love about BRP Rotax and being here and part of this event, that every year there's always something new, but in the end you're thinking about the majority of people, how to get more people into karting to enjoy it, because it's so much fun. Like all the Rotax products, but karting is really cool. So
no, absolutely. And I think it was worth it always to wait, and then the next things are coming.
Yes.
So hopefully next year we will have the same conversation being with the next things on the stage.
Where are we going? I tried to find out from Thomas, but he never tells me. Do I have to wait until the podium to find out where we're going next year?
Well, you know, I want to continue working on the plans. If I would tell you now and spoil this before everybody sees it, my team would not be happy about me. So I have to work with my team,
anyone.
and you will learn it today. So it's not much time left to learn where we will go. It's exciting for sure. Everybody will like it. I can grant you that, and it will be a next top event next year.
But it's great to have you here. Thank you so much, Peter.
Yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Here they come, brother. Yeah.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Where you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level. Coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing, Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide.
At Porsche Motorsport, we feel that BRP Rotax is sharing the same values, following the same principles as we do in our championships, and seeing already a lot of karting drivers progressing into our championships is a great basis for our common cooperation.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the one-make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
Each driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. The road to the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
Here they come, brother. Yeah.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level. Coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing, Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the one-make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level. Coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing, Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the One Make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
Nice lunch today, beautiful weather, and I'm on the grid waiting for the Minimax. P1, Albert Friend. Of course, we know Albert has been European champion this year for Rotax and has many accolades to his name. And beside him, representing Team Czech Republic, Stanek Babicek. So it's going to be a really good battle because they've been battling these two the whole year. Also, Stanek won in the Euro Trophy the first cup race, and of course Albert the second. So we're seeing them walk out now, actually 1 and 2, you can see them coming out. But really, really good little drivers, and I know that it's going to be a very fair and exciting race for these guys. Even if they're looking serious, they just want to have fun. So you can see Albert there. Of course, the mechanics helping each other, which is really nice. This is the sportsmanship of the grand finals as well, not a but karting. These guys actually know each other so well because they stand on the grid together in the Parc Fermé, in the grandstand. So the mechanics are actually, probably, they might even swap shirts after the race. Nikita Lubomov on the second row, kart number 133, because he was our champion 2021. Hey Nikita, in Bahrain.
Yeah.
That was good, but here you are on the grid, second row. It's going to be good racing, but it's a long race.
Yeah.
Got to be there at the end.
Yeah, so that's a marathon, you know, and you know, last year Rory won from 9th place, you know, that's quite also like gambling, you know, so.
It is, but you're too young to gamble, so you do karting instead.
Yes, but that's long race.
It is a long race.
Yeah, so you have just to keep in front and then to think, a lot of thinking, to stay calm, to not to be nervous, you know, not to be stressed, just to be relaxed.
Yeah, be relaxed, loosen up a bit.
It's good.
It's fantastic in the sun. I mean, these guys, Albie, you know, what are they? They're melting or they're okay? You melting because you're from Estonia? Or you're okay? Oliver, is he melting?
I am okay. You're okay. I don't know about the others, but
no,
for me everything is okay.
Everything's okay. Let's go and ask Oliver, is he melting or is he okay? You okay? Also, Albie?
Yeah.
You like the weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great weather, isn't it?
Yeah.
You want to take a bit home with you to the UK?
I hope so.
Yeah, okay. You can pack some up, but we're going to say good luck. Fantastic pole position today.
Yeah.
It's good, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, have fun. See you later at the party. Here's Oliver. Hi. Are you melting or are you okay? I know the other day you were going for a swim in the pool.
I think Bahrain was hotter than this, but still quite hot. I mean, Sarno is quite a hard track, so I think it'll be a good final. I mean, there's a lot of good drivers in this, so of course you've got Zenny, Albie, Nikita, also me, so I think it'll be a good race. I think it'll be quite a big, amount of karts. Anyone can win this, it's grand final, so it'll be interesting. It will be interesting, and we have got great weather though. We've got, I think, one of the best grids in Minimax here in Sarno, and as you say, it's going to be a good race, going to be interesting. Only one winner, but it's about sportsmanship and good racing, and that's where you're going to go out and have some fun now. Yeah, I mean, you've got to use your head in this one. If you've got to race, you've got to race. If you've got to push away someone that suits you, push away. I mean, it's going to be about the mental side and also the driving side of things. So it'll be exciting, but yeah. It's a lot of things to think about. Yeah, it's quite hard, but I think I've got it. I think you got it too. Good luck. We'll see you later at the end. Okay. Who else have we got here? Harry Taylor and Emerson McAndrew Uren on the next row. I'm not going to say
it's a Team UK lockout, but we've got, I guess, 4 drivers in the first 3 rows. And then, of course, Czech Republic, Estonia. Good luck, guys. And here we go, Nikolai, hi. How are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine? Enjoying the racing?
Yes.
Yeah? What do you think? Got a good chance for the podium? Maybe? Yep. Okay. Good luck. Alrighty, so here we look a little bit around here. I'll let you see who's on the grid. We've got so many different countries. One of our South African, actually, Aaron would be the highest placed South African on the grid today, because it's a really tough battle. So Ramiro as well. And Jeremy from Canada, how are you? Good? He's good. Jensen. Okay, Jensen's looking up there at his teammates thinking, I'll see you in a couple of laps, I'm sure. And the luck of the Irish. Ooh, there we go. You run into everybody on the grid, photographers, and there's Ben. Kosvito from Croatia. So many different countries. Hey, now I know this guy. How are you?
I'm good.
You good? Yeah. Hanjon, tell me, you've had a good week, you've been fast, you've been at the front of the grid. What's the plan?
There's nothing planned. I'll just push. I'll do my best, and I'll try to get to the front pack, and I'll just overtake to P1.
I'm sure you will, because you told me that the other day, and you made, I think that was the move of the day on the outside. You know how these guys race, and that's the plan, to get to the front, push, and get into P1. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to have you here. Thank you. Jackson, how are you? Now, I know you've qualified a few times, but you're here this year. Are you enjoying being in Sarno?
Oh yeah, this place is awesome. It's an amazing track, and I can't wait for this race.
It's going to be a nice race, a long race too, isn't it?
Yeah, not as long as I expected, but definitely on a large track. It's going to be a pretty long one. Obviously, from the couple races before, I was trying to conserve my tires' energies, and yeah, so I feel ready for this race. I feel confident. It's pass or be passed, so we're going to try to move forward and see what we can do.
Because you're on the grid with some really, really talented young drivers, champions like you. So I think just to be here on the grid for the final is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine. I've always wanted to make the final, and I accomplished it, so we're going to see what we can do, but it was definitely a great goal to achieve, and I'm very happy to be here.
We're happy you're here too. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, we're going to just check out a little bit about our chassis partner, Birilat.
Thank you, Jen. I'm joined up here in the commentary box by E20 driver Philip Loaka. Philip, you've already been out on track today. What are track conditions like?
They're warm, they're hot, but very grippy indeed. There's never been as much rubber on the track than here. You know, a lot of laps have been done from a lot of different drivers, the best ones all around the world. And now we're here in the Minimax finale, and we're here to see, are the British going to tie the French in the World Champions title count?
Yeah, for this class, you bring up a very good point, Philip. This class joined the Rotax Grand Finals officially in 2016 here at Sarno. Jaden Els for South Africa was our first champion. Marcos Amand from France in Portimao, one of the most emotional, the day after the Paris terrorist attacks. Marcos Amand won for France in 2017. Farin Mega Africa for Germany in 2018, Jonan Rackmeyer in Sano in 2019, Arata Endo in Bahrain for Japan, Christopher El Faghali, that historic day for Lebanon in 2022. Last year, Rory Armstrong won for the United Kingdom. France have 2 wins in this class. The United Kingdom, South Africa, Germany, Japan and Lebanon have 1 win apiece. There is a look at your 2021 Micromax Grand Finals champion and last year's Minimax runner-up, Nikita Lubimov from Estonia. Fantastic crash helmet design for Nikita. Certainly a very, very visible out on the circuit. But everyone was talking about the strength of the United Kingdom team before the start of this event. It's somewhat played out with Albie Friend on pole position, and like Jen said, there were several British drivers up at the front. But as the carts sit and wait to be given that signal, there are 36 drivers in total, and we wait. There is the 30-second board. Philip, this is going to be an excellent race. What are you looking forward to seeing most of all very quickly?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're here to watch the most spectacular race. We're here. This entire week has been immensely tight between the field, and now we're off in the outlap.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Minimax. Your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, this year's International Trophy champion, Albert Friend from the United Kingdom, Derek Babacek from the Czech Republic on the outside of row number 1, Nikita Lubimov from Estonia, and Oliver Spencer from Team UK on row 2. Harry Taylor and Emerson McAndrew Uran, and all British row 3. Nikolai Karyukin from Kyrgyzstan, and Mahos Masinas, a former podium finisher in Micromax from Lithuania. Then it's Aryan Singh from South Africa and Ramiro Carrera from Argentina. Last year's Micromax Grand Finals champion Jensen Chalk from the United Kingdom, and Canada's Jeremy Sincere are next. Then it's Ben McLaughlin from Ireland and Vito Koza, the only Croatian to make a final this year. Timothy Zavalishin from Kyrgyzstan and John Hahn from Hong Kong. Jackson Porter from the United States and Viti Salmi from Finland on row 9. Christoph Killer and Enzo Di Janeiro round out your top 10. Martin Soltis, Bring the Noise, Kay Schmoys are next. Then it's Patricus Yosius and Peraponpang Sotumno. Leonidas Peruzzi, whose younger brother Achilles has gone to hospital with an injured leg, and Finley Lines on row number 13. Alexander Rakowski and Nicola Frigg. We then have Duarte Lopez Alves, Pumsik Krombunjong, Levi Alperin, Christian Becker, Alexis Bayerjon, Hugo Fuentes, and the final row is Vic van Kampenhout. They come into the tram lines, 11 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing. Albert Friend has a good start into turn number 1 at the back of the pack. One cart spins around. It's the number 172 of Portugal's Duarte Alves Lopez. Everyone else cleanly through turn number 2. Albie Friend has the advantage at the moment. I'm looking to see who that is in second place, and it's Denny Babacek with Lubimov in third, and then the rest of the British team lining up behind.
Now we're going to turn 7, one of the best overtaking zones for everything. Albert defending really nicely. It's not an easy move to defend there, as there's a lot of swaffling.
Yeah, a lot of swapping places there.
And now we go into the third sector here, fast triple left, and into the next best overtaking zone down at turn 12.
Yeah, Denny Babacek hot on Albert Friend's heels. Friend defends into turn number 12. Denny Babacek goes to the inside. Lubimov loses a couple of places. I think that might have been Oliver Spencer and Emerson McAndrew Uran moving into third and fourth positions. It is Lubimov down to fifth. Harry Taylor runs sixth. Mahos Masinas, Nikolai Karyukin, John Hahn, Ramiro Carrera are next. going in the other direction. Sadly, a poor start for Jensen Chalk, a poor start from Ian Singh and Jeremy Sincere, and further back at the back of the field, Nicola Frigg sadly has also retired from the race, the Swiss driver. So your countryman out early, that's a disappointment for you, Philip.
Not a thing you really want to see, especially from up here. But now really neat defending again the entire around the outside. We're trying here. That is the number.
That's Lubimov.
He's done some very nice overtakes over the past, and he's absolutely flying. Let's see what he gets done.
Yes. So Friend leads Babicek, leads Uren, leads Lubimov, leads Spencer, leads Taylor. Then Masinas in the black, yellow, green, and red Team Lithuania race suit. Everyone else slotting in behind, a couple of gaps developing. Friend continues to defend. You can see one of the Belgian mechanics there. That's Vic van Kampenhout's mechanic, I believe. He is starting at the back of the field. Lubimov is now fourth, side by side. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact there. Oliver Spencer gets shuffled a little bit backwards. He slots back in line in front of Nikolai Karyukin. And the group at the front is growing. Ramiro Carrera, Vito Koza into 10th position for Croatia. There's Carrera, there's Vito Koza as they head up towards turn number 7. And Albie Friend, he set his stall out early, defending from this point onwards. He's trying to back the pack up as much as possible and then waits for that moment where they're all tripping over each other to go.
The infill's already started doing that. Let's see if there's going to be 2 packs. But as long as Albie Friend has to defend as he is, and he is doing it like the world champion he's wanting to become, he's doing an absolute marvelous job. But Babicek is not letting him run away either. And he's going to be attacking every corner he can. And he will find a gap if Albie Friend is going to open one.
Yellow flags just waving down at turn number 12 there. I think that... who was that dropping off our leaderboard? Bring the noise. Keish Moyes, new fastest lap. It looks like Pirapong Satumno has dropped to the back of the pack. So has Pumsik Krumbunjong. The 2 Thai drivers, Jackson Porter and Enzo Di Janeiro, the 2 American drivers, also dropping down the order. But as we watch Emerson McAndrew in 3rd place, I believe that Kyle Lawrence has got his dad Wayne watching from the grandstands. Take it away, Kyle.
I'm standing next to Wayne McAndrew, Emerson's father. He's up into 3rd. He's got Lubimov behind him, a previous winner. What is the strategy from here? What do you want to see? Stay in 3rd or, go for it from here?
No, we want to stay in the race, make sure we're there in the mix. Just keep it smooth and focused, and then make sure we're there at the end to race for the win.
Yeah, you never want to be the leader going into the last lap. So where you are now, you're comfortable to challenge for the victory of the grand final?
Yeah, sure. Emerson's a racer, so track position's pretty good for him, and he knows how to then make it work. So yeah, we're confident.
Yeah, I saw very late in the break. So wishing you all the best, and hopefully we see you come across top step.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Although as Emerson defends there into turn number 2, he drops back to 4th position. There's some wheel-to-wheel action. The number 117 kart of Viti Salmi from Finland up into the top 10 now. Spencer is 9th. Carrera is 8th. Then it's Koza, Vito Koza up into 7th position at the moment. And Friend, here comes Babicek swinging around the outside. Can Derek make it work? No, he can't. Lubimov, McAndrew, Urin, Mathinas, Harry, Taylor, Koza, Spencer, Carrera and Salmi, your top 10. We're on lap number 5 out of 11. Behind the top 10, Christoph Killer, Patrikas Josius, Karyukin, Zavarishin, McLaughlin, Rakowski, John Hahn stripped back to 17th in front of Jensen Chalk and Ian Singh. Jeremy Sincere rounds out the top 20. Ahead of Leonidas Peruzzi, Keish Moyes, Hugo Fuentes and Vince van der Hallen from Belgium. And still Albie Friend defends. They all hug the inside line.
This is an absolute...
And for the first time, though, Denny Babicek opens the door. And Babicek has the race lead for the Czech Republic. Now, Albie Friend has got to try and get his head down. He's going to rely on Nikita Lubimov to push him forward.
If they don't work together, P1, which is he's gonna run away. And as I say so, they're not working together. This might be the ticket for the cut in the 1.63. Babicek is going to have the chance to run away here. Let's see what he can do. Are they able to stay in the slipstream, or are they going to fight to each other until the end, until into the last chicane? Let's see what they get done.
Well, we have seen a race decided after the last corner on the run to the line. You can see Oliver Spencer looking to the inside of Albie Friend. Their Friend runs wide. Oh, Albie Friend almost had a wheel on the grass. That was almost game over for Albie Friend. As you can see in the centre, Vince van der Hallen's mechanic from Belgium there, just giving a signal saying, come on, push. Van der Hallen is currently up to 24th position. But this is the order. Babicek from Lubimov is the Czech Republic, leading Estonia. Then it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren in third. Friend is fourth. Spencer is fifth. Great Britain third, fourth and fifth. Can they work together? Masinas is sixth. Harry Taylor is seventh. Then it's Salmi. Christoph Killer is there. 1.8 seconds separates the top eight. There's a move from 122 Harry Taylor, although he gets forced back. Christoph Killer in kart 141 for the Czech Republic. Could Zdeněk Babicek get a Friend up near the front? Oh, somebody running wide, coming out of turn number 8. Couldn't quite see who that was. We'll check next time around.
Oh, there's a bit of
It was
contact.
Ramiro Carrero. And contact there. Who was that getting pushed wide? That could have been, I think it might have been one of the UK drivers. Well, it was Harry Taylor, who now drops back to 14th place, just in front of Jensen Chalk. Albie Friend responds with the fastest lap of the race. Now, McAndrew-Uren and Friend, they've got to work together. We're on lap 8 out of 11. Spencer is there in 5th position as well. The three British drivers, they've got to work together to close in on the two leaders, Babicek and Lubimov.
Albie Friend now in P3. He's still got 3 laps remaining to make this work. Let's see. Oh my.
Is just out of the corner of our eyes. There's a Team USA kart that has been rolled. The driver is up and out and walking away. In fact, the driver went back to try and get back into the kart. And the marshal went, no. You've just been on your head, son. The driver walking away, that is Jackson Porter. Porter tried to get back into his kart after rolling, but the marshal wouldn't let him. Fair play, Jackson Porter. You are one tough cookie. And I can look down there. I think there's some fuel on the inside of turn number 5. Yes, I can see a glistening patch of fuel. The drivers are heading towards it now. This is where the fuel is. Babicek, Lubimov. You can see Babicek understeering. Babicek has been caught by Friend. That's where the gas on the track is. Now, it is a hot day. That will evaporate quite quickly. But as you look, now Friend catches the two leaders. He swings to the outside. Albie Friend goes for the undercut. He passes Lubimov back into second. Here comes Uren and Spencer.
That's the biggest switchback, I think, of the race. What a move.
Oh, 169. Hugo Fuentes slowing down a little bit further back, but it's 5 at the front.
Wonderful defending there. A lot of going on around the outside. Not quite up and under, maybe. The double switch back onto the start-finish straight. Let's see.
Yep, now watch Friend swing wide. He'll duck out now, and he'll try to get the best run on Babicek. He's going to go round the outside of Babicek, outside of turn number 1, wheel to wheel. Lubimov there, though, just squeezing Friend out of the way. And still, as we enter the penultimate lap, it's Babicek. Here comes McAndrew-Uren. Friend back to 4th. Spencer's there in 5th. It's down to 5. It's Babicek leading McAndrew-Uren, leading Friend, leading Spencer, leading Lubimov.
This fight is not over. As you can see, down we go. He's trying another up and under. Let's see if he works out here.
Oh, wheel to wheel between Friend and McAndrew-Uren. They fall back into line. Smart driving from both of them.
Let's see, the fight is not over for any of them. They can still win or lose this championship. Let's see who comes out of top after 2 more laps.
Denny Babicek is going to have to drive the lap of his life. Friend and McAndrew-Uren are there. He has to, and so is Spencer. So is Lubimov. It's been a classic. 1 lap to go. Who's going to bring it home? Any one of 5 can do it. Friend to the inside of McAndrew Uren for second. Gets the move done into turn number 2. It's now Babicek versus Friend. What can McAndrew Uren and Spencer and Lubimov do? This is Minimax driving at its finest.
What a fight. We're seeing what we're going to get done here. Now in the last lap, everything can change. The entire front 5 drivers are together, trying another up and under around the outside. Oh, a bit of contact there. The 110 is still trying to get it.
Oh, it's close, it's close, it's close. Babicek has it. Friend wants it. Here comes Lubimov. Zenek Babicek will lead into turn number 12. Can Albie, Friend, do anything about it? Babicek goes very, very wide. I think Denny Babicek has just won it for the Czech Republic. Yes, he has. Babicek wins. Friend is second. That's 4 top 10s in a row for Albie Friend here at the Grand Finals. But not the top step. Lubimov, his 3rd Grand Finals podium for Estonia. Oliver Spencer finishes half a second behind the winner in 4th position, and Emerson McAndrew Uren rounds out a top 5 separated by 0.6 of a second. In 2021, Denek Babicek's older sister, Teresa Babichkova, became the first woman to ever win a Grand Finals until she was given a penalty. That year, Denny was 6th as a Micromax driver. He now ensures the Babichkova family have a Grand Finals win, and it has been a fantastic race. Albie Friend, he stands on business. He has won 2 international trophies. He's been on the podium now twice in the Grand Finals, but the win eludes him. And for Nikita Lubimov, Estonia, for Estonia, that is a fantastic performance. Lubimov now has 3 Grand Final podiums, including a victory. Emerson McAndrew and Oliver Spencer played their part magnificently. We haven't mentioned everybody else. I can see Jackson Porter walking back into the pit lane. He rolled his cart, tried to get back in it to carry on driving, and if it wasn't for a marshal saying, no, lad, you've just been on your head, he would have tried to finish that race. What a tough young man Jackson Porter is. Behind the top 5, Vito Koza finishes 6th for Croatia. 7th is Viti Salmi. And there is the emotion from Christoph Killer, who comes home in 8th position. Look at that. He's not on the podium. He's just finished in the top 10 for his country, and he's got his the media man there. That's not a family member. That's a press man from the Czech Republic. Christoph Killer is over the moon with 8th. Patrikas Josius 9th from 23rd on the grid. Nicholas Kyarukin 10th. There is Denny Babicek's mechanic.
What a result for him.
Yes, and for that family as well,
Yeah.
you know, to have one Grand Final win taken away, you know, and then Denny ensures that there's Paul Klassen, the technical commissioner. He does a lot of racing in the UK, does Denny Babicek, and I think Philip Loacker that he needed that experience against the British drivers, paid off handsomely then.
I always say practice helps, but the more races you have under your belt, the better you will become.
Yes, indeed. There's Nikita Lubimov. And Lubimov on the podium once again. a little bit further back. Big moves, Alexander Rakowski from 27th to 13th. Finley Lines from 26th to 14th. Keish Moyes, well, the noise finishes in 15th position. Sadly, Harry Taylor, Ian Singh, Ben McLaughlin falling back to 17th, 18th and 19th position. Hugo Fuentes up 12 places, the Spanish driver to 22nd place. But as you can see, there's John Hahn from Hong Kong. There's Finley Lines. He's a bit disappointed, but he's racing tomorrow at Wilton Mill in the United Kingdom. But Jen Wade, you are with our newest Minimax Grand Finals champion, Denny Babicek.
Danik, you look really cool, but I think it wasn't really that easy, was it, today?
It was so hard. I tried my best and it came out well.
Yeah, it did come out well. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I've never been better.
When you went out there today, you know what the grid was like. It was stacked, really stacked. It was close. What were you thinking as it sort of got further and further into the race? You knew they were coming.
Well, obviously we had the group on us, and then I tried for the move and it went well, and then I just tried to hold on as much as possible, and I held on luckily.
Yeah. So is there anyone you'd like to say thanks to? Because I guess there's a lot of people also watching, all your families here as well.
I want to thank my whole family, my mechanic, everyone who was involved.
Yeah. Congratulations. You're the Minimax 2024 champion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you at the party. Okay, we're just going to check out the highlights and come back shortly.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Here is a look. That was 11 spellbinding laps. Babicek, he had to wait. Albie Friend had the advantage early on, and Friend set his stall out early, defending, and then there was the moment that Babicek just opened the door going through turn number 2. From that point on, he could check over his shoulder. Now, further back, there is, that was when Harry Taylor just jumping up over the back of, I think that was Viti Salmi's kart. Salmi finished in the top 10, Taylor just outside the top 15. Albie Friend pulled off a couple of outstanding moves, but even here, you can see him swinging out wide to try and get the undercut. He passes McAndrew Uren there, and that was as close as Albie Friend got, because Denny Babicek not defending in the last corner, and that gave him the momentum. There's the celebration. 5 drivers over the line, covered by 0.6 of a second, and you've got to say, if you were to say to Oliver Spencer and to Emerson McAndrew-Uren, oh, by the way, you're going to finish within 0.6 of a second of the winner, they would have thought, oh, but that's a podium. That's a podium. And it wasn't. It was 4th and 5th. What a fantastic race, Kyle Lawrence.
That was super close to watch. I was watching from the mechanic stand. The emotion of all the mechanics around me, though, and the jumping up and down. That stand actually rocks back and forth while they do it. So absolutely awesome to watch. Emerson, though, I was watching him on the brakes. Unbelievable how much distance he pulled up on the brakes, but he just couldn't get close enough from that 5th place to make a move. Oliver Spencer also had to go into the final corner, but just not enough space on track.
Well, Denny Babicek, he takes the Czech Republic's provisional 2nd ever Grand Finals victory after Petr Březel a few years ago in DD2. Actually here, Petr Březel won in 2019. That is, well, unofficially the 5th podium for the Czech Republic. Petr Březel and brother Jakub Březel also on the podium. Babicek, though, becomes the first of, well, he races for a team called TEPZ Racing, T-E-P-Z. That's the family-run team for Teresa, for Aliska, for Petra, and for Zenek. So you've got 3 older sisters, and now he can absolutely harass the lot of them because they couldn't quite win a Grand Finals. He did. And if you know Denny Babicek, I've got a horrible feeling I know exactly what Denny is going to come up and say to me. He's going to say, can I have your Wales glasses now? Because in 2021, I lost a pair of Bahamas sunglasses to Denny Babicek on a bet of who could name the most amount of nations' flags. And Denny Babicek beat me, and I know my flags. Anyway, enough of that. I will see if I can hang on to my Wales glasses. Speaking to Wales, there's a Welshman, Cameron Nelson, and Jen Wade is down on the grid ahead of Junior Rotax.
So we're checking out the grid here. It looks like it's going to be another exciting one for the junior final. But I thought I've just got a couple of minutes. They're starting to come out, but over my shoulder, I've got all the media guys, which is a really nice group of media and press sharing the stories from the grand finals and all different countries. So thanks, guys. It's nice to see them. Okay, so we've got Cameron Nelson starting out of pole position, Casper Nissen beside him. So of course we must mention here that we've got 2 grids down to 1 grid, and Casper, of course, was the Euro Trophy winner. And look at the Praga car, it's beautiful. Such a cool colour. So I don't know if Cameron's got a particular... Have you got a particular routine, Cameron, that you go through, like some kind of thing you do when you get in the car or when you race?
Not exactly, not really. I try to keep some things like the same, like go inside on the left side. I always put, well, started from this weekend, I put a €5 in my left pocket.
In case you need to like grab a drink or?
No, it's just I used it for qualifying and qualified pole, and I've used it for the rest of the weekend, and it seems to be working, so.
Did that just happen by accident or you've done that before?
It happened by accident, but I didn't want to take any risks, but yeah.
That's a really good idea. And if you go on your bike and you're at home, it's also a good idea in case, you know, get thirsty along the way. But okay, so you got your lucky $5 in your pocket.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. How are you feeling?
I'm not going to lie, I'm nervous, but I guess everyone is.
You think that's necessary sometimes?
I mean, yeah, if you use it in the right way, then it will go to your favour, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we will see, but it's been wonderful, I think, the racing so far.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah. And you've put in a really big effort. I mean, you're the only one on this position, so you're controlling the start. But I think once you see that the race has started, there's no problem for you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to control it and do our best and try to get the job done.
Okay, we'll be watching.
Thank you.
Okay, so everyone else is watching at home. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay. So he's really calm, but at the same time, I guess he's really nervous. Whew, $5 in his pocket. Okay, what about Casper? Hey, Casper. How are you feeling? I thought you were asleep there for a minute, but I guess you were just going through a lap of the track, or?
Yeah, focusing to get ready for the final here. Yeah.
Now, what do you do when you're on the grid here? It's the final. Euro Trophy champion this year. What are you doing? Is there any particular routine you go through?
Yeah, just keep calm and then think about the race, what can happen, and just focus on how to get forward.
You're a little bit of a strategy guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
I know it. I've seen it. But do you have any like lucky charms or routine or anything?
Yeah, some routines to like, get calm, just focus on something, then you'll get more calm and focus about it. So.
Okay. You don't carry any like anything on you that's special?
No, not really.
Okay, that's good. You're going to have fun?
Yeah, I am.
I know it's going to be fun. Good luck. Alrighty, so here we go. Boas. Hey, Boas. Boas Maximov. How are you?
Yeah, really good.
Pretty good. B&L, how did you get your ticket?
Yeah, in the Dutch Championship and in the B&L, but B&L is higher, so I get it in the B&L.
Okay, alrighty. How are you feeling? Second row?
Not bad. Speed is good, so. let's see what we can do.
Well, I'm sure it's going to be a good race. You've got the Dutch Lion here with you. What's his name? Is it Rory?
I don't know.
You don't know? I was wondering what the Dutch Lion's name is. Good luck, Boas. Okay, and opposite Boas, Scott Marsh. Scott's already got his helmet on over here. Can see Scott Marsh. Now, Scott was actually a winner yesterday in the pre-finals, so also a former grand finals champion from Portimao, so he knows, and of course this would be his last year in Junior Max, and that was his first year in Junior Max. And then we've got Yvonne, our leading lady driver. Hi Yvonne. Hi. I'll say hi to Yvonne. A quick hi before we have to go.
Hi.
How are you feeling? Before I heard you practicing your Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, yes. Mamma mia, look where you are. I mean, you're on this row. What's the most important thing right now?
Just keep clean head, just relax. It's the final. I mean, it's all in or nothing. Either you risk everything you work all year to go to this race, and when you don't risk it, what's the point of it?
Okay, what about stay calm, focused, and all that stuff?
Well, you can't win the race in the first lap, so basically just relax and see how things go, and then see what happens. What happens, like what needs to happen will happen.
But I think you're right. I think it's all come down to this, hasn't it, the whole year?
Yeah. You work all year hard just to make it to this race, and when you don't risk it here, why are you here?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. We're going to go racing.
Exactly.
See you there at the finish, at the party.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Yvonne. Matthias, give us a wave. Jacob Ashcroft, of course, another one of our UK drivers. Jacob, just a quick hi. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice racing yesterday. Looks like you found the pace. You've got the pace. Any strategy that you can tell us?
Just got to have a good start, make as many positions as I can on the first couple laps, and then just get my head down and push.
Well, we know you can, and you've been to the grand finals a few times before. You know how it works, and you know some of these guys, well, most of them, and girls. So, yeah, go out there, have some fun, and we'll see you in the end. Anyone you want to say hi to?
My nan and granddad and my mum.
Give them a wave.
Hello.
Thank you. Good luck. Alrighty. So then we've got Max. Max Sadursky, another one of our Dutch drivers. Hi, Max. Hello. And Lewis Goff. Alrighty, another Dutch driver. Now, this is the RMC International Trophy champion. Underneath that visor, Thies van Wyk. He's in the zone. Also, I guess we should watch Thies because he's always been a fast driver, and this year, really, he's on a roll. So look for this number, 202, coming through the field. Antoine, of course, from Canada. And Davin, how you feeling, Davin? Feeling okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm feeling very good.
Yeah.
Starting 14th, it's feeling a little weird after starting like second and fourth every other time, but just the goal is to get to the inside and work our way up.
Okay, we'll be watching.
Thank
and so will everyone at home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to say good luck to everyone else on the grid. Give us a wave. All the mechanics are nervous, I can see that. We're going to get off the grid, and we're going to hear from IPK about the Praga kart.
Here we go then. 2003, the Ghibli Raceway, Egypt, was when the junior Rotax class made its grand finals debut. On that day, Martin Omer from Estonia was victorious. Since then, Ben Salvatore, Kenneth Hildebrand, Jorit Pex, Kevin Corius, Facundo Chapur, Ukyo Sasahara twice, Martin Rumpari Webb, Juan Correa, Yuri Vips, Florian Venturi, Mark Kimber, Tiemann van der Helm, Robert De Haan, Clay Osborne, Thomas Dolsamanish, Scott Marsh and Timo Jungling have been your champions. Great Britain and Estonia are tied for 4 wins apiece in juniors. The Netherlands, France and Japan have 2 wins each. Scott Marsh could become only the second driver to win this class twice after Ukyo Sashihara. Jacob Ashcroft could become the first driver in a long time to take 3 podiums in a row, 2 in Minimax and 1 in Junior Max. Our camera cart is, you're looking at the driver there, Kasper Nissan from Denmark. Kasper won this year's Rotax Euro Series, and he sits there on the outside of the front row of the grid. Cameron Nelson began his career at my home track, Landau International Raceway in South Wales. I jokingly refer to it as the birthplace of champions. It may not be a joke in the next 14 or so laps. He's got his 5 lucky euros in his pocket, and Wales is watching. Kyle Lawrence, this was the class that you pointed out as being the one that you couldn't wait to see.
Yeah, the racing throughout the weekend has been amazing from these GMX drivers. The level of maturity they're showing is unbelievable to me. I've raced a lot of drivers all over the world in my career, and to see these boys do what they do out there, amazing.
So we watch 36 drivers. We've seen into their eyes. We have heard their thoughts. And now we watch and wait. This is Junior Rotax. Your starting lineup is as follows. Starting from pole position will be Cameron Nelson from the UK and Kasper Nissen from Denmark. Scott Marsh, the 2022 champion, and Boaz Maximov from the Netherlands on row number 2. Austria's Yvonne Simeonova and New Zealand's Marco Manson go from row number 3. 2 times a podium finisher in Minimax, Jacob Ashcroft starts row number 4 alongside Matthias Kellerup from Denmark. Then it is Lewis Goff from the United Kingdom and Max Swiderski from the Netherlands. Tishran Wijk and Antoine Lemieux, the Netherlands and Canada, are next. Then it's Noah Janssen from Germany and Team USA's Davin Roberts. Then Tish Stevens from the Netherlands and Jeremy Roivers from Spain. Mikhail Soltis from Slovakia and Fernando Paimare from Estonia are next. Shun Sekiguchi from Japan and South Africa's Luke Hill. Hope Luke's sister is watching. Then Rayan Bourguignon from France and Timur Shagareev from Kyrgyzstan. Alois Girardet from France and Pedro Alves de Lima from Brazil on row 12. Ruben Osagura Gutierrez from Mexico and Connor Clancy from the UAE. Hello to everyone at Al Ain Raceway watching this. Simba Matoda from Japan and the youngest driver in the field, Kai Clark from the UK, starts 28th. Sweden's Axel Palmgren and France's Jules Avril round out your top 30. All the rage, Gage Korn goes from grid number 31 for Team USA alongside Thailand's Toby Gale. Lorenzo Giaquinto from Italy and Patrick Mikalik from Poland on the penultimate row, with Franisek Sulema and Panus Dimongkong, Poland and Thailand, round out this field. Kyle Lawrence, juniors always spectacular. Let's get them round safely.
Getting into the channel lines now, they're going to have to set it up as they come out of 13. You have to stay inside those channel lines until the lights go out. So keep them nice and neat in their rows. We've seen a lot of moving after that channel line when the light goes green, but they're just keeping it nice, even pace, making sure that nobody overspeeds before the lights go out. We're ready to go now. It looks like a clean start. Lights are out. We are racing across straight away, and he's taking the lead, but Nissen, unfortunately, whoa!
And just below us, the number 225 cart, that is Jules Avril into the barriers. He gets going again. There he goes. Cameron Nelson has been the nearly man of karting this year. Oh, that's one of the Japanese drivers.
Like Simba.
Simba Matoda off and over the grass. This is Cameron Nelson's chance to show the world that he's not the nearly man, he is the man. Into turn number 7 goes Nelson. Scott Marsh, a former Grand Finals champion, finished in the top 10 in this year's CIK World Championship, sits on his rear bumper. Casper Nissan is there in third. Yvonne Simeonova, she said to Jen Wade, there's no point getting to this race and then not throwing it all on the line. She is of the scale of I'm going to win it or bin it. Here's Nissan. Nelson defending. Marsh following him through. Nissan's got a good run out of turn number 1 at the end of the first lap. The top 3 try to pull away from Simeonova in 4th. Maximov, Ashcroft, Manson, Kellerup, Goff and Van Wyk round out your top 10.
It's all kicking off from 4th down. The drivers moving and shaking to get up higher in this line, but it's these 3 in front. Casper Nissen, though, first sector, doesn't look to be as strong as the 2 Brits in front of him, Marsh and Nelson.
And you can see Casper Nissen pointing forward. They say, come on, work with me, let's go. Everyone defending into turn number 7. Nobody wants to swing out wide and risk getting freight trained. Is this a tactic from Cameron Nelson? Is this something that him and his mechanic Jamie Dyer have gone through beforehand? Scott Marsh sits in second. They're all defending the inside line still. Nissan, followed by Ashcroft, who's made it up into 4th place. Maximov is now 5th. Simeonova has been shuffled back to 6th position. Oh, there's Tish Stevens, the Dutchman, in kart 260, out the race, but running wide. Further back in the pack, I can see there Tish Stevens crossing the line, virtually last. We're on lap 2, or on lap 3 now, out of 15. All 36 drivers still running. A warning flag going out for Yvonne Simeonova, however.
Well, Maximov tried the outside. Yes, he will. We've seen him do this before. He's got no danger on the inside. He's going for the cutback, but Ashcroft, wise to it from the previous heats. It was done to him in the pre-final, so he knows about it now in the final, and he's managed to defend that. Nissen begging Ashcroft for the assistance to get back on the front 2.
Yes, indeed. Up towards turn number 12 now. Marsh, I think Cameron Nelson might be defending a little bit too much here. I think Marsh knows himself, look, I'm not going to go for it. Let's work together. Cameron Nelson doesn't race with Scott Marsh that often, however. Marsh has only done a handful of Rotax races this year. He got his ticket through the Grand Festival, and here comes Casper Nissan. Marsh is squeezing him to the inside. Nissan holds on to 3rd. There is the 214, Boaz Maximov, trying to go around Jacob Ashcroft. Marco Manson for New Zealand, the Kiwi, the all-black race suit, is there in P6. Lewis Goff now up into 7th place. Another 2 Dutch. We got 3 Dutchmen in the top 10, along with 4 Brits and a Kiwi and a Canadian, Antoine Lemieux, in 10th position. There goes Antoine Lemieux, wheel to wheel with the 264 of Swiderski. And that was for 9th place, however.
You can see the gap now between Nelson and Marsh is open enough that Nelson can do his normal race line, his optimal race line. Letting Nelson or Marsh push him on isn't beneficial to Nelson. It's only beneficial to Marsh. Nelson knows that, so he'd rather Marsh fight with Nissan, fight with Ashcroft, and hopefully that gives him the air that he needs, the breath of air he needs to run that optimal line and keep building a gap. But this is where it all goes away on the main straight.
I mean, I know how nervous Cameron Nelson's dad is. Cameron saying he was nervous. The fact, I'm going to say this now, the fact that Cameron was saying how nervous he was, I don't think he believes in his heart of hearts that if it comes down to a one-on-one fight between him and Marsh, that he'll get the upper hand simply because of Scott Marsh's reputation. He's got to have that self-belief. He's got to now realise this during the course of these next 10 laps. What he's trying to do is he's thinking, okay, if Scott is going to be distracted, I'm going to back everyone up, which he's doing. There's a lead group of 7 now, which you could literally throw a handkerchief over them. They're that close together. Psychology, we've talked about it lots, Kyle Lawrence. Psychology of racing. Oh, Nelson on the anchors. Nissan now gets squeezed wide, and Casper Nissen falls back behind Boaz Maximov and Jacob Ashcroft. It's now a British 1, 2, 3, and look at Ashcroft trying to go round the outside. Now he crosses over to the inside. Nissen and Swiderski, and Maximov, sorry, wheel to wheel. Oh, look how close that is. And I think Nissan might, and Scott Marsh just tips into the back of Cameron Nelson. They both run wide. Marsh outbraked himself, and Jacob Ashcroft leads the Rotax Grand Finals.
Nelson was trying to distract Marsh. Unfortunately, Marsh got a little bit too distracted, missed his braking point, and the two of them have dropped off. But Nelson didn't lose all that much. He's down to 4th. He can work his way back up from there. We've seen the pace he's got. Maximov isn't going to let Ashcroft lead, though.
No, he's not. He's got Maximov now has to go on max attack. You can see Ashcroft leading. This is lap number 6 out of 15. Maximov. Lewis Goff up to 3rd position. Hardly mentioned. Oh, Manson and the number 245. That is the 245 is Alois Girardet side by side. Antoine Lemieux is moving up as well. Now on board with Casper Nissan briefly. He is in 6th position. It's Ashcroft leading from Maximov. Lewis Goff, we've hardly mentioned his name this week. That's the perfect tactic. He now moves into 3rd place when it matters the most. Nelson is 4th. Cameron Nelson is not out of this one yet. 5th is Van Wyk. Then it's Nissen, Swiderski, Lemieux, Girardet. Simeonova is 10th. What has happened to Scott Marsh? The answer is he's dropped to 19th. It will not be a repeat for Scott Marsh. Looking down the order, Gage Korn has gained 7 places. So has Lorenzo Giacinto. So has Patrick Mikulik. The biggest mover of all, though, is Alois Girardet. Kyle Lawrence, what's going on?
Nelson has a small error into the final corner. Didn't quite see all of it, but he's dropped well down now. He's into 7th behind the 2nd group. Looking at the front group, Maximov telling Ashcroft, let's work together. He knows Goff is coming, and there is Goff now into 2nd.
Ivan Simeonova and Marco Manson have had a coming together. Austria, and there is Manson, and we've got the rear bumper of another kart there out there. Manson is out. Simeonova, I think, is still running. That rear bumper was that off the number 254, the 245 kart of Alois Girardet. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Here we go. It's the UK 1st and 2nd, the Netherlands 3rd and 4th. Gabi and Ton Vandenberg from Chrono Karting are here watching. They've got 3 Dutch drivers in the top 6. We got 3 British drivers in the top 7. And we got Casper Nissan for Denmark. Let me tell you a statistic about Denmark. They won't want to hear this. Denmark have more grand finals podiums without a victory than any other nation, and that's not going to go well for Nissan, who gets shuffled wide. The freight train, Lemieux, Nelson, and that is Swiderski come flying through.
Yeah, we've now split into 2 groups. They were just getting into 1, and they've split it up into 2. But these 4, we see the center helmet there of Maximov. If you no longer go for a gap that exists, you are no longer a racing driver. Maximov looking for that gap. He's saying to Van Wyk, let's go, boy. Let's push forward and try and move up the field. It's 2 British versus 2 Dutch drivers in the front at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Denmark, 4 second-place finishes, 3 third-place finishes, never a victory. I want to say hi to Christian Sorensen, a former podium finish for Denmark. I hope Christian is doing well. I've heard he's not been well lately, but hopefully he is on the mend. Now Nelson and Lemieux and the 222 kart of Casper Nissen. There is Nissan. We move on to lap 10 out of 15. They've got to get their heads down and go. Behind this group, Francisco Paimare from Estonia. Alois Girardet from France is still there. We're trying to see who has gone out of the race. Marco Manson, everyone is still out there. Technical flag though for 245 Alois Girardet. It was his rear bumper. So Alois Girardet will become the first retirement of this race. Ashcroft from Goff, from Maximov. Goff and Maximov communicating, Kyle. They have to work together. This is Great Britain versus the Netherlands.
This is where the setup of the kart starts to matter. You're 10 laps into a 15-lap race. You haven't done a race this long yet this weekend. The heat is there. Have you got your tire pressures right to switch on? Maximov, though, going for the move. He does have more pace than Goff at the moment. So this is good for the race. We can hopefully see more people up in the front to race for the win.
Yes, indeed. Well, we're on to lap number 11. Out of our commentary box window, I can see, I think I can see that Jag Rotax's Gary Shield consoling Oliver Spencer's parents after their earlier race. I think Gary might want to turn round and have a look over the barrier because another one of his drivers is now just 4 laps away from a Grand Finals victory, which would be the 18th for Team UK. But 4 laps here at Sarno is an awfully long time indeed.
These three now settling down, getting into rhythm. They're using optimal line to try and catch Ashcroft, but Ashcroft's built that gap up already to 0.9 of a second over the last lap. Let's see if they've closed that down at all in this lap that Maximov's been leading. Van Wyk down the inside of Goff. He's managed to make that move stick. Nice, good move. Open the back wheel up onto him as he got on the brakes. And that is done and dusted for him. They can now get their heads down. The two Dutch trying to work together to get back onto the front. Ashcroft looks behind him to see the gap he's got. He knows the gap he's got.
Biggest movers in the race so far. All the rage. Gage Korn up from 31st to 20th. Panustia Monkong from 36th to 25th. But the biggest mover of them all is the youngest driver in this class. 12 years and 2 months old, Kai Clark has gained 15 places and he's on the verge of a place in the top 15, top 12 rather, as the Dutch are tripping over themselves and Jacob Ashcroft is disappearing.
Yeah, these three have given up on trying to make the catch. They only brought a 10th back in the previous lap. It's now up to 1.3. So Ashcroft all on his own, bar the shout. Hopefully, you know, that kart stays together for the next 3 laps.
Now, I know, well, I have to say this. Jacob's dad, Barry Ashcroft, he said that he's been dieting, he's been a bit low on energy. I hope he saved enough energy to get his lungs full because Jacob, the driver from Western Supermare, is 1.8 seconds up the road. There he is. 2022 second in Minimax. 2023 third in Minimax. This year they decided they weren't going to do the British Championship. They were going to just concentrate on racing overseas. He finished third in the Euro Series. Had to get his ticket through the BNL Karting Championship, which he won. And now after not starting one of his heat races, he has driven his way into contention.
Oh, Maximov drops a wheel.
Yep, Maximov drops a wheel, Kyle.
3 into 1, doesn't go there. They were 3 wide. Goff was the winner, major winner there. He came out in front of this group in second. But Van Wyk looking very racy at the moment. He wants that second place. Will we see Maximov, though, get back to it? Nelson looking hungry there. You can see the mistakes made in front of him. He can move himself up the field. We've got 2 laps left to go this race. And Ashcroft up to 2.3 seconds. He's gapped it.
Well, I do hope we got a camera near the grandstand to watch the parental reactions from this one. You're looking at the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. You can hardly see the leader. Jacob Ashcroft, now is your time, young man. Now is your time. He got his first ticket in 2020. He got a prize drive to race in the International Trophy at Portimao that year. He won it. Then the Grand Finals were cancelled due to COVID. He thought he wouldn't come back. He starts his last lap now. He's got 2 podiums. He's got a third, a second. He is 1,500 meters away from doing it. And Goff and Nelson moving to second and third, ahead of Van Wyk and Maximov. Nissan is there as well, but they're all trailing a long way behind this driver, this young man, Jacob Ashcroft. Kyle Lawrence, what a performance.
6 corners left to go. The panic, I'm sure, is setting in. He's just trying to keep it as neat and tidy as possible. No need to push. 3.9 seconds
There's
is the
Barry
gap.
watching. There's Barry Ashcroft watching. He's watching his son. He can't take his eyes off him. But there's only 3 corners to go. Make that 3 corners now. Make that 2 corners to go. Make it 1 corner to go as Jacob Ashcroft is a Grand Finals champion, and that is what it means. That's what it means. There he is. He cannot believe it. And that's Henry Korn congratulating Barry. Barry Ashcroft was told I will tell the story. Barry Ashcroft was told a couple of years ago, if you don't lose weight, you will not be around to see your son do just that. He has worked so hard for himself, his family, his son, and his son has just become a Grand Finals champion. He's got a big heart. Sometimes he's got a big mouth. But no one, and he's a very, very popular figure. When you meet Barry Ashcroft, you know you met him. And to his mum, to Jacob's mum, Louise, watching back home, there you go. Oh, and Jacob wins it by nearly 5 seconds. In the midst of all that, Team UK have just swept the podium with Lewis Goff and Wales' Cameron Nelson rounding out your top 3. Boaz Maximov, Tish Van Wyk for the Netherlands, 4th and 5th. Scott Marsh recovers to 6th. Casper Nissan 7th. Max Swiderski 8th. Fernando Paimare and Antoine Lemieux. Great Britain now move ahead of Estonia as the most successful nation in junior Rotax Grand Finals history. What a drive from Kai Clark. Kai Clark's year started in the worst way. His family are watching, and there is one member of Kai's family watching somewhere up above, and the youngest driver in the field comes through the pack to finish 12th. Well done, what a story. And you know something, Kyle Lawrence, after all that, we had 35 finishers out of 36.
Absolute brilliant race. I told you it was going to be a viral one. It definitely was great to watch.
Yes, indeed. What a race. Now, let's have a look at, we'll wait to see. Here's another story. Back in 2022 at the Grand Finals, when we have the team photos in front of the kart display, Barry Ashcroft and his wife Louise got held up. Barry started chatting to somebody, and Jacob missed the team photo. Barry was somewhat upset by this, so me being me, I said, Jacob, don't worry, I'll figure something out for you. So I said, right, here we go. So I lifted him on my shoulders, 1 photo of Jacob on my shoulders in front of all the karts. Fantastic, Barry loved it. 5 seconds later, I bent down to take Jacob off my shoulders and dropped him and almost broke both his wrists. And he had to go to the medical tent before he could race.
Well, he's
so
healed
I
from that
almost
now.
cost him his first Grand Finals, and now I'm here commentating on his 3rd and his first win.
Great racing from all of them. Maximov had a chance to be on the podium. Then he was down to 7th, back up to 3rd. Nelson led at one stage, down to 7th, back up. It was an absolutely unbelievable race, moving and shaking all over the place.
Yes. He's just soaking it in for a minute. Yeah, there's a lot there now as he cuts away. There is one of the Dutch drivers. Let's have a look at the highlights of that race. Cameron Nelson set his stall out early from pole position, defending very early on. Scott Marsh was the rear gunner, and I think Marsh probably would have gone with him if Nelson just decided he wasn't going to defend. I have to say, you know, I'll say it, and I'm prepared to be corrected by Cameron's dad later on. I think there was nerves there, and Cameron just didn't quite have the belief that I could drive away, or rather, not drive away, but just battle one-on-one with Scott Marsh. There's Jacob Ashcroft moving into third position. Then there was a bit of a breakaway. We missed the incident where Marsh sort of ran up over the back of Nelson. That was Casper Nissen getting all sorts of sideways coming through turn number 1. But as we had this fantastic scrap develop for second between Goff, between Maximov, they tripped over each other. Jacob Ashcroft went, thank you very much indeed. Goff coming through, good couple of passes there from Lewis Goff, and he was trying to signal, say go on, go forward, but there was nothing they could do at that point as Jacob Ashcroft crosses the line. If there's a picture of the emotional grand finals, it's that one. There's the moment where Jacob finally gets a hug off Dad. He's won a grand finals. And, yeah.
You can't buy these moments.
Champion, yeah, you cannot buy these moments. Zach Clemente-Mello's joined me in the commentary box ahead of the senior race. Those are the moments that you live for.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most special points in his life right now. You could see the emotion even with the helmet on.
Jacob didn't want to take his crash helmet off. Jacob.
He's taking it all in right now. I think he's still in shock.
Yep. He's going to have to take his helmet off to get the interview, to get the winner's interview. Yeah.
He's like, what just happened? Oh my God.
Yes, he is indeed. No, I hope that Barry's got his paddock pass. That'll be the one thing. Barry comes bowling into the paddock and he forgets his pass.
I don't think anyone was stopping Barry after his son just got that win.
No, he's been busy telling everyone all week that he's parked next to Kimi Räikkönen and thinking what a great guy he is. And there's the youngest driver in the class, Kai Clark. There's Joe Bleakley, Kai's mechanic. Paul Klassen, there, the technical commissioner. And Jen Wade is there saying, oh yeah, the winner's podium is this way. The winner's podium is this way. There are senior carts heading out onto the circuit. We will hear from Jacob Ashcroft. Zach Clemente-Mello, senior Rotax, the original Rotax class. You have stood on this podium. You have some idea of the emotions that people are going through right now.
Yeah, everyone out there, I'm sure, is nervous. Some of them have a plan, some of them don't. But when that green flag drops, the plan normally goes out the window.
Yep.
So this is going to be an exciting race. I'm indifferent on who wins, but if I have to make a pick, I'm going to say Hodgson's a strong contender today. You can't buy experience, and he knows anything that can happen.
Well, before we get to seniors, let's have a word with a very emotional junior champion, Jacob Ashcroft.
Now, Jacob, if you don't stop crying, we're all going to start crying. I've got to say congratulations. What a drive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell us, I know how you're feeling. It's a little bit overwhelming. Is there anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to say thanks to, or?
Yeah, my mum and dad. Dad for definitely driving me here. Nan and Grandad for supporting the whole family back at home. And just the whole of Danon racing, including Ross, for setting up the kart.
And tell us how long you've been working for to do this. You've been there on the podium several times. How many years?
2 years in a row now. I've had a second and a third, and now I've finally got a win.
Yeah. It's been a long time coming. What's it feel like?
It feels amazing. I just couldn't believe it at the first bit, but yeah, I've done it.
You've done everyone proud that supported you and yourself. I mean, it was a fantastic race. There was no looking back. You were so far out in front, and now you've done it. Congratulations. You're the junior champion, RMC Grand Finals 2024.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, let's go back up to Henry, and you go get yourself some tissues and a drink. Go back to Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen. You could see the senior Rotax grid and, assembling. 66 senior drivers had to put their own go-karts in crates and ship them to Puerto Rico in 2000. For the first couple of years, people used their own carts, and then there was rules about, hey, you brought your engine, but then you didn't use your engine. It was sort of raffled, and it was a different engine every race, until now we got to the situation where chassis partners provide all the equipment, and Rotax provide all the engines. As you look at those 36 drivers, 36 drivers didn't even get that far. They're watching and planning for next year, aren't they?
Yeah, I think when you don't make the final, you know what you got to do next year. You have the motivation. You learn a lot. I had a chat this morning with some of the American side of Rotax, and you see at this race, the Brits are always very strong. So I think maybe we need to change some things we do over on that side and kind of fight a bit different than we do so we can get to this level, which I think is good. We're starting to realize that.
Well, I mean, Denik Babacek has come from the Czech Republic, but he comes to race. He didn't do the full British Championship, but he does the O-Plate, he does the Kart Masters Grand Prix, he does selective races in the UK, at PF International, just to get used to racing against the British drivers. And it pays off, doesn't it?
Yeah, the level there is really strong, obviously. So if anyone could get a chance to go over there, I always strongly recommend it. You learn so much from being there.
Okay, well, Jen Wade has made her way from the victory interview area to the grid. Take it away, Jen.
Well, that was exciting. Junior race, a little bit of emotion, and now I can feel a little bit of tension, actually. Only a quick hi to Matt. How are you feeling?
Yeah, excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Yesterday, the racing was phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really close, obviously, with the slipstream. No one's getting away, so yeah, I think it's just going to be a hack till the end, and probably don't want to be the first one going into that last corner on the last lap.
But this is what you do it for, isn't it? This is why you do it. It's to have that feeling and to have those battles and to do that racing, and I think that's what it's all about. It's not about anything else, trophies or that.
No, for sure. We're just here to race, and obviously the close-fought ones are the best ones that feel the best to win, so yeah, for sure.
And you're on the grid with some good drivers, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah,
and, of course, if you win, you're the champion and you get a trophy too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're all right.
Okay, good luck. Nice to see you. Alrighty, over here, I won't stay too long. Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw. Now, I was just talking to Matt. He said it's probably going to be a bit of a hack to the end, but it's going to be good.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good one. I can't really see anybody getting away, so it's just going to be, I'd use the words carnage, to be honest.
Okay, we don't want any of that, so we'll just beep that bit out.
Okay, yeah, beep that bit out.
But it's going to be good. If you guys can just not run each other off the track, at least till the checkered flag, I think it's going to be a really good race.
Yeah, obviously, well, you never really want to run anybody off because you're going to get a penalty, so hopefully there's none of that. Hopefully it's hard but fair racing, and yeah, hopefully it's good.
You've been a champion before, you know what it takes, so see you at the party. There we go. Okay, Harry Bartle over this side, one of the junior UK drivers, but now obviously he's in seniors because of the age difference in the regulations. I have to talk to the local hero, just a quick one, Elia. What do you think now? Yesterday also was really good racing. You were in amongst it. Any major changes or anything for today?
On the card, no. On the head, yes. It's the final. It's not just qualifying heats or the pre-final where you can gain points. It's just all or nothing. Also, some people know this will be my last karting race, so it's for sure at some point a goodbye, but also a see you soon, and hope I can make my country for the last time proud.
I'm sure tomorrow will be a public holiday if you can do that.
Yeah, let's see. I haven't planned on that yet.
Okay, we wish you luck, and also for the future. Fantastic. Okay, so Vic Stevens. Hi, Vic. Everyone at home, say hi to Team Belgium and all your supporters watching.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, he's getting ready. We'll keep pushing on. Sean Butcher is there, of course. He's been here before. Also very close, Lewis Gilbert. They're having a bit of a chat. I guess it's some kind of strategy happening there. So a big discussion with the mechanics and the drivers. Probably the most they've ever talked, I guess, in one. But then, of course, the ex-UK driver, now USA driver, Oliver, and all the young guys in front of you here. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited. It's, these races don't come around very often, so yeah, I'm excited for the big stage in the moment and feel good about our speed and our chances to win.
I think you've got a good chance. And anyone who's interested to learn how to race, watch yesterday's pre-final. It was amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an exciting race. Lots going on. So yeah, good to digest that one.
How to stay in second place and not let the rest of the world pass you. Oliver Hodgson. Okay, we're going to leave the grid. Well done, Tino. Good luck. Team Switzerland. And we shall go and check out Sodicart and have a look at their video before we go back to Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen. And there is a word from our chassis partners. Gavin Cronje from South Africa, Claudio Piazzo Musso, Mark Cronje, Cristiano Magado, San Galeb, Luke Glanstorp, Ricardo Romcana, Benji Russell, Ben Cooper, Luke Varley, Caleb Williams, Charlie Eastwood, Oliver Hodgson, Carlos Gill, Alex Irlando, Dennis Mavranov, Brett Ward, Senna van Valstein, Axel Sanyala, Mark Kimber, Callum Bradshaw, and last year, Andrei Petrovic. They have been your winners. Great Britain have 8, South Africa 5, the Netherlands 3, nobody else more than 1. It's the original class, Zach Clemandamello, looking there at the list, 2014.
That Carlos Gill name is familiar.
Bruno Bolido and Zach Clemandamello in the rain in Valencia. Harry Bartle, a junior driver moving up to senior. An advantage in some respects.
In some respects, yeah. Obviously, the racing's a bit different than what he's used to. I almost think senior's a little bit more respectful than junior. No, the testosterone's chilled out a bit at that age. But they don't know what to expect from Henry. And I know if I was out there, I'd be thinking, okay, he's a junior. Maybe he's going to do something a little crazier than others. So it could be beneficial, but it could be hurtful at the same time. You never know. It's a coin flip.
Yep. Elia Papacena will have our camera cart. There's the eyes of Vic Stevens. Again, you're saying he's a nice kid outside the cart. But there's no room for niceties here. It is all or nothing.
Yeah, off track, he seems like a great kid from what I could tell. But on that track, he's been just as mean as anyone all week, which is what you need.
Now, we look. Elliot Papaceni saying it's his last race in karting before he moves to cars.
Yeah.
You had that as well, even though you're still racing. There was a time where
it's
it was
never
like,
really your last race.
I'm moving out of karting full-time into car racing. You know, there was that. But here we go.
That will make him more motivated.
For senior Rotax. Your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, Kai Hunter from the United Kingdom and Matthew Higgins from Team UK. Callum Bradshaw and Harry Bartle make him an all-British second row, and the top 5 rounded out by Scotland's Lewis Gilbert. The first non-Brit is our camera cart, Italy's Elia Papacena. Sean Butcher, the 7th Brit in the top, 6 out of 7. Then Belgium's Vic Stevens. Oliver Hodgson, a former winner in 2013, now representing the USA, starts 9th alongside Switzerland's Tino Sidler. On row number 6, it's Pietro Valdo Pons from Italy and Macaulay Bishop from the United Kingdom. He was a podium finisher as a Micromax driver here in 2019. Max Walton from Australia and Mika van der Pavert from the Netherlands start from row number 7. Augustin Sepulveda from Chile and Thailand's Austin Gale go from row number 8. Marius Rose from Denmark and Hannes Uberfeld from Germany on row 9. Mehdi Lassoud from France, Jaden Tien from the Netherlands on row 10. Carpo Yu from Hong Kong and Nicolas Foucault from Argentina on row 11. Nolan Lamore and Paul Hamburg, France and Estonia are next. Then Attilia Rovid from Hungary and Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands. George Kafantaris from Greece and Quintin Liu from Japan on row 14. Ethan Delgado from Spain and New Zealand's Ashton Phipps round out your top 30. Diego Ramos from Brazil and Team USA's Dalton Haynes are next. Joao Diniz and Simon Perigny on the penultimate row, Portugal and France. Czech Republic's Matteo Richter and Austria's Luca Schlegel, last driver in. Have to say, Schlegel got in on a tie break by virtue of finishing one place in front of Wes Gundler in the pre-final. It can be so painful, can't it, Zach?
Yeah, it could hurt, but that's how this weekend goes. You know, you got to do everything perfect or else it could bite you.
So there is a look. Team UK race suits surround Elia Papacena, but what Papacena has, he has his home country supporting him, and he has the knowledge that he wants to leave his mark on karting before he moves into cars in the best possible way.
Yeah,
that could be a powerful thing.
He's got nothing to lose, as you said, Henry. It's his last race. He's going to leave it all on the table.
Kai Hunter from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir leads them to the start of this 18-lap race. Through turn number 1, 36 carts go in, 36 carts come out. Harry Bartle, I think that was a Bartle or Sean Butcher getting squeezed to the inside. They're all through cleanly. And now it's a case of Hunter, Bradshaw, and I think that was Lewis Gilbert making a good start up into third position, the very tall figure of the Diamond of Dalry. Very, like you said, calmer, a little bit less testosterone, Zach. We're all still going.
Yeah, I think early on in the race, the seniors will be a bit calmer, but when it comes to that last lap, or last few laps, you're going to see a bit of a different racing to the junior. They're going to be rough. I don't think we're going to see the same as the junior and any one get away here, especially when you have 5 English guys at the front. They're going to fight as hard as they possibly can.
Well, yes, you have got Kai Hunter leading. There's Papacena. Now, Elia Papacena, he's the one thing you got, he's at the back of this league group. He knows that he has to disrupt the Brits. And they're going to, they should work together. They may not work together.
They may disrupt themselves.
They may disrupt themselves. He does have Oliver Hodgson right behind him, and there is a Sony Kart nose cone that is no longer factory spec, shall we say. We'll have a look to see who that was next time around. It's Hunter, Bradshaw, Gilbert. England, Bradshaw now leads. So it's England leads,
he wasted no
Tyne
time.
and Weir leads, Scotland leads Wales at the front. There's Papacena chasing Harry Bartle.
Yeah, Papacena's trying to get back to that lead group and fight with them. Like you said, he kind of wants to get in the middle of those Brits and maybe mix it up, but it's going to be a fun race at the front. I don't know if they may not like me saying this, Callum or Kai necessarily have the pace to win, but their experience is so high that they could fight for the win whether they're the fastest guy on track or not.
Oh, and there is the 309 and the 352. That's Ashton Phipps from New Zealand. And it was the Hungarian kart of Attila Rovid off track. They become the first 2 drivers, sadly, to retire. Oliver Hodgson is there just behind Papacena, Ashton Phipps and Rovid. I think, I'm trying to see who the nose cone was, but Papacena is still there. Now, if he looks over his shoulder and sees Oliver Hodgson, he'll know, okay, I've got an experienced driver behind me. Hodgson will think, okay, if you're fast, Elia, I'll push you for a couple of laps. This is an 18-lap race. If Papacena is defending, Hodgson will think, okay, no, I've had enough of this, and I go, oh dear, the 344, that was Pietro Valdo Pons being moved wide.
Yeah, Hodge is obviously a smart driver. He's thinking he wants to get to the front as soon as possible and have more control of this race, but at the same time, he knows it's not worth doing anything early on when it's probably going to be a massive fight at the front, and he could fight this race no matter what.
Yes, looking down to see who has gone out of the race.
There we
Can't
see the
quite
mechanics
see that
giving
yet.
their drivers signs as always.
Plenty of instructions going on from the mechanics stand. There's Max Walton for Team Australia. He's just outside the top 10. Looking back at some of the big names starting further back, it's not been a great start for Dalton Haynes. He's only gained 1 place up to 31st position. Diego Ramos up to 26.
As well as the fastest lap just now for Diego.
But Sean Butcher has had a problem. I think Butcher is going to be the first retiree from the race. So one of the British drivers at the front sadly has gone. Paul Hamburg, biggest mover so far. He's up 9 places, the Estonian, to 15th.
Yeah, this is a race, where the first lap is obviously important, but at the same time, it depends on what happens up front. If they're fighting the way we think they're going to fight, just like we saw the Lion Harry yesterday.
Harry the
he had a
Lion.
bad first lap, and he came back through to 13th. Unfortunately, he didn't get through, but he was in that fight till the very end. Oh, and we got
Kai
a
Hunter
squeeze
on the
off.
grass. Oh, Callum Bradshaw
No,
squeezing.
oh,
Kai
that's
Hunter.
not what he
Oh,
wanted.
and Hunter spins. That's it. Game over
Yeah.
for Kai Hunter. And it's a replay of what happened in Portimao 2022.
No love
between
lost.
Bradshaw and Hunter. Hunter got to the inside. Bradshaw kept squeezing. Hunter had two options, the grass or the brake pedal. And he chose the grass, and it's cost him.
If that was me, I would have touched Callum there, but we're two stubborn people, so we probably would have both went off. But it's unfortunate for Kai. He was obviously in the fight all weekend. That's not what you want, and I feel bad for him.
We're looking there, I think, who was that?
But no love
retired?
lost between those Brits. As I said, they want to fight
No.
each other as hard as they can. They're out there for themselves, and this
Yep.
is the Grand Finals. You are Grand Finals champion after this, so they're going to leave it all out there, and, we may see some incidents, but at the end of the day, we're going to have a champion.
Yes, indeed. Now, I can see somebody walking away. Pietro Valdo Pons out of the race. So Italy are down to just one driver up near the front. And look at this.
got a mess.
Bradshaw, Higgins, Gilbert on the inside. Stevens for Belgium. And Papacena on the outside. Bradshaw's backing them up. Higgins is right there. Bradshaw, a former CIK World Champion. Higgins, third in this year's CIK World Championship. But the British deadlock has been broken. And look at Belgium. The Belgian Red Devils have got a man in this fight in the form of Vic Stevens. Here comes Stevens to spoil the British Tea Party.
Yeah, I think Steven's going to want to break them up, like you said. But obviously, as he's seen, there's no love between them. So he knows he's in a good spot right now, sitting in third. He could see what's happening, see how they're racing, and maybe do some homework in a way. But look at Stevens, so relaxed out there. These drivers from his part of the world are always super relaxed in their style.
There is no driver harder to get past once he's in the lead of a big race than Callum Bradshaw.
I think Callum knows he may not have necessarily the fastest pace out there, but
So
he's
he
going
has
to fight,
Yeah, so you have to manufacture a way to win. If you're not the fastest, you've got to outthink, out-aggression, out-defend, out-nasty the rest of the field.
That's what makes a driver special, Henry. We love to see that. I always say it's not the fastest guy who wins the race, but maybe the guy who's willing to fight the hardest and do the things he's supposed to do. Block when you need to, let someone by when you need to, and be smart.
It's like, you know what? In the bar, for these senior drivers, I'll buy you a beer after the race, but during the race, I'm going to throw it in your face.
Exactly.
And that's the way it goes. And drivers know this. There's Tino Sidler now, the Swiss driver. His mechanic is going to have his head shaved if Tino wins. I've got to say, he's in 6th position at the moment. Senna van Valstein, Tino's coach, has been saying that he'll go in his next race, he'll dye his hair pink. I've got to say, get the razors out, because Tino is not far away either. And there is another retirement. Oh, Higgins over the curb. That settles a cart. Vic Stevens up to P2.
Callum, I think, is just hoping they fight hard behind him while he's defending, and that's some of the game plan sometimes, back them up into each other. They start fighting, as we saw in the junior, and he managed to get a gap. I'm sure that's what Callum's hoping for, but these senior guys know what he wants to do, so they're not going to let him.
We were just looking there from Papacena. Oliver Hodgson in 9th. Austin Gale is 10th. That make that 7th for Hodgson, 8th for Gale. Papacena back into 9th position. Lewis Gilbert rounding out your top 10. Macaulay Bishop is now in 5th. There's Macaulay Bishop moving past Tino Sidler for 4th position. Augustin Sepulveda for Chile there making a move. Tian 11th, Walton 12th, then Van der Stroik, the Suid, Sepulveda, Hamburg, Lamore, Yu, Ramos. Carts off there. Couldn't quite see who they were. And there's a Dutch cart also running wide. I think that could have been Estonia. I think it was Sepulveda and Hamburg going off.
Yeah.
Kafantaris from Greece has also been off as well. Higgins is back into P2 though, Zach. Half distance, and still no one can root Bradshaw out of the way.
Yeah, Higgins knows how Callum's going to race. Obviously, they're fellow countrymen, so I think Higgins has an idea of how Callum's going to race, and he's just holding position right now. Tough to find a way around Callum. He knows where to put that go-kart, and it's more like 3 go-karts wide as opposed to 1 when he's racing you. But at the same time, you run the risk of something crazy happening when you're defending that much. It's going to be a fight of, as I said it,
Higgins trying to go around the outside. Bradshaw also trying to squeeze Higgins wide, and he squeezed a pair of them out of this race. And now Macaulay Bishop and Vic Stevens and Tino Sidler take over.
That pink hair may come soon.
From having 7 British drivers at the front, Belgium now leads Switzerland. It's incredible. Stevens pulling away. It's Bishop and Harry Bartle, the junior champion, into 4th position. Then it's Hodgson, Bradshaw 6th, Gale 7th, TN 8th, Gilbert 9th, Walton 10th, Papachanis down to 12th, and Diego Ramos from Brazil, Zach, a driver you know very well, he is heading towards the front, trying to see where Dalton Haynes has got to. Dalton's up to 17th place, and Kai Hunter running 23rd.
Yeah, this race is far from over. Obviously, the toe at this track, the draft, as we like to say in America, is really big. So, you know, Oliver, just Hodgson having a really smart race. He knows in this race is going to be chaos and anything can happen. And as I said, you can't buy experience. So he's there waiting for the race to come to him. But he has a bit of ground to catch up if he wants to be in that fight now.
Well, I'm just looking, sorry, Zach, Belgium, 1 second place. That was in 2017, Felix Varga in seniors.
Vic having exactly what he wants right now. They're fighting behind him, and he's just building that gap right now.
Macaulay Bishop, 2 wheels on the grass, takes 2nd position. Macaulay Bishop, 2nd in Micromax a year ago. 3rd, in 2019. 3rd a year ago in Bahrain as a senior.
May I mention what a drive by Austin Gale right now.
Yes, you may.
Up 10 spots. First white helmet we see on the grid. Not that that's a bad thing, you know, but not something we're used to seeing. And that's not good for Timo,
yeah, that's Augustin Sepulveda from Chile. Minus a front bumper out of the race.
But I'm sure the guys behind him won't be mad about that either. You know, it's so unfortunate for him. He's been strong all week. He's someone I would have liked to seen fight for the win here. But I'm sure Vic Stevens is licking his lips right now as he gets away from the group, and hopefully could have a stress-free race in his mind.
So here's another thing. Macaulay Bishop, his dad Ian does the car, but his main mechanic is his younger brother Mason. His younger brother Mason Bishop, when he spanned Macaulay Bishop to the British Junior title a year ago, he wasn't allowed on the dummy grid in the UK because he was too young to go on the grid as a mechanic. You just saw a shot of him sitting at the back of the grandstand. There is Mason Bishop.
He's just hoping his brother can close that gap right now and get there. What a cool story, you know, working with your family, just like Dalton Haynes. There's nothing more special than that. It makes you want it even more.
Exactly. However, we're on lap 12 out of 18, 6 laps, and the gap is 1.4 seconds. There's Oliver Hodgson. So Hodgson now behind Austin Gale. Yeah, there's the Team Thailand race suit, white helmet, Austin Gale. His younger brother Toby also made the final. Hodgson and Jaden Tian, though, rooting Gale out of the way. Gilbert is next. Higgins is recovered to 12th. Bradshaw sets a new fastest lap in 5th position. We've still got 5 laps to go.
Yeah, and Macaulay was only slightly quicker that lap, so he's going to need to pick it up if he wants to get over to Vic and have a chance to win that.
Yep, and there's Callum Bradshaw back into contention, up into 4th position.
You can never count that man out, no matter what happens.
Cannot count him out. And this is this is the battle further back. Hodgson now at the front of a very large gap. But you're going to see a Team Brazil race suit popping into frame very shortly. That is Diego Ramos, who has been quiet all week. And and there is I think that was the Diamond of Dalrai, Lewis Gilbert there getting a bit sideways. Higgins down 11th. Ramos coming alive now. Further back, Dalton Haynes. He's gained 16 places up to 16th.
Yeah, if you're Vic Stevens right now, you're thinking just clean, consistent laps.
Yep.
He was a little bit quicker than Bishop there, which is what he wanted. You know, he doesn't want to let Bishop get within that range of drafting him, because then the race will change really quick. And here we see Callum right back in the fight again, as you said.
Passing Harry Bartle for 3rd place. Bartle's he was complaining that, car just wasn't quite as fast in a straight line, didn't have the waft that he wanted. Bradshaw passing him there. But if Harry Bartle can now push Bradshaw up, they're ahead of Tino Sidler.
There we got another 2 off.
Oh dear, there's the number 319. That is Tommy van der Stroys walking away from his cart. Something else has fought. There's been someone's gone through a pylon there. There's a cart still on the circuit. The Marshall team gets there very quickly. Let's have a quick glance to see who has gone off with Tommy van der Stroys. George Kafataris from Greece has also retired. So we're down to 29 runners. 29 runners with van der Stroys going out. Papachena is 12th on our camera cards, and a new fastest lap for Callum Bradshaw. He's taking Harry Bartle, and he's taking with him and closing in on Macaulay Bishop as Vic Stevens continues to pull away. I am not biased in any way, even though I am British. We've got 3 laps to go. I have to ask myself, how in God's green earth have Team UK conspired to not win this race? They had 7 of the top 8 places on the grid. It's
this
incredible.
is exactly what Vic Stevens wanted. You know, I hate to say this, but I'm not surprised. Those Brits like to race hard. They want to win it. They're always at the front here because they know how to survive, but it seems they've got into each other today, and this isn't what they wanted.
Last year, I was chatting to a lot of people this year in senior Rotax. They said the thing about the British drivers is they spend the first half of the race killing everybody else, then they kill each other.
This is very true.
And then if you survive like Andrei Petrovic did last year, you end up winning a grand final. There's Bishop. He checks over his shoulder. Well, it's not going to be a win for Macaulay Bishop, but Bradshaw, the great white shark, the ultimate apex predator, is closing in on Bishop.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're Macaulay Bishop?
I'm defending for my life. At this point, I think Stevens has got the gap he needs. All you can hope if you're the guys back there is that he's going to get a penalty of some sort, which it seems to me he's had a really clean race and been smart.
Yep.
So at this point, you're just going to fight as hard as you can for P2. No one wants P2, but there's no shame at the Grand Finals to be Grand Finals vice champion.
Matthew Higgins has also retired, sadly. Here comes Bradshaw, 2 laps to go. Right.
And there we see him using the bumper.
Well, yeah, he's just letting Macaulay know he's there. These two have discussed race positions and discussed the same piece of tarmac several times. Bishop is this year's British Championship. In fact, in the modern era of the Motorsport UK British Championship, Macaulay Bishop is the most decorated driver of everybody in any class, Rotax or others. And
what we can't forget as well is that these English guys, there's a rivalry between DHR, Strawberry Racing.
Oh, yes, KR Sport,
they're not the best friends, exactly. They have some of the best drivers, but there's a strong rivalry between teams, and they're showing out there that they're not best friends.
But Vic Stevens,
what a drive by Timo as well to hold on with the damage he's facing. I'm sure that go-kart's not performing as he wants with the bumper moving around, but he's held on to that front group. Really impressive.
Yep, and now Bradshaw tries to go around the outside of Macaulay Bishop. What a move. He moves Bishop over. Bishop, though, doesn't take the Kai Hunter route. He sticks it back in there, and Harry Bartle now having to go as well. I mean, Tino Sidler, that's going to be a nose-cone penalty. Unfortunately, Tino is not fighting for the podium. It's going to be Vic Stevens.
And he just lost the nose cone completely now.
No.
That's heartbreak.
That's game over on the last lap for Tino Sidler. And
Callum just punted. I won't lie. You just sent Bishop off the track.
The pictures say
that was
1,000
on purpose.
words. The pictures said 1,000 words. And no,
that's not what we want to see.
No, Macaulay,
he's not happy.
Macaulay.
This could be career damaging.
But anyway,
let's go back to Vic Stevens, your Grand Finals champion.
Belgium are victorious.
What a drive.
Well done to the Belgian team. Paul Lemons, Koen Lemons, and everyone else is here from Genk. And Belgium come across the line to take victory. Macaulay Bishop finishes second on the road, but he missed out half the last lap.
Yep.
So I would say Harry Bartle will finish in second place. Tino Sidler lost his nose cone, so he will be. Callum Bradshaw is next. I'm not quite sure how long he'll stay
that's
there.
not going to last. Congrats to Vic Stevens, though. What a drive. And
yeah.
We saw the smartest driver win the race today. He stayed out of trouble. He did everything he had to.
Absolutely.
And he let himself destruct in a way, you know. He was so smart out there. He waited for the carnage, and he took advantage in his moment and let them fight behind him and got the win.
Now, Elia Papachena, he will finish his last karting race in the top 10. Diego Ramos and Dalton Haynes. Nobody has passed more go-karts this week than the real deal Dalton Haynes. Kai Hunter in 14th. Lewis Gilbert down in 15th. But hey, he wasn't supposed to be here a week ago. Further back down the order, well done to Oliver Hodgson 7th, Max Walton 8th, Mehdi Lasoud, Austin Gale will take home a top 10 for Thailand. Now, we will be going into the pits, and we're going to be careful. There's going to be some choice, I hope there's no choice language, but you've got to prepare yourself, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Callum Bradshaw, there goes Kai Hunter, there's Lewis Gilbert. We're going to...
Not many happy faces in there at the
James Fitzhugh, who has been producing this broadcast all week and has done an absolutely fantastic job, has brought the images to you at home like never before, has very wisely decided to mute the microphones and the cameras in there just for a moment.
They're athletes. There's emotions running. Sometimes we say things we don't mean, you know. So
do you know what? Macaulay Bishop, he did not react.
No, very professional.
Very professional indeed. There is number 331, Austin Gale. No, that's Harry Bartle, sorry. Going through there. There is number 331, Austin Gale. And again, congratulations. What a drive for Thailand there. Let's talk positives.
Really
we haven't
impressive.
seen our winner yet. Oliver Hodgson, not meant to be for him, but again, showing that he's still there. There's Vic Stevens.
And a massive congratulations to him. I'm sure the emotions are pouring over him right now as a young man. You know, this is something, a race we all wish for.
Let's have a look. Hang on a second.
He looks stressed.
He looks stressed.
No, but there's a smile.
I want to say a big hello to every single one of the 5,000 people who are currently watching this live.
Yeah.
That, I think, is an Alpha Live record. Yes. Hello, Zach's mum. And indeed,
Thank you,
every other mum
Rotax,
out
for
there.
having me. It's been a pleasure to commentate this week along the great Henry.
But there we go. There is your winner. And so again, 5,000 people. Hello to Zach's mum, hello to my family, hello to all the families back home.
Thank you for tuning in, everyone, to one of the greatest karting races in the world.
All those Rotax drivers who didn't qualify for this year, you know, I keep saying it whenever I go around the world to say, you know, support your nation, support your countrymen, because that's what it means. There's the Belgian team. Now, Vic Stevens, he'll race against some of those guys and girls all year. And yet when it comes to this event, they're all cheering him on. He's moving his go-kart in. So, Belgium, that is their fourth Grand Finals, provisional Grand Finals win. It moves them into a tie with Japan on 4 victories. Christoph Adams has taken 2 Belgian victories. I'm looking back. Junior Rotax or DD2 will find out the other Belgian triumphs over the years. But you said it before.
Yeah.
What makes Vic Stevens such a nice kid outside the kart? You know him.
I don't know him that well, actually, but when you watch him talk, he's very soft-spoken. He's maybe not the biggest kid off the track. He's just very calm in all his interviews, and obviously being calm paid off for him today. As I said, he was the smartest driver. He kind of let everyone self-destruct and did exactly the job he needed to do today.
Well, speaking of highlights, there were
Starting
several
far
of
back
them.
on the grid as well.
Starting back. Let's look. Where did Vic Stevens start? He was on the 4th row of the grid.
Which makes his win that much more impressive.
There he is, around the outside. That was the first incident. That was Kai Hunter going off on the inside line there, trying to take the lead away from Callum Bradshaw. There's Stevens in front of Elia Papachena. At this point, he's 5th. You've got Bradshaw, Higgins, Gilbert, Bartle, Vic Stevens going around the outside. That moved him up into 3rd position, and it's when Higgins went for the move around the outside, Bradshaw went, I'm not having any of that, off we go. And that's the move that gave that gave Stevens the lead.
Yeah, tough to say whose fault that is. You know, outside man in my mind is a dead man, but it's the final. They're all leaving it out there to win one of the biggest races in the world.
Callum Bradshaw will say, well, you're on the outside, mate, and you weren't alongside me. I'm going to run you wide.
Exactly.
And that's fair enough. Then Bradshaw starts to fight back. First move, in on Harry Bartle. Then that was for third place. That was the aftermath of the Bishop Bradshaw incident. But
there we see Vic Stevens celebrating again.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it's all about. Bishop waiting but not retaliating. I think it's
emotions are high out there. He probably, got heated for a moment but thought better of it. We don't even know. We're just assuming here. So I don't want to say something about someone that's wrong, but professional of him not to do anything back. It gets emotional out there. It gets frustrating, but it's our job as professionals and drivers to go back to the tent with a smile and deal with it with our team.
Yeah, that is things. There's the Dutch congratulating the Belgians. Not something that happens in every sport, but in karting, absolutely.
Yeah.
As they look around.
Luckily, those drivers aren't mic'd up, or I'm sure we would have heard some choice words during this whole race as they fought tooth and nail.
Congratulations there from Harry Bartle and his mechanic. There's Mason Bishop, who's now allowed into the pits.
Very nice to see everyone congratulating Stevens as well. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is, and that is good. You know, you can tell a lot about a driver by the way that the other mechanics and the other drivers speak to him. There's Raym Cornwell on the pit. Just he does a lot of work developing karting in South Africa and Namibia and places like that. There's Raymond Dean Cornwell.
And for those other guys behind Vic Stevens, I've been there. I finished second at one of the Supernats, and it makes you want to come back so much more and win this race again. So I'm sure these guys are going to use it as motivation, and everyone in this race is going to come back next year with more experience and try harder again.
Indeed. Jen Wade is with Vic Stevens right now. Take it away, Jen.
Well, Vic, you've done it. You won.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, such an unbelievable, I can't even speak. Such an incredible feeling. World champion, yeah.
Now tell me, out there, it was a really, really tough battle. You were coming through. What were you thinking? Once you got up there, you knew you had to get to the front.
Yeah, just no mistakes at all. I was P3, and then Matthew made a move on Callum, and I managed to come first after the corner. So yeah, just head down and drive as fast as you can, and it worked out. So yeah.
But you did it. You're the champion, of course. Senior Max, really, really tough class.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people to say thank you to. If you'd like to now, you can tell them.
Yeah, the whole Bouvin team, especially Max, Bouvin and Jules, my parents, my whole family. Just, thank you to them all.
So what are you going to do now? Party?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Congratulations. We're going to see you at the podium.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Quick advert. We're going to go back to the start grid for the next DD2 final.
With 35 one-make cups, Porsche Motorsport is the leading manufacturer of monobrand racing series in automobile racing. The central maxims are safety, equal opportunities, and affordable motorsport at the highest professional level, coupled with the highest level of technical customer support, including worldwide and fast spare parts supply, as well as top marketing. Porsche Motorsport offers its customers, from motorsport beginners to professionals, a wide range of excellent racing platforms worldwide.
At BRP Rotax, we feel that the one-make series that we run with the Rotax Racing, the karting itself, is very much in line with the Porsche Racing, and therefore it's an easy transition for our drivers from one to the other. We've produced a lot of champions coming from Rotax Racing into the Porsche series, which is spectacular for our future.
And we're back, and I'm back from the pit lane of the Senior Max class. We move now to the DD2 Masters. A lot of these drivers been in karting for a very long time. Some of them are starting out for the first time. This will be their first visit to an international event, so a big mix throughout this field. There we see Nicolas Pico giving a bit of a high five and a thumbs up to his half-brother. Both of them actually, the MPS team, doing a lot of work here in the Masters series. There's Brazil's João Cunha. He was pretty close to Pico in a couple of the heats, but Pico's had the run of it lately in the last, well, the entire day, actually. Right in the front and managing to break away. We've seen a couple of breakaways in the final, but these drivers in Masters will be trying their best to make sure that doesn't happen. Nice Argentinian suit there. Rodriguez, great shot of the sun there on the front of that suit. But the Charles Leclerc chassis are doing well for these drivers. They're not far off the DD2 class either. And as I say that, we're going to kick down to Jen on the start-finish line.
Alrighty, on the front row now for the Masters, and first of the DD2 classes. We're going to go with the Masters. Nicholas Pico has been unbeatable the whole time. Nicholas, unbeatable the whole week. But now the pressure's on.
Oh, it's okay.
It's okay. Okay, he says it's okay. João, also from Brazil. Just a quick hi. I know that you're focused and ready for the race. Anything you'd like to say to your friends at home watching?
Tentar fazer uma boa corrida aí e posicionar bem o Brasil para bom lugar no pódio, hein. Valeu. Bye.
Bye. Good luck. Alrighty. Matthias Rodriguez now. He's a familiar face here at the Grand Finals. Argentina. And of course, Matthew Hamilton, also familiar face from many, many years at the Grand Finals. When was the first one? Was it Malaysia?
Yes.
Malaysia.
Dad was at the very first in Puerto Rico, so.
You were racing also?
I was, yes. A smaller field in those days. And a hotter day.
Yeah, but this is nice. Obviously, being in Italy is special.
It's beautiful. Yeah, it really is. Really good to be back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What about you, Matt? We've been on board with you a little bit earlier in the week, which was fantastic to see the pictures. What's it like being back here? Because usually you've got drivers or you're coaching and...
Yeah, no, it's great to be driving. Just trying to be staying out of trouble and, be in a good position for the start of the final, which we are. The three in front of me are quick. So we've made some changes and hopefully we can compete.
Can we get New Zealand on the podium one more time?
I would certainly like to think so, but yeah, I'll be trying.
Alrighty, good luck. Thank you. Alrighty, so Marty?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. You all the time have some questions to everyone. I have a question. Did you like our traditional tree cake?
I loved it. Is that egg?
I think it's included as well.
That tea cake. I think the other press people actually probably gobbled it up because I ate a little bit of it. So I hope it's still there when I go back. We're going to say good luck. Third row. What do you think?
Plenty of guys are wishing me all the best, but I'm trying not to put too much pressure on myself. The first time what we were speaking with other guys is, to enjoy driving, and of course is being able to watch to your opponents after the finish.
Yeah. Of course, the Masters always gives us some good racing.
Hopefully. So I'm all in. I will try my best to improve, but we will see just in like half an hour how it happens.
I know, we have to wait and see. It's a long race.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good luck. Thank you. Lithuania. Charles, of course, warming up there. Our French driver, another French driver. Actually, a few French. Harold Skarkaklis. It's the first time I've actually seen you on my level. Something about... That's better. How are you feeling? It's the fourth row. What are your chances? Do you like them? Good chance or...
Cool, I like.
Do you like your chances of being on the podium?
No, it's definitely better than to start from 26th like I did after quali. So.
Yes.
Chances are for sure, odds are bigger.
Yeah. And of course Latvia has been on the podium. They've been there before. You've been here many times. How many times?
Too many.
Can't remember.
I don't know, 8, 9 maybe.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Good luck, Harolds. Also to the rest of your team. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty. So, Juan Pablo, how are you? Colombia?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Yes. Enjoying the racing?
Yeah, very much. It's unbelievable, this race. It's very even. Anyone can win, so we are P7. We have to do everything in this final to get on the podium. That's the goal.
We're going to be watching, and give a big wave to everyone in Colombia.
Everyone, hi and vamos con toda.
Thank you. Okay, we have to run off soon. I won't go too much further down the grid because we will need to check out a little bit about the Charles Leclerc chassis. And of course, Charles, if you're watching, hi from everyone here in Sano. Last year he was watching, I'm sure. Michael as well, one of our Swiss drivers. Big wave to everyone at home. And Team Canada, good luck. Alrighty, we're going to get off the grid, and thank you for joining us for the DD2 Masters. We'll see you soon. A bit worried then. I saw the Sobi car on there, and I'm thinking, Charles Leclerc, isn't that like really? They must just be watching.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 2 races to go. Ramiro Brito, our race director, speaks to France's Nicolas Pico. Christophe Adams was the inaugural DD2 Masters champion all the way back 2007 Al Ain Raceway. Since then, we've had Dennis Kruijs from the Netherlands, Jesus Perez Santander at Ghibli Raceway, and then it was Scott Campbell, Cristiano Magado, twice, 3 times. And then Mikko Lane, Ryan Urban, Lee Michner, Troy Woolston in 2017. Morgado took his 5th and final Rotax title in 2018 in Brazil. Since then, Roberto Pazewski from Austria, Morgan Riesch for France, Kristaps Gasparovic from Latvia last year, Ben Cooper from Canada. This is DD2 Masters. And your starting lineup is as follows. Pole position, France's Nicolas Pico. Alongside him, João Cunha from Brazil. Matias Rodriguez from Argentina, a former podium finisher here in this class. He starts alongside Matt Hamilton from New Zealand. Then it's our camera car, Martinas Tankavicius from Lithuania and Charles Sagan from France. Juan Pablo Rico from Colombia and Harold Skarkaklis from Latvia. They are your row 4 starters, Dmitry Kovanov from Kyrgyzstan and Team USA's John Bonanno on row number 5. Michael Hitchcock from Switzerland and Marc-Andre Levesque from Canada are on row 6. Antti Ollikainen and Chile's Rodrigo Eckholt on row 7. Vivian Cusack-Pico, Nicolas Pico's half-brother from France, and Alex Fielenbach from Germany. That's row number 8. Row 9, Captain Kangaroo, Scott Howard from Australia and Fernando Guzzi from Brazil. Jared Freeston and David LaPlante, an all-Canadian 10th row. Then Jan Andreasen from Denmark and Eduardo Gack from Chile. Laurent Jumardan from Team USA and Australia's Troy Bretherton are on row number 12. Pirit C from Estonia and the retiring Anthony Hogg in his last ever race starts 26th. Bjorn Roos from South Africa and Carl Cleribo from Belgium are next. Javier Gonzalez Alcant from Mexico and Javier Campo from Spain, followed by the Netherlands' Wim Rouleau and Portugal's Pedro Ribeiro. Kamil Kaczmarek from Poland and Kazuma Kaimura from Japan. Won-Sik Kyu from South Korea rounds out the field. Sadly, Federico Rossi has had to withdraw. I just want to say a huge hello to the Northern Irish karting fraternity at Nuts Corner and the Eastwood family. I know that John Eastwood is not in the best of health at the moment, so to Suzanne, to Raimi, to former Grand Finals champion Charlie, our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we send you all our love and strength, and a big giddy up to John Eastwood as well, who was, he's a tough bloke. Here we go then, Kyle Lawrence. You can make moves in this class. You proved it last year from 31st to 10th.
Yeah, so it wasn't easy. There's a lot of top-class drivers throughout this field, a lot with years and years of experience in a kart. The front brakes do help. The use of going down to first gear, it's like the engine speed to slow the kart down does help. But Nicolas Pico is keeping this start super slow.
South Africa are this class's most successful nation of 4 wins. Canada have 2, so do Australia. Everyone else, well, no one else has got more than 1. Can we get a new nation? France won this class in 2021 with Morgan Riesch. Can they win with Nicolas Pico, who I have to say has been fairly dominant?
Yeah, this is one of his tactics, though. We saw him do it in the pre-final. He keeps the start really slow. I don't see him using the fuel line, though. Normally at this point, you'd be pinching the fuel line to make sure you don't overfuel and bog. He's not doing it, so relying fully on his throttle control to make sure he doesn't bog the kart, but this is slow.
Yes, indeed. Now Nicolas Pico moves them into the tram lines. Lights go. Out, we're off and racing. Pico leads into turn number 1. A good start from Matthias Rodriguez and a very good start from our camera cart, Martinas Tankavicius for Lithuania, who moves into 3rd position. He even had time to put a little smiley face on his radiator. Thank you, Martinas Tankavicius, as they go through turn number 5 and 35. Charles Leclerc chassis all now head down towards turn number 6 and up the back straight. Rodriguez has got to start attacking Pico now.
Yeah, he was the driver that I said could give it a chance. He could make sure that Pico doesn't get away. At the moment, though, he's got a 3-kart gap. Let's see if the gap that he maintained in pre-final was just maintaining it, or if
he was pushing,
he doesn't
or
have
if
the
he
pace.
was, how much pace does he have left? He gets the back end of the kart hanging out there, going into turn number 12. Behind him, João Cunha in 4th position for Brazil. Not a great start for João, but he is just behind our camera cart here. Now, let's have a look at that. 130 kilometers an hour through turn number 1 on a track surface that people have said are so grippy. John Bonanno over the grass. Huge moment for Team USA. John Bonanno, however, kept it pinned, and the New Jersey native carries on, although he's down to about 16th, 17th, 18th position. As about now further back down the order. Here we go. There's a move. João Cunha up the inside of Tankavicius at turn number 7, and that opens the door for Charles Sagan. Charles Sagan is mechanicked by Nicolas Pico's brother.
And also part of the MPS outfit. So they're obviously sharing setup between the 2 karts to make sure that both these drivers have the best possible equipment underneath them. But Rodriguez is not letting Pico get away. These 3, though, starting to jump. Garcaklis getting involved to get past Tankavicius.
Don't sleep on Harold Garcaklis either. Very, very talented driver. I'm looking, where was the Harold has been a podium or a contender a number of times before. I can't quite remember when the last time we saw Harold's race. I know he was in 2016. I think he was racing 2018. He's been a permanent fixture at the grand finals, it seems. Oh no, that is the
Hamilton.
507 Matthew Hamilton. It will not be another win for New Zealand in this class. Ryan Urban won it in 2016, and it will not be a happy day for the Kiwis this time. Tankavicius now following Garcaklis. Garcaklis spun in qualifying. I wouldn't bet against Harold Garcaklis playing a major role in this race. It's an 18-lap race. There's another move from Garcaklis as Latvia, the Griffin from Latvia, the 3 stars of Latvia. And look at Garcaklis go now, attacking João Cunha, and he's going to stick it up the inside. And João Cunha absolutely wipes his nose, and Garcaklis now loses the place back to Sagan. This is great stuff for 3rd place, but the top 2 are pulling away all the time, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm watching the gap. It goes up to 0.8, back down to 0.7, and up at 2/10 again. So it's all over the place. Rodriguez doing his best to hang in there. Down the inside, though, goes Sagan.
Sagan,
Sorry. goes and Gunnar goes dropping down to third, but now got Calculus all over it. This is becoming a proper train of carts.
Well, this looks like a mini-max race. You know, they're all ganging up behind, because behind Tankavicius and Garcaklis in 5th and 6th, you've got Dmitry Kovanov, you've got Michael Hitchcock, and you've got Antti Olakainen. Oh, that was one move too far from Garcaklis. Watch for the blue and the white race suit of Okuna is off. Watch for Antti Olakainen in the blue and white.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. Just they're trying to tighten it up too much with the send or the full pass, and they just touch wheels there. And unfortunately, just not placing the carts in the right place. But this is where it's becoming a bit of a traffic jam.
Antti Olakainen, 3rd in 2014, was leading when he got taken out in Portimao in 2015. He finished 2nd in 2016, 2nd in 2017, 2nd in 2018. Was excluded on a technicality after the pre-final, which he won in 2019. And then he has not been back on the podium since. Matias Rodriguez was 3rd 1 year ago, and he was 3rd back here in 2019 in Sarno. It's been a day where drivers who have finished on the podium before now take their first win, vis-a-vis Jacob Ashcroft. And now Matias Rodriguez has potentially got his best chance ever. Nicola Pico, I look back 2nd here in 2019 when he was in DD2. Now he's a master. Can he make it a first Grand Finals win? There is Colombia's Juan Pablo Rico. I'm looking at the list. Colombia. Have Colombia had a win before?
Oh, big move from Garcaklis. He's got him past Rico. So Garcaklis moves past Rico and now gets his head down to get onto the back of Kovanov.
And Colombia have never been on the podium. Colombia never on the podium. Rico runs 6th. There he is in the white and yellow race suit of Team Colombia. Lithuania, Kyrgyzstan in 5th position. Never on the podium before. This battle, though, it's great to watch. Olakainen in 8th, Fernando Guzzi in 9th, Fielenbach is 10th. I'm looking back down the order. Sadly, Joao Kuna has retired. We've got 33 drivers still running.
Late move from Olakainen. That was great.
Yes.
What a great move. He waited just for the cars in front to open up so they could get the turn in, and he just snuck the nose in there. Great move from Olakainen, showing his experience.
Yes, and that moves the Finnish driver up into 7. The Finnish politician, he is of his local prefecture in Finland. He was a councillor. Now he stood for the Finnish member of parliament, for the Finnish parliament last year. And he was successful on that occasion, but his political career is growing, is Antti Olakainen. I continue to joke with him that he's got to win in DD2 so then he can go and race E20 to be
late move.
Yes, I say there's Guzzi going through. I think Olakainen can go and race E20 to prove that he stands on environmental issues back home in Finland.
Yeah, Guzzi and Fielenbach just telling each other, let's move forward. Guzzi getting very animated about it. But they've lost a lot of time with this fight to get past Rico and to get past Olakainen. Olakainen, although moving himself up the field, struggled to hang in touch with Garcaklis. So I think the drivers behind just thinking they've got more pace and they can get going and go with Garcaklis.
Nicola Pico started the year by going to the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando, Florida, to race in DD2. He always, Juan Pablo Rico falling back there, and that is probably Colombia's chance of a podium gone. Pico came across a certain Rubens Barrichello, who did win the Winter Trophy that year. Unfortunately, Rubens couldn't take up his ticket. He is racing in Argentina this weekend in the Brazilian Stock Car Championship. Although Rubens did send a message say he was sorry he couldn't be there. He still has his racing to do. We're earlier in the year than we were last year, hosting the Grand Finals. Kyle Lawrence, you are noticing a change in the gap between Pico and Rodriguez.
Yeah, my thought process is they haven't done a race this long yet. Is it that Pico is maybe not geared or set the carts up to run the distance? It's 9 of 18. The gap was 1.4. It's come down to 1.2. So he could either just be maintaining it, or now he's starting to lose pace to Rodriguez. We saw how quick Rodriguez was towards the end of the pre-final.
That is correct. You are well remembered, Kyle Lawrence. Here's Tankavicius chasing Sergan for third position. And Pico, you could see, the gap was 1.3 seconds. It's only closing, bit by bit, but we're now approaching half distance. So we start lap 10 out of 18. We are now halfway through this race. Oh, there's Rodrigo Eckholt in another 530 kart, going off at turn 12 and retiring. Sadly, he joins a list of retirees that includes João Cunha and Matthew Hamilton. We're now down to 32 karts still running. Vivian Cusack Pico sets the new fastest lap. Vivian Cusack Pico is running in 10th place, just behind Antti Ollikainen. Eduardo Avila Gak from Chile, the biggest mover, along with Fernando Guzzi. They both gained 11 places. Guzzi running in 7th, Avila Gak in 11th. David LaPlante is up at the 13th position. Troy Bretherton is now running 16th. Scotty Howard is down to 18th position. And Javier Campo up from 30th to 22nd. Tony Hogg, in what he says is his last ever race, is 24th. That's UAE's most capped driver. So can the biggest and the most recognisable of all the UAE Falcons pull one top 20 result out of the bag in what has been a fantastic, entertaining career? And Sergan and Tankavicius, we're on board with this battle now, Kyle.
Yeah, Sergan and Tankavicius just staying line astern at the moment, but that just highlights to me how fast Garcaklis is. It was quite a big gap. He's brought it down to 5.9 and pulled away from Kofanov quite a bit, but he doesn't have that much time. It's only 7 laps.
I was going to say, Latvia, Thomas Dolsomanis won in 2021 in, I believe, Minimax. Was it Mini or Junior? I think it was Junior on that occasion. Then it was Kristaps Dasparovic winning in 2022. Otherwise, Latvia, they have only had 2 other podium finishers.
Tankavicius down the inside, or he had a look.
He had a look.
Door was firmly shut in his face there. Fastest lap, Mateus Rodriguez, but is it going to be a little too late for him? 1.1 is the gap. He's only brought it down by 0.2. I think Nicholas Pico is just controlling the pace.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate, Kyle Lawrence. Mateus Rodriguez was getting stronger and stronger in the end of the pre-final. This was the point where the pre-final was coming to a close. It was 14 laps to the pre-final. We're on lap number 12 now. And but we've still got another 4 laps. We've got another 6 laps to go. I don't think that this one is over yet. Rodriguez for Argentina. Let's have a look. 1-1 win for Argentina in Grand Finals history. That happened a long time ago with Fernando Chapur. I'm trying to see when that was in Junior Rotax.
Oh, they moved down the inside from Tankavicius.
2008. 2008 was Argentina's one and only Grand Final win with Facundo Chapur. And now, as Tankavicius moves into the top 3, Rodriguez has got to try and build this momentum.
Tankavicius going defending early. This is just going to help Garcaklis close that gap. It's still 5.7 though. So as fast as I thought he was, it's not going to be enough, I don't think, to get onto the back of these two with only 4 laps or 3 laps remaining. 1.165 is the gap between Rodriguez and Pico. Let's see if Nicolas responds on this lap.
Oh, Tankavicius defending from Sergan, going through this corner. Charles Sergan in kart number 516. The French driver, you can see there with the red, white in front, the French tricolour on his race suit. A little bit further back there, how are some of the big characters doing? Well, Tony Hogg is up to 23rd, Scotty Howard down to 24th, Bjorn Roos down to 25th position, Bonanno has fallen back to 27th, Going the other way, Carl Cleribo now breaks into the top 20 for Belgium. Bretherton is up in the 16th position. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry, I noticed Goosey's looking for a way down the inside. He's getting it. Oh, trying to follow through was the German driver. That is...
Feeling back.
And unfortunately, he didn't make it happen, but he's still got an opportunity here. Pass of Gucci, just making sure that pack stays tight together. Look who is behind Tankavicius, though.
Behind Tankavicius is Harold Skarkaklis, closing in ever more. It's now a 3-kart battle for third. Oh, Nicolas Pico responds perfectly. The very best drivers, when you put them under pressure, they don't fold. They go quicker.
Yeah,
Gutsy, Kovanov and Fielenbach. Now we're on board with the third place battle. Sergan and Tankavicius. Right behind them is now, 7/10 of a second behind them is Harold Skarkaklis. Mateus Rodriguez, though, 1.3 seconds. It's agonizing, Kyle Lawrence. Here comes Tankavicius around the outside. Sergan holds him up. What? Okay. You put yourself in this situation. You were in this situation last year. It's getting towards the very end of a long final. Everyone's tyres have been used and abused, including yours. But how do you make it happen? You went forward at the closing stages last year, Kyle. What do you do now?
I got very, very lucky with the type of circuit we were on. It was Bahrain. You could make it round the outside a few times, but you're just going to have to put enough pressure on to make a mistake. Make sure you're glued to the center of that bumper. Wherever that cart goes, you need to go with it. Put the pressure on, show a nose every now and again. Like Tankavicius did there, he just kind of stuck the nose in, made sure Sagan could see it. But Garkakis now is coming into the fray, and I think they're backing it up.
So, I mean, Harold Garkakis, read Kyle Lawrence for last year, getting stronger and stronger in that final. The adrenaline's going. Martin Tankavicius almost saying, come on, let's work together. Garkakis goes Lithuania, Latvia, Baltic. Yeah, maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, they're trying to make it a French double podium.
There we go. There's Tankavicius to the inside. Great move.
Oh!
Garkakis tried to follow it through Sergan. The French driver is not out of this one. That's game over, though, in terms of the podium. The NASA panel, the nose cone is off. And now it's going to be over to Fernando Gutsi from Brazil to try and pass. Here comes Gutsi. He goes through, or does he? No. Oh, Gutsi sideways. And now he's in the middle of a 3-wide battle. There goes Fielenbach. And in the red and white race suit, that's Dmitry Kovanov.
Yeah, these boys are fighting hard to get past Sagan, but with a nose cone like that will definitely be a drop nose cone penalty. But
or a no nose cone penalty if he's not careful. Certainly not factory spec. Give a nice old school vibe. You can see his legs. Yeah, not quite sure that's how Birrell ART and Charles Leclerc wanted their go-kart to look like. But Nicolas Pico is now less than 2 laps away. He's extended his advantage to 1.5 seconds. France have gained 9 Grand Finals victory. A 10th would put them clear by 2 of the Netherlands, Canada, and just 4 behind South Africa on the all-time list.
Yeah, Sagan unfortunately just making a little area there, allowed Tankavicius up on the inside. Garkakis saw his opportunity to follow through, and I don't think he knew he was there.
Yeah, he didn't. You could see Tankavicius saying, okay, come on, let's work together. Tankavicius opened the door, Garkakis followed him through. But Nicolas Pico is now half a lap from home. The diminutive Frenchman. He is shy and he doesn't like doing interviews. When you get to know him, he is a very warm little character, is Nicolas Pico, and he's about to take Grand Finals victory.
Spent a lot of time with this man, having a chat with him before every race. So glad to see the dominant performance from him. He won every heat. He won the pre-final. Through the final set of corners he goes, and for France, Nicolas Pico takes the Grand Final win. But just ahead of Mateus Rodriguez, he pushed him hard. He had to maintain the gap. Who's going to take third? It's side by side over the line. Photo finish for Tankavicius and Garkakis. Fielenbach comes home in 5th ahead of Gutsi. And then Pico's half-brother, Vivian Cusack Pico, comes across in 7th. Antio Lakanen, great recovery to 8th. Saigon managed to stay on the circuit for 9th.
It's a second podium of 2024 for Lithuania. It's their first podium in DD2 Masters. It's their, now that I've coughed myself after death, it's their second podium of the weekend. It's their first of DD2 Masters for Argentina. The wait for a second grand final victory goes on one more year.
I think Mr. Pico is a little bit concerned about weight there.
Well, hey, if you're going to win one of these, you've got to push the envelope. Pico from Rodriguez, from Tankavicius, from Garcaklis in a dead heat for third. Fielenbach and Gutsi, your top 6, Germany and Brazil. Vivian Cusack Pico, Antti Ollikainen in 8th place. That's his first top 10 finish of the 2024 Grand Finals. Charles Sagan and Eduardo Aviagak for Chile. Chile have a top 10 finish this year. And further back, David LaPlante, Juan Pablo Rico, Michael Hitchcock. Further back, there's Laurentiu Mardan finishing 17th. And in his final race, Tony Hogg, UAE's most celebrated, most capped drivers. He's the figurehead of the team. He finishes 23rd. He is probably, without finishing anywhere near the podium in the Grand Finals, Tony Hogg has probably done more to raise the profile of UAE karting than most drivers, simply by being a character, by being around.
And a gent, an absolute gent.
An absolute gent. Yes, they've had wins with Sean Babington. Theo Kakati has done a fantastic job. But Tony Hogg is one of those fixtures, and I have to say, the Grand Finals will be a poorer place without Tony Hogg in them. Maybe, well, I'm going to say this.
I'm sure we'll still see him.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've always said that Tony Kakati is going to retire as Guy Sheffield's right-hand man. And I think that it's probably about he's looking at me out the window. And I think Tony Hogg would be a fantastic replacement for Tony Kakati. He's going to batter me later on. But no, the Falcons from the UAE are celebrating. Good race, Kyle Lawrence.
Amazing race, and it is my last one in the box for 2020.
Yes, it is. It is.
For the 25th anniversary.
Filippo Laghi is going to take over for the final race in DD2 as we look at a rather hot and bothered. He's not going to care, though, for Nicolas Pico.
So before I go, Henry,
okie dokie,
I would like to say a massive thank you to Rotax is the home of opportunity, and I'd like to say a massive thank you to you and Rotax for the opportunity to do this. And I thoroughly enjoyed sharing the box with you.
Well, it's been a fantastic week sharing the box with you, Kyle. I think that you've certainly made an impact on the Rotax family. You've got a lot of support from back home. I'm not quite saying out with the old, in with the new just yet, but it's great to have a new member of the team. I think we've been able to do an awful lot. Filippo Laghi is going to take over. Just one thing. Don't leave the fire extinguisher outside my hotel room. No, it's been absolutely fantastic. But I tell you what, before you go, Kyle, this is your class. Talk through the highlights.
So here we go, highlights of it. Nicolo Pico's a nice slow start to get the gap he needed to make sure he got the lead and could build on the lead ahead of Rodriguez. We could see he was worried about it. There's the lead he built as they go into turn 2. Most of the Masters keeping it nice, neat and tidy into turn 2. Back now to Tankavicius looking for his way past on Garcaklis. And there it is. There's the move down the inside. Oh, a little touch of the nose cone. But that was the first move that João Cunhal made to get back up into the front. And here it is. Garcaklis looking for a way past. Big squeeze into turn 2. He couldn't make it happen. But we're going to get 4 carts through turn 2. And Sagan just managed to hold on to that. Down the back straight we go. It was a full line of carts. There's Sagan's move on João Cunhal. Great move. João tried to keep it around the outside, but couldn't make it happen. The smiley face on the radiator from Tankavicius. Into turn 2, we see these 4 go. Late move there from Ollikainen. We saw a couple of those throughout the race, and that allowed Brazil's Gucci to go through as well. And here we see the lunge. I think it was a lunge on Ollikainen. Yes, it was. It was late. It was hard, and it brought the German driver through into the fray. But here it is, Tankavicius and Sagan. We saw them chase each other the whole race. Just behind that was Garcaklis. mechanic for Brazil's Gucci, saying, get a move on, we need to get up there. And the win for Nicolau Pico. 515, unfortunately, off there into the grass. There's a photo finish. The photo finish, so close to a podium. Drivers come over the scale now. You'll see, I'm sure you've seen throughout the weekend, the rubber band on the wrist. That is to make sure that all the drivers are on weight. No more need for pieces of paper to be written down. It's all done electronically now. Rotax always moving forward. And that is one of the new additions to this year's grand final. 525. Michael Hitchcock from Eden, just getting his weight done there as well. Right now, though, down in the scale area, we have Jen with our grand final winner for DD2 Masters, Nicolau Pico.
Nicholas, you finally done it. You're the champion, DD2 Masters. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy, and it's difficult because it's a long race, but I'm very happy for this.
Tell me, when you were out there driving around, were you thinking, any minute now someone's going to catch me? Because, I mean, it's a long race, 18 laps.
Yes, it's a long race, but after I manage the tires during the race, and for me, it's incredible.
It was an incredible battle behind you in the race, but in the end, I mean, a comfortable win. And I guess you'd like to thank yourself for being your team manager, yourself for being the mechanic, yourself for everything else, but all your family and friends and your team back home in France. If you'd like to say something, please do. Take the opportunity. Say something to them.
I want to thank to my family, my team, and my client, because if I'm here, it is just grâce à eux.
Would you like to say something in French as well for everybody watching? Français?
Si. Merci à tous les gens qui me suivent. Cette victoire aussi est aussi la vôtre, ceux qui me mettent toute l'année et qui vont vivre de ma passion.
Tu es formidable. How's my French? Any good?
It's okay.
Congratulations.
Thank
We
you.
let you go because you've got to cross the scales, and we'll see you at the podium.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done. Alrighty, so we'll just take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back for the last race of the day.
So tell me, why do you fly?
Well,
okay, that's super great. That's super interesting.
Well, I always wanted to learn to fly, always, from a young age. When you're up in the air, the only thing you're thinking about is flying. You don't think about anything else.
There's a feeling of independence and complete and total responsibility for my life. And that's an amazing feeling. My hope is that I can fly until I'm at least 90.
There's this mixture of excitement and this great unknown.
Der erste Moment ist vergisst, glaube ich, kein Pilot.
Es una cosa mágica.
C'est ma passion.
It's very hard to teach. That's almost natural. It has to be.
Everybody's special, and most pilots are really good guys and helpful and honest.
You can tell with everybody who loves flying, there's this spark in their eyes when they talk about it.
I think it probably is that family feeling, that community, that you're not alone out there.
If there's one community that really brings together all ages, it's aviation.
You sure you don't want to keep talking about planes?
Well, we're here on the grid, last race of the day, and we'll wander down a little bit in between the trolleys. We've spoken already to Zen and Sem the last couple of days, race winners. Konstantin on the second row. Just a quick hello. How are you feeling, second row?
I'm good.
Yeah?
All okay, yeah.
A little bit nervous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit nervous.
Have you enjoyed the racing here in Sano?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, anyone you want to say hi to?
Family,
friends?
Hello.
Hello.
To my family.
Yeah.
My father, my mom, my sister.
Yeah. They're all watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here. All right, David, we also spoke to the new dad. David, the new dad. What are you checking? Oh, you're
Class
playing
of
game.
class,
Okay. Are you winning?
Now, yes.
Now, yes. Okay, I better let you go. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, he's playing a game. Enzo Bol, of course, European champion with the chicken on his helmet. Is that a special helmet, Enzo, for the race, or is that your usual one?
Yeah, it's my usual one. I had it for last Grand Finals, but I wasn't there, so I used it for this year.
Yeah, you brought it back out. Last year you were really sick. Of course, were you watching?
Yeah, of course I was watching, yeah.
Watching on the live stream. But it's been a good week, but it's also been a tough week.
Yeah, well, the Super Heat wasn't what I wanted, but still starting P5, so anything can happen, and, well, let's see how far we can move up.
And I have to say, you're one of the drivers that also drives another class, not only the DD2, but you love the DD2, don't you?
Yeah, I really like it. I like the idea of it, and the drivers are nice to race against. So.
And one of the youngest, I guess, on the grid?
Yeah, maybe, yes. I don't know. But
well, when you consider that the pole sitter is about twice your age, and it's always you and him battling it out the whole year, so... But it's been really good, and it's great that you're here this year again, so because you're the European champion.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck. Okay, who have we got here? Edgar's, yes, Harold Garkakel's teammate. And then we've got Paul. Paul's getting dressed, one of our top French drivers, just putting his race suit on. Paul, how's your week been? Good, bad, indifferent? How would you describe your week so far?
Difficult at the beginning, but I think we had finally a good pace, so let's see what we can do in the final.
Yeah. What about the racing? How do you find the racing this year with the DD2? I mean, it's always close.
Yeah, in DD2, first year for me, so different than the senior, as we could see during the final. I think a bit more intelligent and, yeah, different.
Did you say intelligent?
I think so, yeah.
Yes, that's good. Good to hear. That's what we want. It's the last race, last final. So we want some good racing, fun to the end. It's going to be a nice race, I think.
Thank you, yeah.
Yes. Anyone you'd like to say hi to home in France?
Yeah, all my family, my supporters, my friends. Thank you. See you.
Wish you luck. Thank you, Paul. Alrighty, Leonardo there, just about to put his helmet on, so I won't bother him. Rasmus Vendelbo. Hi, where's my camera? Oh, there he is. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit further down than I hoped for, but I think we do have the pace to fight for the front, so that's what we're hoping for.
Well, if you look at any of the races earlier, before yours, I think the fight can come from back in the field, not just the guys at the front, from what I've seen.
Yeah,
actually, just about almost every race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have to stay calm, and then I hope something will happen in front of me, and then I can use it for my better.
Okay, we'll be watching. Hopefully not too much happens in front of you, but we just want to see some good racing.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Good luck. Alrighty, Nikita there, our German driver in the DD2, he's fully focused. So we won't bother him. Also, another Latvian driver. And beside him, Daniel, also flying the Italian flag. Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
How's your day going?
The day is going good.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this final.
You're ready. And would you like to say hi to anyone, all the Italian fans watching?
I say in Italian, Forza Italia, spingiamo.
Good luck. Thank you. Alrighty, we're nearly done. Ragnar Virus, of course, former or defending Grand Finals champion from Estonia. And beside him, Will Ellswood. Will also won the ticket through the electric kart racing, but he's a seasoned racer, so look to see something special come from you, Will, this far back, okay? No pressure. Would be good. Alrighty. Antoine, also a little bit of bad luck, but we know that just like Paul, anything's possible. 18 laps. 18 laps, Antoine. Alrighty, here we go. I've got to leave the grid. So let's check up on a little bit of info from Birolart just before we start. A word from our partners.
One race to go, ladies and gentlemen. Filippo Laghi joins me once again in the commentary box. Filippo, we have commentated on DD2 now for the last 5 years together, and every year the racing is just so intense. It's getting more and more intense. Sometimes, as we've seen earlier, it gets too intense. Let us hope that this is on the limit, but not over.
Normally, DD2 is the good compromise for racing and fast lap times, you know.
Yes.
Because senior is a little bit
crazy.
Too much crazy and over the limit sometimes. And DD2, I like a lot the racing because is about who is faster, normally wins the race.
Yep.
So we will see this year what's going to happen.
Well, DD2 made its debut as a class in 2006 in Braga, Portugal. Ben George won for Austria that year. Pierre-Luc Wallet, Leroy Poulter, Caleb Williams, Daniel Morand, Pierre-Luc Wallet again, Ben Cooper, Simon Udiversis, Sean Babington, Ferenc Conchar twice, Cody Gillis, Paolo Besonsone, Peter Bazel, Martin van Leeuwen, Mark Kimber, and last year Ragnar Virus. There is the eyes of Johnny Bravo, David Masliakevich, playing a game on the grid. The games are over because DD2 is about to begin. Here are your 36 drivers, led by Slovenia's Zen Darua. Sam Knoppers, whose dad has just won an E20 Masters, starts second. Poland's David Mastiakevich and Konstantin Krapin from Kyrgyzstan. Enzo Bol from the Netherlands, and our camera cart Edgars Vilkans from Latvia. Then it's Leonardo Reis from Brazil, Paul Forchemin from France. The top 10 rounded out by Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo and Germany's Nikita Genza. Emils Akmans from Latvia and Daniel Giliberti from Italy are on row number 6. Defending champion Ragnar Virus from Estonia and Will Ellswood from the United Kingdom. Then France's Antoine Barbaroux and Sweden's Hannes Morin. On row number 9, former senior Rotax Grand Finals champion Finland's Axel Sarniala and Greece's Christos Oikonomou. The top 20 rounded out by Leon Mandel from Austria and Antoine Brogio from France. Row 11, Vincenzi Carpint from Spain and Patrick Blockmelis from Latvia. Sebastian Boyd from South Africa and Chile's Diego Portel on row 12. UK's Joshua Graham and Canada's Olivier Bedard. Then it is Chinese Taipei's Ji Cao and Italy's Leonardo Baccaglini. Mauro Simoni from Italy and South Africa's Bradley Liebenberg are your top 30 starters. Argentina's Stefano Parodi, Dimitrij Mlakar from Slovenia. Then it's Federico Peters from Portugal, Balázs Jurancic from Hungary, Harrison Hoey from Australia, and the last man in from the Netherlands, Axel Hoos. Okay, Filippo Laghi, what are you thinking now?
I'm thinking that the start will be, as usual, very important. We saw this year this race in this grand final. Xen very fast in the first couple of laps to go out of the problems. I think he will play all his cards in this.
Yes.
To get out of the problems as fast as he can, to open the gap, because his pace is not super good in the middle of the race normally. It was. But I think he made some adjustment in the chassis. I spoke with him and we see what's happening. And there are also some big names in the middle of the field that can make a comeback. So the race is long. It's 18 laps.
18 laps.
It's very long.
Here we go then. 36 drivers, led by Slovenia's Zen de Rua. Looking at the Slovenia, they took... Well, we'll find out about Slovenia later on, because for the final time in 2024, the lights are green and we are off and racing. Zen de Rua leads David Mastiakiewicz into turn number 2. Sam Knoppers around the outside drops to third position. It's been a great day for the Dutch so far. Can we make a bit of history by having 2 family members win on the same day? It's never been done before. Sam Knoppers, we got a driver off the 443, goes off. That is the driver from, that's Antoine Brogio from France, a bit further back. So far though, so good. Clean start for the leaders.
Yeah, clean start for the leaders. The Ruve is getting the lead and try to push at the limit to open a little bit of gap, or to not take many drivers behind him. Now we have Maslaklevich. We see Maslaklevich very fast during all the week. And now he is P2.
And we've lost the driver there without a nose cone.
Attention in the main straight. Maslaklevich tried to make the move on the Ruve, but the Ruve switched back in the middle of the track to defend and maintain the lead.
Yep, de Rua knows he may have to defend early on. He says he hasn't got the fastest kart in the field. And that, coming into the pits and out of the race, I think may have been Joshua Graham. Yes, it was. Graham out of the race early. Here we go, down through turn number 6, over the curbs. Now, de Rua opens up a slight advantage. Mastakiewicz defending from Enzo Ball.
Look who is third. Enzo Ball. After yesterday's problems, now he is back in the games. He is third. I think he will try to make the pass on Maslaklevich, and Xen the Ruve must use this moment to try to push on the limit, opening a little bit of gap, as he knows he usually does.
Yeah, indeed. So this is where de Rua's got to try and capitalise. He's got to hope that Mastiakiewicz and Ball battle for a good few laps. You can see Ball signalling now on board with Vilkans, Edgars Vilkans. Bradley Liebenberg from South Africa is out of the race. Ball and Mastiakiewicz, second and third. Krapin is fourth for Kyrgyzstan, for Kemin next. Then Knoppers, Rees, Morin, Vilkans and Vendelbo, your top 10. Our reigning champion is down in, where is Ragnar Vieras? I can't see him, he's down to 20th. Poor first lap for Ragnar Vieras.
We saw Knoppis making the move on for Kemin. Knoppis was starting from the first row and he had a bad start, but he was showing a very good pace during all this week. So I think he will make a comeback on the leading group.
Yeah, well, Slovenia have got one Grand Finals win to their name. And that was last year with Andrej Petrovic. The only other person to finish on the podium for Slovenia, Zen de Rua. That was third, although it could have been a lot more. He's been a consistent presence in the Grand Finals for over a decade, has Zen de Rua. He leads by a tenth of a second at the moment. Mastiakiewicz and Ball trying to work together. No one is pulling away. Krapan in fourth position. Then there's a bit of a gap back to this battle we're looking at now. This is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, etc. Hannes Morin passes Paul Kemin. Antoine Barbarou and Ragnar Vieras both dropping down the order.
Maslaklevich was trying to make the move on the Ruva, and Ball takes the second place. Ball takes the second place because Maslaklevich has tried to go inside in the hairpin, but he didn't finalize the overtake.
And Krapin gets him as well.
Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan up onto the top 3.
And in the exit, he had a very slow exit, and he has lost 2 places. This is the grand final. When you don't finalize the overtake, it's a disaster.
Yes, it's I won't say kill or be killed. It's pass or be passed. If there's no such thing as half measures, you have to make. If you're going to make a move, you've got to commit 100%. 99.9% commitment just won't do it.
Now let's see if Bo has the pace to close the gap of the Rue, because of course the Rue used this battle for the second place to open a little bit of gap, and Bo is defending. Bo is defending from Krapin. Krapin has taken the 3rd place, as you said. And let's see if these guys will think to catch the Rue, or they think to fight together, because it's not a good idea fighting together, because the Rue is very fast in the first couple of laps, and he's already driving in 1005, and I think this lap will be also faster.
Yes, a 60.0.
If they do not cooperate, the Slovenian can open a gap.
Well, now is the danger zone for Zenderua. Enzo Ball, who we both have said has probably been the quickest driver in the class, is now into P2, and he has got a kart length between himself, Konstantin Krapin, David Mastiakiewicz and Leonardo Reis. So Ball doesn't have to defend anymore, Filippo. He can just attack. You can see head down, attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, exactly.
The gap is 0.8 of a second.
Now it's okay for Ball, because Krapin and Mazalaklevich are fighting for the P3. And looking back, Leonardo Baccaglini set the fastest lap of the race, 59.8. Unfortunately, he had a very bad pre-final yesterday, and he was starting from the back of the field. But he recovered more, I think, 10 places, and he's the fastest guy on the track at the moment.
There is Enzo Ball's mechanic saying he's closing, push, push, push. And he is. He's pulling away the gap. Well, the gap's up to 0.9 of a second. Now, Daniel Giliberti, your countryman, into the top 10 for Italy. How much of a boost would this be on home soil?
Yeah, for sure. Daniel Giliberti was really fast last week, and remember also that Daniel was called for the grand final only 1 week before. He had not to be here, but he went here to reply as a driver, and he's making really, really good all this weekend. Very fast. He finished P4 also in 1 heat. He's for absolutely the fastest Italian guy at the moment, and I think and I hope he can finish inside the top 10. He has the chance to make it, and the speed also. And
the speed. There's Sam Knyoppers. He's dropped back a little bit. He's now trying to fight his way back up. He's in 6th position. You're looking at him there on the insert. Mastiakiewicz again on the move of Konstantin Krapin, and that's not worked. Knyoppers and Leonardo Reis will try to respond. There is the blue and yellow of Team Sweden's Hannes Morin running in 7th place. Rasmus Bendelbo. You just saw Giliberti chasing Paul Foukemin. Behind Giliberti, Nikita Genser runs 11th. Will Ellswood is 12th. Our camera card, Edgars Vilkans, is 13th. Oikonomu 14th for Brazil. Mandel 15th for Austria. Baccaglini up to 16th from 28th for Italy. Ahead of Portel, Lockmelis, Barbarou, Akmans, Karapins, Virus, Blaka.
Contact between Krapin and Ball. Krapin was trying to make the move on Ball. In the end of the back straight, they touch. And this led Mazalaklevich passing P3.
I wonder if we could maybe have a little look back at that if possible, because that could be the defining moment of this race.
Yes.
Here we go. Yes. Oh, Liebenberg retiring for South Africa, but here we go. Krapin to the inside, and he just popped up. The ball popped up, but now Mastiakiewicz is back into 2nd, and Zenderua's lead has grown from 0.9 to 1.6 seconds as we approach half distance. There's Baccaglini battling away further down the pack in front of Mandel from Austria.
But this, I think, we are at the mid of the race, and those 2 laps will be very important, because if the Rue continues on his pace, he's now driving 59.9, his personal fastest lap of the race. Will be very hard for Mazalaklevich. Mazalaklevich now is in a good position because he has nobody on behind his shoulder, and he can focus on driving as fast as he can to close the gap.
Well, Mastiakiewicz is actually, sorry Filippo to interrupt you, Mastiakiewicz has just got purple.
He's pushing on the limit.
Purple
These two
through
laps
sector
are really
one.
important because, you know, these are a very big track with long straights, and when you start feeling the smell of the driver in front and of course the slipstream, it will be much easier. And when this window of gap of 1.5 seconds will be closer than
59.7, and that is a problem there. That is up over the back of Leonardo Rees and Rasmus Vendelbo coming together at turn number 2. I think it was, yes, it was Rees and Vendelbo. Rees getting the worst of it, and there's somebody off at the side of the circuit there. Who is that? Konstantin Krapan has gone. He's gone as well. So the Kyrgyzstani driver out of the race. Things now getting a little bit hectic in the middle part of the race. There's Hannes Morin. He is emerged in 4th place. Where's Morin come from? But Mastiakiewicz is on a charge.
Purple first sector, purple second sector for Mastiakiewicz. He is on charge. Let's see the gap on the start-finish line. For sure, Mastiakiewicz is going to make the fastest lap of the race. 59.6. 1.2 seconds the gap.
So Mastiakiewicz has closed by 0.4 of a second in the last 2 laps. There's Nikita Gensa trying to pass Rasmus Vendelbo. Oh, Knyoppers running wide coming out of turn number 1. And there goes Christos Oikonomidis. Will Ellswood up the inside. William Ellswood cracks the top 10 5 years after coming to the grand finals and being told at driver's registration he's too old. He is making full advantage of the fact he has got his ticket. There is
Mandel is out of the race,
sadly. Oh, and out going wide there, Vendelbo again. It's not been a good couple of laps for Rasmus Vendelbo.
But also the Ruwe is very fast because he made his personal best in 59.8. Mastiakiewicz is a little bit faster, but not that enormously fast. So when the gap will be closer than 1 second, Mastiakiewicz will start feeling the slipstream. But will be not easy to catch the Ruwe because the Ruwe pace is much faster today than yesterday.
Yes, indeed. You spoke earlier to Zen Derua and he said that he had changed a lot on the go-kart.
They changed the go-kart, the setting, because yesterday he was on the limit, no faster than 1 minute, and all the other were 59.7, 59.8. Today we see another Alexander Ruwe, much faster, more constant, 59.8 also this lap, but Mastiakiewicz is 2/10 faster. So I think it's possible a fight for the lead in the last 2 laps.
We shall see. The gap is down to 1 second. It's bubbling up nicely. Derua, Mastiakiewicz. Then it's Knyoppers. There is Sam Knyoppers. Hannes Morin runs in 4th for Sweden. 5th is Paul Foukemin. Nikita Gensa is 6th for Germany. There he is on your screen with Daniel Giliberti for Italy just behind him. Then it's Team UK, Wills Ellswood. Enzo Ball is down to 9th. Rasmus Vendelbo has faded to 10th. Behind the top 10, Oikonomu from Greece, Barbarou, Vilkans, Portel, Vieras, Lokmelis, Mlakar, Brogio, Sanyala and Akmans. Your top 20, Hannes Morin trying to make a move. Hannes has been on the podium before, I believe. I will have to double check. His family have done very well in this event. Can Hannes Morin make a bid for 3rd position? He's got to try and defend. He's got to try and attack against Sam Knyoppers, another driver. I think, that's Konstantin Krapan, I believe, finally retiring from the race. Leonardo Rees has retired. Yes, we're down to 30 runners now. Bakaglini has gone out. So has Mandel. So has Rees. So has Krapan. So we're down to 30 runners. And it's Slovenia leading Poland, leading the Netherlands.
59.7 again for Mastiakiewicz. He is a hammer, 59.7 every laps. Now the gap is just half of a second, so he's exactly in the slipstream.
He's gained 1.1 seconds on Zen Derua.
We have to say also this. It's a fighting between 2 drivers.
Yes.
And the second driver has nobody behind his shoulder.
Yes.
So he can think just to attack.
Yes.
And will be not easy for the Ruwe at the moment because the driver behind him can make the fastest possible line to try to make the overtake.
Correct. the black crash helmet of David Maslakevich. His 2-year-old son, Maximilian, watching, probably not watching, probably having a nap somewhere with mum in the paddock. The clear visor of Zen Darua. He's one of the only drivers that does not have a tinted visor. He prefers
big
a
fighting
clear
for the
visor.
fourth place. Big fighting for the fourth place.
There's Genser.
I saw in the window, I think Giliberti has taken the 5th place.
Yes, he has.
Giliberti is inside the top 5.
That's excellent for a driver that wasn't going to be racing here until somebody else dropped out from the Philippines, I believe. A Filipino driver dropped out. He's in front of Hannes Morin. There he is.
And he's not over. He's not over.
No, we're on lap 15 out of 18. I'm watching the gap. David Maslakevich is within 0.3 of a second,
Yeah.
but Daniel Giliberti, he makes one more passing manoeuvre and he's one step off the podium. But here are your leaders. It's all boiling down to a grandstand finish. Zen Darua, David Maslakevich, 1 and 2. Darua has led nearly every lap, but he's been here before. Maslakevich has never been at this point. He's right with Zen Darua.
They are together. Inside, Maslakevich hit the curb, and Darua maintained the lead.
But Darua gave him just enough room. 59.54 for Maslakevich.
What a lap to close the gap.
But that Slovenian there, Zen Darua, he's going to be a tough cookie to pass. He gave Maslakevich just enough room, and Maslakevich backed out just in time. But it's game on. It's game on in TD2.
Oh, Maslakevich has tried to have a look inside at the end of the back straight, but the Ruber were very, very late on the brake and maintained the lead.
Yes, indeed.
Another overtaking spot is this, but the Ruber is protecting very well. This new layout of Sarno provides many, many overtaking spots.
Yes, it does. Darua checks to his inside, defends. Now he has to worry about Maslakevich trying to cross over side by side, wheel to wheel. Maslakevich is held off. We start lap 17 out of 18. 2 to go.
2 to go. Let's see in the end of the straight. The Ruber for sure will go tight. Yes, it does. Maslakevich stays behind. Now let's go. Will be interesting the end of the back straight.
Yes.
Maslakevich made a very, very open line here to exit as fast as he can for the back straight. Let's see.
Over the curb, through turn number 6. Now up the back straight. You can see Maslakevich getting the power down nice and early. Darua having to defend early. Now Maslakevich will try the undercut. Darua parks it on the apex. Maslakevich has got to be careful. He doesn't pop his nose off. That's the problem. Darua slamming on the front brakes there. Maslakevich has got to be careful. He's got to be careful.
Let's go to the last corner. Darua will stay in the inside, surely. Maslakevich tried the outside and cross back.
No.
Darua is maintaining the lead, and we are at the beginning of the very last lap.
The last lap of the Grand Finals 2024, the 25th anniversary of this incredible event, comes down to a head-to-head fight between Slovenia and between Poland. Zen Darua has victory within sight. Maslakevich is going to throw everything at him, though. Through turn number 5, Darua has withstood a barrage.
This is one of the last opportunities. This is one of the last opportunity in the end of the back straight. Darua will protect the inside. Maslakevich tried the outside and cuts back very fast, but Zen is very smart. Goes early on the gas.
Zen's got to park it. He's got to park it on this apex. There he does. Now it's down to one more opportunity for Maslakevich.
Last corner, very last corner. Darua, watch behind. Takes the inside line. Let's see what's happening.
Side by side, drag race. Zen Darua will finally, after 11 years of heartbreak, of emotion, Zen Darua is finally a Grand Finals champion. He has seen this title slip through his grasp so many times. His kart failed to start one year in Portimao. He was taken out of the first corner while leading at Brazil. He has fought back. He has finished on the podium. He should have had several grand final wins. They have been taken away from him in the most heartbreaking fashion. There have been tears of heartbreak. They are now going to be replaced by tears of joy. And Filippo Laghi, there will not be one person in this entire circuit who will be disappointed for Zenderua. He has done it, and he has done it the right way.
I am so happy. I am so happy for him because he deserved a lot. After many, many years, he went closer, closer, closer and closer, but this time, finally, he takes the win.
Finally, and the 25th anniversary edition of this event finishes with one of, if not the most popular winner of all time. You're looking down at some of the other finishers. A podium for Poland, a podium for Sem Kniopers. That's father and son both on the podium. Daniel Giliberti finishing 5th behind Nikita Genza. A word about your countryman.
Great race for Giliberti. Giliberti was very fast during all the week. He had some up and downs, but the speed was there, and he capitalized at maximum in this final.
Yes, indeed. Enzo Ball finishes 6th. William Ellswood 7th. There's Antoine Barbarou. He came home in 9th eventually, behind Hannes Morin. Paul Fouquet in 10th. Rasmus Vendelbo in 11th. There's Will Ellswood. Well, his dad Stefan says, I'm not going to believe it until we're actually on the grid after 2019. You can believe it now because Will's got a top 7 in the grand finals. There he is. There he is. It's hard to believe next year Zenderua can be a master. And his there. Oh boy, I know his wife Sarah will be in tears. And look at that. It's not just his teammates, other mechanics from other nations. He's finally done it. One of the most abiding images of the grand finals that I can recall was Zenderua coasting to a halt on the steep hill at Paraíba in Brazil, just past the start-finish line in front of his mother and father-in-law, the Slovenian distributors, and his wife Sarah. And there were tears then because he led everything. There are tears now, but it's for a very, very different reason. You cannot buy this type of emotion. This is why we love Rotax. It's what makes the grand final so special.
Grandexen.
There we go, just there. We've had tears from parents. We've had tears from drivers. I have to say now, we made a pact. We'll tell you now. The media team, the film crew, the press officers, we made a pact amongst themselves. We will not interview that man all week. Every week, every year, we do a film on him, we feature him, we speak to him in one of the films, and it goes wrong. This year, we said we wouldn't even mention his name in anything apart from on commentary, because I have to. And it seems as though it worked.
This was the good method.
it was a good superstition. And well, he's going to have a fair few interviews now.
Now we can.
Now we can.
Now it's possible.
Stick every camera in his boat race that you could possibly find because he's won. He's a grand finals champion. Filippo, that race showed everything that was good about karting. Yes, there were some incidents, but the battle for the win, it was clean, it was pure. It's not always like that, is it? But it just reminds you that even with the equality of equipment, karting can be like that.
This was a very, very good race, very fair race.
Yes,
hard
but fair. It was hard but fair at the start. There's Derua. He takes the advantage. Mastiakiewicz, I think Mastiakiewicz had the faster go-kart. So did Enzo Ball. But it just didn't quite work out. Ball, okay, a slight incident with Krapan, but there's Leonardo Reis and Sem Kniopers having a little bit of a discussion. But yeah, when it boiled down to it, Mastiakiewicz and Derua, they thought it was, you said, hard but fair, which is what every driver wants, isn't it?
Yeah, that's I think what kart racing has to be. We see a great battle between these two champions with a fantastic last lap.
Yep.
Now we see the high race highlights, and the key of the race, I think, has been the fast lap that the Ruber set up between in the midfield of the race, and also the contact in I think it was on lap number 10 that made him opening the gap.
But this move here, that Masterkiewicz was almost alongside, and Tarua, he didn't slam the door, but he closed the door and forced Masterkiewicz. Then he parked it on the apex. I wonder if Masterkiewicz had done a nose cone, but that's something you've got to be careful of. And as he crossed the line there, his winning margin was 0.03 of a second.
This is the demonstration, I think, that the racing can be hard, but they never touch.
Yes,
they just had a small touch between the rear bumper and the front bumper, very, very soft, but they never touch the wheels. The go-kart are clean.
And yeah, exactly. So the look of relief, the year's sacrifice is over, and it's been worth it. Jen Wade, it gives me immense pleasure to say, please, can we speak to our Grand Finals champion, Zen Darua.
Zen, I don't know what to say. What should I say?
I don't know either. It's incredible. First of all, thank you for Roman and Jernet's family, for everyone for many years. We are now driving 8 years together. Sorry. Trying to achieve this, and we got many times very close, and I'm so happy that we made it. It's incredible.
I think everyone that was cheering on was happy, but what a great battle with David, and really a young driver that's also very talented, and of course you're one of the older drivers in the field, ready for Masters next year maybe?
I don't know, we will see, but also with David, I mean, we raced many different championships together. We had, good races, and there is respect. Also now in the final there was respect, so I mean, I appreciate it, and also good job to him. For sure his time will come like mine did. As for all the others, never give up, and if you have a goal, you just need to go for it, and one day it will happen.
We've seen you on the podium before at the Grand Finals. This is exactly here, a special place for you. You said that at the beginning of the week. So now extra special? Extra special, yeah. I mean, I've lived in Italy for 10 years, and also I have a big Italian support as I'm, coaching in the Italian Championship. So for sure there are a lot of people, local people cheering me on, and it's a beautiful country. It's good food and nice people. So it's a great place to host the Grand Finals, and I'm happy that I can crown myself here. Of course, you've relocated to Slovenia, set up your little family home there all together, working together, coaching and everything. Originally from Belgium. I know they're watching. They're watching, yes. A lot of family and friends watching, so thank you to all of you, and I'll talk to you later, Mom and Dad. I know they're watching. I'm surprised they're not here, actually. Normally they show up. Yeah, I mean, since I stopped racing 9-10 years ago, for my family it was actually a closed chapter. I mean, I'm racing now 25-26 years, so they invested a lot of their time, and also with my brother, so it was time also that they have their own life, as I'm a grown up as well. So again, thank you also to Roman for making this possible, because without them I wouldn't be able to race. So I know my family is cheering me on in here. I have two big families. We've actually had a spectacular finish to the Grand Finals. I mean, we couldn't have wanted it any other way when it comes to having an exciting race. Also behind you, I mean, the battle was another great one like the other races. But at the moment, we're going to go to the podium shortly. But before that, you're the DD2 world number one, Senderu. Yeah. Congratulations, Grand Finals champion, finally. Thank you so much, Jen. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Well, What a wholesome, emotional, happy way to end this event. It's not the end of our coverage, though. We've got plenty more to bring you, including the Mojo Tyre Changing Contest Finals. That's the first time we're going to bring you that live on the stream. Filippo Laghi, you've raced in this event 6 times.
Yes.
Every time you come to here and you see this, you're retired. You run your team. You run. You do a lot of data work. You go around the world working with an awful lot of drivers. Is this the event where you think, oh, if only I'd got a ticket, or if only I could find a way to race?
Yeah, of course.
It is a truly special event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a special event is one because to arrive here you have to be a champion in your nation or in your continent.
Yes.
So when you arrive here, you are one of the best drivers in the world, like the big banner in the entry says.
Yes.
And winning this race is amazing because of the level of the driver, because all the cars are equal, are the same, and the competition is strong. So winning this race, I think, is particularly emotional for everyone.
It is indeed. You could see down there the Italian officials, the marshals here at Sarno, the Circuit Internationale de Napoli, having their photograph taken. Pretty soon, the banners, the flags will start to come down. And we look to next year. We will be revealing the venue for the 2025 Grand Finals tonight.
Tonight.
Okay. What have we got coming up next? Well, very shortly, this part of the broadcast will end. Then on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, there will be a new broadcast starting to bring you the podium celebrations, but not just the podium celebrations. We are bringing you the semi-finals and the finals of the Mojo Tyre Changing Contest.
Possible world record.
Possible
for
world
the
record.
Mojo Tyre Changing, because we saw a 24.0 that is just 1/10 in the qualification.
In
so
the qualifications, one of the mechanics from Colombia came within 1/10 of a second
just
of
1/10
breaking
of a second.
the world record. That's 4 tyres on and 4 tyres off rims in 24.1 seconds. The world record is 23. So we're going to be bringing you that live. We are then bringing you a very special interview with Porsche Motorsport. After that, we have a special presentation for the women in motorsport, the women in the paddock, and we celebrate a very special world record that was set by Aika Sabanova, who broke the women's world record in the Mojo Tyre Changing Contest. We have the team contest winners, the Nations Cup winners, and of course, the podium presentations themselves, followed by the big reveal. That will all be broadcast in its entirety for the first time in a new broadcast. So go on to, when this finishes, please go back to the Rotax Karting channel. Jen Wade and Kyle Lawrence will bring you the action from the booth. I'll be on the stage. So it just leaves me to say, for this part of the Grand Finals, a huge thank you to the team at BRP Rotax, to the team at the Circuito Internationale Napoli, to the 18-strong team from Alpha Live who have brought you this event like you've never seen before, to my co-commentators who have been guests here, to Filippo Laghi, as always, part of the fixture, to Scott Howard, to Zach Clamandamello, to Autumn Fisher, to Philippe Loaka, and the rest of the people who have helped broadcast some of this event live. So, on behalf of Kyle Lawrence, of Jen Wade, we'll see you on the other side for the podium celebrations. My name's Henry Baudette. Thank you for joining us. Stay tuned. Flip over. New broadcast starting shortly. an event designed to make you equal. Because you are number one.